right, we'll go ahead and get started. Call the meeting to order at 9:08 a.m. Welcome back, everybody. Glad we're able to get most everybody in person. We'll have Mary Miner will join us shortly. She had a meeting this morning that she'll join us after it's over. And we have on the screen Brian Watts, who had trying to not get his look maybe contagious. Didn't want to risk giving us anything, but has been working through it with our working group. And thank you for joining us today, Brian, via the video conference here. And looks like we have everybody here on the committee except for Mary, who would join us. And we can go around and introduce our guest over here. We can start at the end. You can say your name and Charles, your work.
Sylvia Bass.
Hey, I'm Robin Harris with Texas Realtors. Good morning, everyone.
And then
Sylvia, are you a broker, agent?
Champions for real estate.
Oh,
okay.
Nice to meet you.
I've had courses.
of course, and we have Vanessa and Abby with us as counsel for Trek. And Ron's going to start us off with a few comments on our goals for this meeting. We want to get something before the commission and want to stay focused during this meeting to make sure that gets done. So we have some product to provide by the end of this year out to the agents and consumers out there. So I'll let Ron start off the meeting with setting the tone of what we hope to accomplish.
So when looking at the meeting today, we had heard the committee sort of expressed an interest in getting some forms out to the commission sooner than later. The commission next meets in August. After that, they meet in November. So if we are able to get drafts to them in August, there is a possibility, assuming that they don't make any changes or recommend changes, that they could actually adopt the forms effective in November for the other meeting in November. If we don't send something up to them after this meeting, then we have to wait till the November meeting until they meet again. And then they don't meet again until February. And then, of course, we're in session. And then who knows what we want to do at that point in time. So that this it will cause, I suspect, at least a year delay if we don't want to, if we decide not to kick out some forms today. Having heard sort of the preference of the committee last time, it was to go ahead and try to get some drafts up to the commission at the August meeting. So I would recommend that what we do is to take the forms that we want to send to the commission at its next meeting. First, go through those in detail and make sure that all the changes, paragraph by paragraph, are as we intend, and then send those to the commission. Well, then, if we notice anything later, then take the rest of our agenda later. If there's some tweaks that we need to make, we can always make those tweaks today. Hopefully, they'll be minor. They won't be significant drafting issues. And then staff can take those to the meeting in August. If that sounds good, then I'd like to just start with the proofreading, if you will, at the beginning while we're awake.
I move that we amend our agenda the way Ron said.
Thank you. All in favor?
Aye.
All against? Right. So the agenda is so modified. We will start with reviewing the forms, and then we'll go back through the agenda as it's written now. So if we start in your materials, the first form we have, and a lot of the changes in these forms are consistent throughout the various contracts. And so if we review it and go through that, starting with the unapproved property contract on page 12 of the materials. These changes that are highlighted in here are the changes that we've discussed in the prior meetings. And I think today, going through it, if we want to discuss any additional portion of it, or definitely for grammatical or any changes we want to make there, we can walk through it. Most of these changes are pretty simple, and so I think if we kind of start page by page looking at this, would be the most efficient way to get through. On the first page of the unapproved property, we took out language at the beginning. Or let me ask first, in reviewing this, did anybody have any particular changes they wanted to make or catch any typos? Reviewing, I did not in my review.
I was good on this one.
And so, in looking at this, I'm not sure, and I'll pose this, does anybody want to walk through change by change, or do we want to walk through just generally speaking these contracts?
I suggest you ask generally and see if anything hits, and if we get 10 of them, then you may have to go in order.
Okay. So on the unapproved property contract, if we begin on changes on the first page, any comments or changes?
I have one question. This is really not a change or anything else for the forms, but it's really more a question for the brokers. So the changes that we made in paragraph 3A with this cash transaction, I was sort of the one who didn't like the change.
I love the
Oh, you
change.
love the change?
Yeah.
Okay, so I want to make sure that, because we were reacting to an anomaly of the seller's market still, and so I want to confirm that this is not something that's going away, that we're, because if it's an issue that's going away, then I'd advocate taking it out and not doing it, but if it's not an issue, but if it's still an issue, then I'll secede the issue and move on.
We see more of it, and I think it's for clarity, and it's very timely and needed, so.
And I don't think it's going away. Even if the market goes the other direction, I think there's still a space for these other business models, and we're still gonna see it.
Yes.
Well, and it's always been there. I mean, this issue's been there too. It's more now, but it's been there for a long time.
I think it's a timeless change.
Okay, all right.
There, and then after that, the bottom of the page is just capitalizing escrow agent. That's a defined term. Page 2, same as just capitalizing escrow agent. The next change we have is on page 4, which we added subsection 12, which is a required notices section. And remember, we took out something at the end. I think it was the PID notice, and then we put it all in one blank here with the following notices have been provided, so they can list them out with ones we're actually given. The C was modified to, now this language here was what was required, documentation be provided showing the repairs. I had several comments to me that they, especially the brokers, like that language in providing documentation of the repairs. So I've had a lot of favorable comments to it. Has anybody received any?
Yes, excellent addition. It's not anything new, but it's something what we've done. And now is putting both the seller and the agent on notice that don't forget to do this. So it's very, very good addition.
And the comments I received is it's a tool now, the point that you need to provide it. And it's always asked for it, Central Center, I don't have to give it to you. And that this would be an additional tool that'd be helpful in the toolbox. So any other comments to the changes on page 4? Okay. Page 5, we have capitalization of escrow agent. And then we have the addition of the private transfer fees will be the obligation of seller unless provided otherwise in this contract. I did not have any feedback come in personally on that. Does anybody have any?
I think Brian had suggested that, didn't he?
Ron, do you have any comments or back to you on the page 5 changes?
You know, the term private transfer fee is defined in the statute to include some things and not others, but I think this works since we have the phrase unless provided otherwise in this contract. So I think this works.
And it distinguishes that there is a difference between private transfer fees and the transfer fees for the sale of the property and the HOA addendum. I mean,
That's right.
Confusion, and still is, and I think this will help.
Do we need to reference the definition in chapter 5?
That's where I was gonna go. If this is a defined term, because I looked at it, you know, admittedly, I didn't know what it was. Like, what is a private transfer fee? And you tell me it's defined, and that, I think we need some kind of reference so everybody knows what are we talking about, what's included, what's not, without writing it all in here.
Do you have the property section reference on hand, Brian?
No, it's chapter 5 of the property code. Hold on, if you wait 1 second, I'll find it.
Guess you could put as defined in the property code.
Well, as defined in chapter 5.
Yeah.
Yeah,
Yeah, something like
and I do think that's a good addition because
Yeah.
one of the few notes I made on these was define this, so.
Even if you don't put the exact section, you can put chapter 5, just so everybody knows, this is a term.
I think if we can find the exact section, it'd be consistent with other places in the contract pointing to.
Okay. It's
201.
yeah, 5.201 is the definition. It's 5.201.4. And 4 in brackets on.
Okay, so we want to say as defined in section 5.201.
Yeah,
Do we really, because we get the, we have the other ones there.
well, 201 is just definitions.
Right.
Yeah, I would do 5.201.
Or you could put subchapter G, if you want to do that, which would cover the whole, I
I
don't know
like
the
that.
definitions, but the law. Subchapter G, subchapter G, that protects property code. I mean, Brian and I are smart, but I think a monkey could have found it as fast as
Some
we
of
did.
them, some of them are grandfathered.
With all
Or
that.
at least they
I'm
were
not
with the
sure all
original
that is.
developers, they can't come out, there's no.
No, and neither is the general
No,
public.
but the Google, I'm just saying, the Google, anybody
Because
can
remember
Google
there
it.
for a while.
Find it.
Yeah, and keep in mind that subchapter G generally defines a private transfer fee, and I think the general definition is the proper way to do it. But the rest of it goes into what the restrictions are on certain private transfer fees. But I think the general definition in 52014 is really the proper, I just limit it to that.
Can I go slightly on a half rabbit trail, chair people?
Let's get this language real quick. Is it to this language or? Real, in our forms, normally we do the section symbol. I like it written out section, but
Well,
to be
but I
consistent.
thought we were gonna say subchapters G, so we're not gonna say
No,
section at
that's
all.
Which one are we going to do?
fine, but, subchapter G of the
Texas Property Code. Chapter 5, subchapter G of the Texas Property Code.
Of the Texas. That was exactly where I was going, John, was while we're doing this today and every day, I'm making notes about what is our standards, from the standards committee. It's like one of the things is section, and I guess the bigger question is, do we want as a policy generally, if we are relying on a statute for something we're putting in form, do we want to try to reference it? Is that something we want to do on a general basis?
I think it's beneficial and helpful to the consumer who may not know where to go look it up, and agents as well, but ultimately the consumers, that's all attorneys.
So I'm making that
Yes,
note
sir.
for our standards.
And I agree to our education point, where we're always saying the answer to everything is education, but we have to be able to help the agent, in this case, know where to go to look. So I think that standard is very needed.
And this will help their Google search when they
Yeah.
pull this up.
Yes, sir.
Hey, Ron, can I ask you a question? Is it possible that you can share the screen of what you're putting up so that I can see it?
Yes, let me figure out how to
I
get
sent
on
you
the link.
Somebody hold their phone up. That's
Oh,
what
sure.
I'm-
There you
Take a picture.
We do this first, and then I-
One second,
Or you could do the camera towards the screen instead of towards us.
It's fine, Brian, trust us.
Yeah.
I trust all of you.
But not
And
with
I
this.
said, I trust all of you.
Like Reagan though.
Just to verify.
Although I would warn Bo, he ought not to be surfing any bad websites because I can see his screen.
He's over your shoulder.
Thanks for the warning.
If you get too bored, not on the track internet.
Look
You
up
know, we lost
something
a,
sketchy and see what he's.
Director of Metro. He brought his own personal laptop to work to watch porn at lunch and admitted it, but he used the Metro internet to do it. And he got canned. So watch it down there.
Hey, I'm okay.
Thanks
for your concern, but it's.
Bo, is there something you want to talk to us about?
I want to note that I'm the only one at the table without a
Okay.
laptop, so I'm.
Okay, we'll go ahead and move on while we're working through the.
Yeah, that's fine. That's
Yeah, Bo wants you to move on really fast.
Yeah. Save him. Okay, so that's all the changes we have on, go back to that page.
All escrow agent.
So the next one is escrow agent. We did on the top of page 6, add some language in terms of clarification for prorations. And we added rents and prepaid regular periodic maintenance fees. And then it's really just moving around. So it's adding the prepaid regular periodic maintenance fees.
Yeah.
Clarifies.
I have a note here from, actually from Robin Harris, his comments on the farm and ranch and just generally otherwise, and pointed out that there is a difference between a supplemental market adjustment and a rollback tax, and that even supplemental market adjustments could be assessed later. Should we consider also adding that here? I know this is about a proration, but theoretically.
You mean
could
in
happen
section
within
B?
a year.
Well, the suggestion was made in that comment to add a subsection C here. And I guess we can take this part up now since it impacts this. And Robin, I don't know if you want to expound on that comment and maybe educate us on what supplemental rollback taxes are.
I can, and Charles, step in if I mess something up, so I'll step up. This is my courtroom. So we started our own concurrent and friendly farm and range task force while y'all were looking at your farm's contract. We thought we would look at one also. We had an economist from Texas A&M, Blake Bennett, who raised this specific issue on this supplemental item, which is that with the rollback tax, once you change your ag exemption to just regular and you start the development, so it looks at the previous 3 years, not the current tax year, the 3 previous years. So if you sell the property in 2022, they're going to look back at 21, 20, 19. That's your rollback tax. But there's still going to be an adjustment for 2022 from the ag to the current use. So that's going to go to the seller because that was the property owner at the beginning of the year. So if the property sells in October, November, for example, that's going to go to the seller. So then who pays the 2022 tax? It's not really addressed because it's not necessarily a rollback tax. So, and it's not defined, that specific phrase is not defined in the tax code or on the comptroller's website. It's just allowed in the tax code is the way that he described it. So this is something that could be just an extra paragraph C, buyer or seller, check will pay any market adjustment. Or if there's another thing that the
So that has to do with the current tax year.
Oh, correct, right.
Well, and the way typically, as I understand it from my inside sources and deals, that it's the buyer is gonna deal with it.
You would think so, right?
They are gonna deal with it unless there's something negotiated otherwise. And going back to the seller who's
Is it not addressed in A by saying, like the next sentence in A says the tax proration may be calculated taking into consideration any change in exemptions that will affect the current year's taxes, and then kind of goes on. So I mean, is that not addressed by that paragraph?
I don't know.
So you're saying,
Go ahead.
Well, what about the last sentence? Look at the very last sentence.
Yeah, taxes are not paid at or prior to closing, buyers shall pay taxes for the current year.
Yeah, that's
For the current
how
year.
it's, right.
And so because of the
Doesn't talk about
uncertainty,
those
right, because there may be that uncertainty at closing, right, where the buyer's, okay, I'm gonna pay this. It seems like it happens mainly with the large land sales, especially in North Texas, that are then developed immediately, begin development immediately. And that's where the tax issue comes up. I think it probably is paid, but I don't know if that's something that needed to be addressed. So that's why I wanted to raise the issue to the committee. Felt that it was something.
Can you educate me some more on it? So you're saying that if it sells in October of 22, I understand what rollback is, but in 22, wouldn't it normally be the seller's paying up to October, the buyer's paying from then on, prorated?
So if the seller has already paid at the beginning of the year,
Okay,
right?
yeah.
And that's the issue.
And it could theoretically go the other way too. I mean, you could have some land that was qualified for ag but never used ag, added the ag, and then they get the ag. But what you're really talking about is where probably ag is now turning into commercial or residential development, so it loses ag exemption the minute they start developing it.
Let me ask this question, Robin. So is the, and I don't know if you know, but is the appraisal district saying that the ag exemption is lost on the date of sale? Or are they relating back and saying it's lost effective January 1, which is the date of the value that's used to assess the property for the entire year? Because I know, I deal with these issues on religious issues, and some counties prorate, and some don't prorate.
So is it a county by county?
Exemption, right?
Should
Well,
be.
but-
Yeah, religious though is specific, Ron, and that, I think the statute specifically says you go to the date of sale or the loss of the exemption for religious.
Right, so
it's kind of like
Annual, other
over
than
65.
the legislature in this last time, changed on residential, that you can get your residential exemption in the year you buy a house. But everything else, was the last time I looked at it, and I don't think there's been any change, it does affect the whole.
Over 65.
Okay, so
Lee has
lose
a comment.
it
what you're thinking then is,
retroactively
I sell
back
in
to January.
October, then it relates back.
That's
to the
right,
whole
so it could be
year.
a bad surprise.
Okay, so is the seller, so then if we fall back on the proration here, the seller's picking up the 10 months worth of taxes here potentially, right?
Potentially.
Negotiate, I mean, that's the point, is bring it up so people can negotiate it.
Well, you're saying that's not a rollback tax, but rather it's a proration issue.
Well,
Should that
It's,
matter?
but it's not defined as a rollback tax. It's this
Supplemental
extra.
market
Right, no, right.
adjustment.
Well, it's
Extra
just a-
adjustment.
What happens is an exemption that I had, I thought I had, I don't have.
Right.
Now it's the-
Yes.
Will it be
Say that,
loaded?
Lee has a comment.
Dude, I was next.
All right, get the list.
This is a legitimate point, and I recognize that it happens, and it happened. But I have serious doubts if it's even 5% of those transactions, much less 5% of what we do here. So I don't think it meets our 5% threshold.
That was
Which
my.
means I think we should move on.
That was my original thought, but being educated on what the issue is and then seeing if, I'm not in favor of a whole new subsection for it, but if there's something that could be in parentheses and add a description of it or something there so it's on people's minds.
Well, in paragraph A, if the committee thinks that that is the place to address it, or that it's already even addressed.
I think it's addressed.
That's what,
Seems to me.
yeah,
It's
I
already-
agree with Lee,
If it's this,
but I also agree with you. I don't understand what the issue is, and I agree with you 1,000%, but I would like to understand the issue too.
And maybe for purposes of getting these forms out, we move forward and have that as an action item to put on the list. We can educate ourselves in the interim
Yeah.
a little
And,
more
and
and then maybe look at changes in the future.
Yeah, and I can talk to Dr. Bennett. He has contacts. It seems specific to Collin County. I don't know if it is.
It's not.
yeah,
No, it's
but if you're building on $1 billion mile, you're not using these forms.
Right.
You're hiring an attorney. I would.
Well, I was about to say, they're sophisticated parties anyway, I mean, these are multi.
Yeah.
It's covered, it is, I
That's what
mean,
I
it is.
If there's any materials you can provide us in the interim before our next meeting, that would be.
Could I make one comment though?
Sure.
If the understanding is that B covers rollback taxes for the years prior to closing, but any of these supplemental assessments will be covered under A, the prorations, and we'll split it accordingly. Perhaps 13B in the second line instead of periods, we should say years prior to closing. Because it says for periods prior to closing will be the obligation of buyer.
What's the difference?
Yeah, and a year doesn't have to be a calendar year.
I want to make changes that,
I mean,
Well, if there's a supplemental tax for the current year, the buyer might be responsible for the seller's piece of the current year. And that might trump the
period,
proration of 13A.
let's say it was being sold to a religious organization, the period might be less than a year. And if it's not being sold to a religious organization, it might be a year. I think that's the periods.
Same thing holds true with any tax exempt entity, like the state. And
That's right, that's right. So this covers all things and people have seen it.
Do you think that's a fair?
No, this doesn't bother me. It's worked for years the way it is.
And I'm sorry, just,
did you forget to speak?
would maybe a title change of that paragraph address the issue instead of specific to rollback
To what?
taxes to?
Is this gonna change
Roll-
though? Are you not gonna?
I think rollback is intended, what we're talking about is different than rollback, right? And changing the prorations covering the supplemental tax and the B still covering the rollback portion of it. So I'm not sure changing rollback to something different will encompass this new idea that we have today. But I'm still, I would like the education on this point that I've never addressed before. I think most of us.
We could have it say rollback taxes and adjustments.
Well, no, I think the reason why I would keep rollback the same way is because it's a specific assessment in the tax code.
Yeah.
So I'd rather address rollback separately. And then this issue of loss of exemption, which is what this sounds like, in a separate manner. I wouldn't want to take that out of there because the rollback taxes are a big issue, big dollar issue. The other, we face this sometimes sort of in reverse, a reverse analogy with builders. They'll build a home and they've got improvements on it. The house is pretty much ready, but the appraisal district doesn't catch up with it, right?
Right.
And so in the dealer sale, they get taxed as a lot. Right. And then somewhere the appraisal district wakes up somewhere down the road, and then it's like, okay, well, how come this didn't happen at the time? So even though I don't think buyers are complaining about it, because they can still get some benefit from it, it sort of happens in reverse.
And that's probably the more common scenario that we see.
But doesn't the tax code address that? I thought that they assessed it for the current year based on what the value was on January 1.
Well, there's all kinds of adjustments.
If they know about it.
Yeah, if you buy something, she said it's $1 million highway, they'll see it, but otherwise they don't catch it.
Okay.
So
My vote would be, I'm in agreement that we not change it now because this is a complex issue. But I think it would be a good thing to have a working group address. And I'll tell you, the title industry is always concerned because sellers and buyers may disagree on how prorations are done. And the title company, who's not a party to the agreement of the seller and the buyer, is looked at as the judge and the jury. So having more clarity in this paragraph, I think, would be valuable.
And I fully agree with that statement, especially for title companies being the target of people's aggression when these issues arise. I would love clarity on that. But does anybody want to join the working group to look into this?
Well, the comment actually came into the address to the Farm and Ranch Working Group, so I think we'll have that on our agenda, and if the chair wants, it makes sense to me. We talked about it too, that a lot of what we're doing on Farm and Ranch really does apply to the unapproved as
Yes.
well.
Agreed.
But I don't know that we need a whole nother committee, because I think we would be doing things in two silos, and that doesn't make sense to me.
I agree. So we'll task that to the Farm and Ranch Working Group.
Hey, SJ,
And unapproved.
for those of us who are still trying to get our head around what the issue is, can you have when y'all do it, will you come up with an example? Hypothetical that you're trying to cure.
We'll coordinate with our friends here too,
And
Do you have one? Okay.
Yeah, I've got an explainer that Dr. Bennett provided.
Perfect.
That'd be
It's a
great.
Word document, so I'll send that out.
Awesome.
Thank
He's
you.
a very smart guy, so it took me
You had to
Took me a while.
translate it.
Took me a while.
So you're fresh, when you're fresh in the morning.
Send us your interpretation.
That's
right. Can we get a summary?
Okay, I think we've talked that one through and ready to move on to the next one, keeping our changes that we made and looking at the additional changes at future meetings. The bottom of the page is merely capitalizing escrow agent. Same with the changes on page 7, except for the removal of the, in paragraph 22 of the addendum for the PIT notice, which we had moved earlier in the contract. And those are all the changes.
question, would this be a time to address one of the questions that was raised in an email about adding non-military item addendum back to section 22?
I think we will probably address those in the comments, and then if we're getting these out, and then we'll come back to that, and we can add on if necessary, but at least we can have these out there.
That's good.
Non-real, okay, and on this particular form, I don't think that would be, definitely less than.
Yeah, definitely
Yeah,
approved.
not applicable to this.
Okay,
So what do we need to do? We need
So,
to move that this goes on, or?
well, I think we can go through them all, then we can propose at the end. So the next one is the 1 to 4, and I would propose that if it's the same change as we made to the others, that we can skip over that to the new one. So on page 1, it's the same change that we had on the unimproved. Same on page 2. Same on page 4.
I have a question I'd like to raise. In many of our new addenda and additions to the contracts, we have noted that the buyer has X number of days to request documents, leases, whatever, X number of days to review them, can terminate the contract, receive their earnest money. It's very clear. When we talk about the the MUD district notice and the public improvement district notice, the same criteria of the buyer, if they never get it, can terminate the contract, receive their earnest money. And all it does is point to the water code and point to the property code. So my point is, we go to education of the agent, who is the one who, with the seller, delivers these informational documents on assessments and taxes to the buyer. But they don't understand, and yes, I know education is the answer, but should we also, if we go into all that detail in our new addenda and other additions to the contract to talk about what the buyer's rights are, we don't in these two very important areas. So can that be considered?
I think that's a fair point, especially with how big of a termination right is attached to not providing. Let's start with the MUD notice, right? So if it's not provided, the buyer can terminate essentially all the way up through the closing date.
Correct.
And so it is a draconian remedy that's available there, and that is not discussed that I'm aware of anywhere in the contracts. And so I like the idea of providing some more education or pointing, and it's funny when we give presentations, it's one of the rights, and we just say, what are the outs in the contract? And we bring that up. And it's surprising to me that a lot of agents, especially those that don't have a lot of MUDs in their area, don't realize that right. I'm not sure of the fix on how we point, because right now we've lumped in our new paragraph, or subsection 11 in the 1 to 4 on a 6E11, just the general notices have been provided.
Right.
And maybe that's something we can look at on how to expand on that, or how to put notes in that section.
That's a thought.
Either pointing to the
Somewhere for
codes.
the clarity, yes.
Thinking this through real quick, the idea table is not, if you just point to the code section, it doesn't really educate the agent. And that's not something they'll necessarily go
Agent
look.
or consumer for that matter.
So maybe we look at developing some language there.
In those documents, the Public Improvement District Addendum, which of course is brand new, and then the MUD District Notice, which right now, unless we develop one, TREC does not have one. The local associations, and I'm only familiar with the Houston one, that provides one, and it doesn't say that either. And so I just feel that if we are going to fixture leases and go into all that verbiage there, we're falling short on a more frequently used area, mud districts, not public improvement as much. And it's just been an ongoing problem. And I think education is fine, but having the words right there to be pointed to, as we've talked about before, part of what we're trying to do is say it's there. And those two are not there.
So,
And the thought that we don't have the mud notice as a track form, that would lean towards putting something in the actual contract itself in language in there. Maybe we can investigate that and bring it for the next meeting in terms of putting on an open discussion, maybe some ideas on how that can be incorporated. But I do love the idea because it is such an important right and an obligation that a lot of people miss.
So if you agree it's an important right, it's constantly getting tabled year after year. At some point, I hope we will address it and say, if we can put lesser things in greater detail, taking up more space, why can't we do that in the body of the contracts regarding that? I think we owe it to the consumer and the agent.
I want to correct something. That's
John,
not
well,
accurate, getting
okay.
tabled year after year. I mean,
Well, no,
not
okay,
to be-
I haven't been
Not
here
to
for years.
point it out, you
just-
haven't, that's
Well,
not even
and when
accurate.
issues like this are brought up, we address them. And I think this is an important enough one to make an agenda item for the next meeting to discuss this and any other notices like that. One, to be consistent with our notices. And
Yes.
as we're discussing now, adding subchapter G, right, chapter 5, subchapter G is pointed out maybe in the same vein as looking at this, we see if we're consistent throughout and what we can add to that.
Right, and I apologize, I have not been here year after year, but I have been an instructor and an agent, and I've seen that it's not been clarified, so no offense to the committee.
Yeah.
Well, and I'm not sure we've discussed that.
Here, I want things accurate.
Yeah, and I'm not sure that particular issue has been discussed to that point of putting in notice language. So that's a very good thought to add to there, and we definitely have all experienced that in our education efforts.
And what is being suggested to add in addition to what we already have in paragraph 3 of the notices?
The specific, some notice to the consumer about the termination rights or what's required in terms of providing those before executing the contract, for the mud notice in particular.
Oh, so like maybe a sentence, failure to give the notice may result in rights to terminate the contract?
Correct. And
Okay.
maybe to keep things on track here, maybe we can move this discussion to the back end, see how much time we have so we can stay on track with the forms here. And then if we have time at the end, we can discuss it at this meeting. If not, make an agenda item for the next one.
I think that's a good idea to put on the agenda for next, that we allocate some time and hit it.
Because I do agree that's a.
Maybe have some proposals with language too.
Yeah.
All right, so with that, we'll move forward with that. Very good point. And we'll march through this language here, starting on page 5 of the 1 to 4, are the first new changes that we have.
I have a drafting bit or question. And apologize because it's the language that Greg and I worked on there in 7F. Roman numeral 2 there in the middle. It says that at such expense arrange for the transfer of any transferable warranties with respect to repairs and treatments buyer. Do we need at closing at the end? Those words, so that transfer takes.
Without
place.
that in there, doesn't it infer that it'll be done sometime at closing?
Well, I know, that's why I'm
I
saying.
don't think we should infer. I should put it in. Yeah.
So,
I'd agree with that.
Okay. And then there, I didn't know if you want to make a conforming change, it's not critical in 9B3, where we list the kinds of things that are executed, do we say transfers, warranties? Again, just an oversight.
Like, where do you want it? Like, right after affidavits?
Could you repeat what you want?
Yeah, in 9B3, you see all those lists of the various notices, statements, certificates, somewhere in that list, but transfers, warranties.
I think you just do comma after loan documents, transfers of warranties and other documents.
Back to the standards, can we agree that we're doing the Oxford comma? Didn't we agree to that?
Yes, we did.
Amen.
It means what, since you're in there, let's add an Oxford comma after your new transfer documents, comma. I'm so happy I'm gonna write that in the standards notes right now, capital letters. Don't look at me, young people who don't know about Oxford commas.
I'm looking to wear my Oxford Common t-shirt next time.
And old people. Oh, word.
Yeah. I'm proud of it.
You're on probation.
Well, I mean, I
Yeah, that's good.
realize that.
Thing,
Yeah.
comma, thing,
One
comma,
period.
and.
Had a whole hour-long meeting on that.
It means when in doubt, put a comma there.
It's never hurt to be honest.
It's much helpful it's more helpful in the legal interpretation. It's not just.
After Ron types this out, we'll go through, since he suggested the changes, see if there's any other comments to this language.
And remind me, okay, this residential service contracts, the 7H,
What was that?
we added that, sorry, I went back up a little bit into 7H. We added that residential service contracts because they're now TDLR, not. Correct.
And they are not using the term residential service company anymore.
Right, so this, okay,
That language was suggested from TDLR.
yes, okay.
What are they using now?
Big service contract providers.
Provider or administrator?
Okay.
That's
We have to
the
be politically correct.
Well, as long as they don't say warranty.
I got into that when we were doing the hell.
Okay.
For a home builder, but
So, Amy's suggesting,
warranties in the title.
instead of comma here, just use a parenthetical.
I mean, it's not a big deal, I just.
Is
Well, I
that
think whatever
consistent
we
with
do, that ought to be our standard, everywhere that we do it, you know what I mean? If we're gonna,
Consumer consistent.
yes, I like it.
That's a big assumption.
We have
At least we're making the
we
effort.
have hope.
I'm not sure we referenced,
Yeah, I don't know where we, well, the notice,
I'm reading the contract on the first page.
What do the other lawyers think about the parentheticals?
it's not a big deal, I just kinda like it.
I like the parentheticals
Okay,
as well. In this context, where we're doing a reference
I
to.
think it's easier to read the parent.
okay,
Well, let's do that, and they'll be on our new standard.
I use way too many.
so that's for any sort of reference, legal citation, statutory, blah, blah, blah.
Right,
Now, we could be referring to something in the sentence. So we might-
Right. Okay,
And there's a few references to other sections pursuant to
Okay.
dot would not have.
any reference, including statutory or other.
So any more comments on 7F?
No.
No? Okay, so we'll move on to the, page 6 has the same change with private transfer fees. Page 7 has the same change to the proration section, and the escrow agent being capitalized. We did add, I'm not sure we picked up on this actually when we went over the unapproved, but in paragraph 18, under B, we also added the phrase before releasing any earnest money. And this is in the context that if no closing occurs, the escrow agent may require any excess funds to buyer, let's see, require written release liability of escrow agent from all parties before releasing any earnest money.
We stuck that in there because that's practice anyway, and we're trying to warn the parties, this is happening, so don't get sassy.
And I didn't personally
They
receive
can
any
still-
feedback on that.
They can still get sassy.
Without that change, if closing doesn't occur, everyone has to release us. That's okay with me. But I think that's what was meant. Is it's limited to
about that. Diana, do you hate that or like that?
I don't have a
No, I
problem
think
with
it's
it.
clarity, I think it's good, definitely.
That was our last new change to that contract. So with that, we'll march forward to the new home contract, starting with the incomplete, which is on page 33 of the materials. First page changes are the same. I'm not sure we have any different changes in this one at all. Next one's the new home contract complete, which I believe is the same way.
I do have one question, probably to staff. We have a new disclaimer at the bottom. Now we're on 23-18 instead of 23-17. Was there anything we need to look at about that? I know it now, I don't know if it did before, but at least it now says it's not intended for complex transactions. Just what prompted that? At the very bottom, the disclaimer on all the forms, it's been changed. Also, I was just wondering. Prompted that. See what I'm talking about, Abigail? The very
On
bottom.
page 51.
Well, it is on page 40, it's at the bottom of any and all of the contracts, you know how the little.
Yeah, but are you just referring to the numbering change? I don't see any other changes.
Well, yeah, that was my question, I haven't gone back to compare, I'm being lazy and I'm just asking.
Oh, yeah, so whenever we make any change to the contract, we update the number at the bottom. And because that disclaimer has the number in it as well, we update that, so that's.
Okay,
And that's the only change.
Yeah.
okay.
Yeah, no problem.
Okay. So marching right ahead, we have the farm and ranch contract, which we do have additional changes that were made. I think it's probably most appropriate for the working group who made the changes to lead any follow-up discussions they had or walk through the language on this one. Who from the working group would like to take the lead on that one?
Well, presuming y'all read the notes, about our meeting, just cutting straight to the chase. We didn't make any changes to mineral estate. And we did propose, that the committee proposed some changes in paragraph C.
Are you on the contract or the addendum?
I'm sorry, I'm on the addendum.
Yeah,
That's all we
I think
talked
we're
about in
there.
our meeting.
Yeah,
Sorry.
we're not there yet.
Yeah.
I think,
You're right.
well, I think there were some changes on the contract, and we may have talked about them last time when we reported last time, but I think in general, we added the little notice up at the top, just to clarify, I guess, because sometimes people think, how many acres do you have to have? Is it big, you can do it for small acres or big acres, so I think that was the idea there. We added on paragraph A because sometimes, tracks cross counties, and so that was a comment that somebody had made, that it would be good to be able to list that there were multiple counties. I don't really remember B2.
D2,
I think that was just added.
We made it plural, because there might be more than one house,
Yeah.
more than one garage.
And then, of course, there in the sales price, the 3D, we had the discussion about, adjusting for survey acreage. So I think we talked about that at our last meeting as well. So maybe everybody should take a second look to make sure. I think we looked at that language last time and everybody was good with it. But you can take a second look and make sure you're okay.
We did get a comment back from Robin here on the leases where we updated the natural resource leases. Apparently, his group did not like timber after we worked so hard to add it in there.
In the comment there on timber is really a crop and not a natural resource. And this is on page, in the supplemental materials in the email from Robin. And Robin, I don't know, for the benefit of everybody, Texas law on crops versus natural resources.
So it wasn't explained as a legal definition. but every single member of our task force that we had together. So our task force met on Wednesday, so I apologize, it was very close to this meeting, so we weren't able to provide a lot of comments. I can tell you, they liked almost every single change to this contract, the sales price adjustment based on everything that was included in there. This was one that almost everyone raised their hand and said, that's a crop. It's just like sorghum, it's just like cotton, it just grows slowly. The only time that it's considered a natural resource, the only time that it's been seen, and this is only one set of everyone in the group, was when it was for a carbon offset type of situation where a company leased this amount of forest from this person in Northeast Texas for that type of situation. Everything else is consistent. So they just requested that just that word be struck. And full disclosure, I think I'm the one who brought this originally based on the legal hotline question that we got.
Yeah.
I mean.
Were any of those people East Texas folks?
Yes.
Okay, because we usually think of it as a natural resource.
Yeah.
Timber.
Yeah, so that's an assessment, people, it's assessed as a crop, it's considered a crop for sales purposes, so that's the type of lease that it is.
How are the timber leases phrased? I mean, are they, this is in the lease section to identify what a natural resource lease under our contract means.
So, I think it would be similar to what the new surface lease paragraph is considering. But I didn't see any specific examples of leases.
Yeah, I'm just kind of thinking of the definition. I mean, timber grows naturally versus crops we deliberately plant, rice we deliberately plant, sorghum. I know you can replant a tree after you cut it, but it's native. Yeah.
And I would say that the situation of timber being leased would be very rare. It's typically.
Yeah. Right, yeah, so we'll buy it.
So, it really doesn't fit anywhere, and I think that was part of our problem. I think we were trying to,
That's why it bounced around so much on it, just.
because it didn't make sense for surface, but it doesn't, it is a natural resource, but it's not usually.
Recommendation to strike it in
Strike it.
4C and also in 2F.
I wish I could go back in time, because I know it was a big
Yeah,
discussion to get it
we went
there, and
around
I'm
a lot.
now
We were-
not remembering
We were talking
why we
leases
needed
and
it there. Yeah.
Really, it was more.
It was more the definition of a natural resource as opposed to
Well,
Robin,
Go
the
ahead.
I'm
lease.
sorry, Robin, so are they saying just to take the word timber out, period, just don't address it?
Kind of the leases department.
Yes,
Then
But
not
what about the
address timber
reservations?
anywhere?
not addressed.
Well,
In
and
leases.
right now, it's being used as an example, I think, to provide notice of what needs to be provided in terms of leases. And
Right.
now we have multiple sections, 4 different sections on leases: residential, fixture, natural, and surface. And do we need a descriptor to point out timber falls within a particular category? Or is it a 5% where timber leases aren't going to be out there and we don't need a descriptor to potentially cause more
Right.
confusion on the issue? And it,
Well, let's go back, somebody asked about the contract, so I've only done a couple. And it did include a lease. So the right to harvest did include a lease of the property
So did mine.
during 6 months or
Mine
however
was
long it
3
took
years. They
for
get the
them
suckers
to
3
have.
years.
So it did include a lease of the right to access the property, use the roads, even a barn to keep some material in. So
Mine was a
I may be
forestry
going
lease.
back here to why it's in the lease. I don't know that I'm remembering, but I am.
I remember a little bit of our conversation because you were asking me also if I'd done it, and I have done a few forestry leases, not like I'm a guru in it, but because I'm in East Texas, I've seen them and they lease it for 3 or 4 years and we get to maintain it, and we have in the lease the option to take the timber if we so choose, or we may just say, it's not worth it, we're not fooling with it, but they have the
It's kind of like
land,
an option, and then they can,
but they
it's
have the
like the
land for
drilling.
years.
They could do it, and then they don't have to do it, and then they can do it, or
Right,
don't do it.
exactly,
But
exactly.
they do get to use the property.
And if you buy it, like, I don't know if y'all know, I'm sure everybody's heard of good old Sour Lake, Texas, but there's lots of land over there that I've dealt with where they basically get it under a forestry lease. They get to manage it for 3, 4, 5 years. and if they want, they can buy it. One of the ones I did, the guy bought it, and he was furious because they had exercised their option and came and chopped all his trees, and he's now looking at something that's been napalmed after Vietnam, like it was just wiped
But
out.
that's what the lease said, and that's the whole
Right.
point of why we want to disclose it.
Right, we were trying to get this, we were trying to plug it in somewhere
Yeah.
as a tool to give notice to the buyer, like, heads up, this thing may be under.
So I'm
In
gonna
lieu
have
of-
some pushback. Right.
Well, and so the question is, for timber lease, if it doesn't fall within any of these categories, do we have, where's the other lease section? If somebody
What's
has
the
it,
surface lease? 4D.
Yeah, it would
Okay.
be, it would be more
Yes.
appropriate as a surface lease, not a natural resource lease.
so keep the descriptor, just move it to D instead of C.
So before wind or solar, or after wind or solar.
Timber.
I'm kind of indifferent where we put it, I was in the work group, and I just think it needs to be somewhere.
Here was-
I think moving it to surface leases is fine. It's the same obligation under C and D in terms of providing a lease.
But.
Yeah.
And so we keep the descriptor so people have it called out, and the obligation will be the same. And if the,
So just move it to D.
just move it to D, I think, and the stakeholders who have an interest and know about this suggest that, and I would
Can you
take.
speak for a little?
Is anybody opposed to just moving timber from C to D?
The, so, two questions. We're gonna leave 2F alone. Right, yeah, 2F, we're gonna leave that alone, right?
Because timber's listed in.
Yes.
You can reserve timber rights,
Yes.
I guess.
Yes.
And then, secondly, are we gonna make this change in all forms? Or
Yes.
surfaces?
That it applies to, yeah,
Or
we
we can
should.
have surfaces apply?
I think we need to be consistent.
Yes.
Okay.
So we're gonna take timber, because we cut wind, you see, there, ha
You were waiting for that.
Dad joke
ha.
somewhere.
Yeah. So move the timber into surface, maybe, I guess, right after wind or solar.
Where that paragraph is.
That's pretty funny.
Surfaces.
Oh, that's it, we don't have others.
And you might even, you can call it timber, you might even call it forestry.
Well, wow, that timber or forestry, if you think they're different.
I don't know the difference, I just don't know, what we can pick one of them, forestry or timber.
Because we
Flag.
had on that surface.
Timber.
Alright, timber, fine, timber.
Yeah.
Okay, so we don't have it in.
Because the people in that trade are all called resource leases.
Brian has a comment. Go ahead,
Well, we
Brian.
have natural resource lease, but I don't think we.
Did I say it?
I'm not sure.
I did, if people are thinking of timber as a crop, do we need to change paragraph 2D? Because this would give the seller the right to clear cut the property.
It's not a crop, really.
That's sort of Tony's
I know,
example.
we've talked ourselves out of that.
Okay.
We're not, Tony's argument is it's not a crop.
Yeah, I said that.
Yeah, and the industry term on like Temple Inlet, they don't say, they don't, on their website, it's not Temple Inlet, timber. If we want to get technical, the industry term is forestry.
Well, then use both, but I would definitely not remove timber because the common vernacular is timber.
Yeah.
How about timber or forestry?
Sure.
Timber slash forestry.
I don't have a strong opinion
I
either way.
don't either, I'm indifferent. Just go with timber, they
Well,
should pick up.
that's
on
what
that.
I yell when I
Timber
fell a
is
tree.
common term. I think the state bar has a timber lease.
Yeah.
Okay, let's go with that then.
Can we do it in all caps?
I have a question.
We put it,
We gotta
we
wait that 10 years.
put it in all caps.
I realize this,
so
but I
they
think
help with everything.
since we have paragraph 4, in paragraph 3D, in what we added in paragraph 3D, I'm wondering if we're missing something there. It says, if the sales price is adjusted, the sales price will be adjusted based on the acreage set forth in the survey required paragraph 6C. Right, which I understand by determining the difference in the acreage in paragraph 2A and the new survey acreage. Well, 2A doesn't have any acreage in it. So we have
Yeah,
to do
it
some.
is. Well, it should be described as 150 plus or minus acres in so-and-so. It's
Yeah.
normally described there.
I
Although we don't say it, but
I
people
almost
just
hate to
do.
say it out loud, but I do think that our license holders are pretty consistent about putting
Yeah,
acreage in
always.
that description.
I would say always, but there is no instruction about it.
That's a valid point.
So what I was wondering is, should we
Acreage
put
and address.
a blank there for the amount of acres that you want the adjustment to be?
That'd be fine.
So, because I've, a lot of these legal descriptions will have so many acres saved except such and such and such and such, and then you have to run through.
Well, or should we?
And I've seen where the appraisal district has a different amount of acreage than the survey they obtained in the last transaction from when they purchased it. And their intention is going to be the difference between this, that I may have provided the buyer already in what the new survey is, not what the appraisal district, which I think the legal descriptions come out of.
I think the blank should go there. I have to go back on forestry.
Mhm.
Webster's says, I think we should use both, the science or practice of planting, managing, and caring for forests. So forestry lease could be a management type thing, and the timber lease is gonna be cutting. I think those are different. I think we should put them both.
I don't have a personal strong opinion on that, so collectively, we think putting both, everybody's okay with that?
Yeah. I think if you have land that has a lease on it, you're the seller, you're gonna know it as your forestry lease, so we can do both.
This is getting complicated.
We want to do that one.
Both didn't listen to us, so that means he agrees.
He's educating me.
I'm sorry, what?
See that?
So we're back to adding timber and forestry lease instead of just timber.
Cause it can be like a management.
Yeah, I followed that.
You should get that.
There you go. That would be.
But we're not gonna list that.
Oh, I know.
That's true, because then we'd have to do something else about.
Okay, so
Back to 3D. And so is the blank that you're suggesting in 3D itself, like remove
Yeah.
paragraph 2A and just put it blank?
well, I think that, I may be wrong,
Instead of
but
saying,
does the existing form say the sales price is based on, so many acres or $1 per acre? Does the existing form say that?
Yeah, I think it said will be calculated on the, I'm just looking at the real.
On the basis.
Basis of blank per acre.
Did that get taken out of our red line? Or
So
not
that's what
get
it
rid of
said before, because that was the deal, that wasn't, it wasn't.
the sales price will not be just blah, blah, it's just, it will be calculated on the basis of blank dollars per acre. That's what it said.
Right.
If the sales price is adjusted more than 10%, either party may terminate this contract, providing written notice to the other party within X days after the terminating party receives a survey. Neither party terminates this contract, or if the terminating, or if the variance is 10% or less, the adjustment will be made to the amount in either 3A or 3B, proportionally to 3A and 3B.
And the point was, it was an adjustment of the full acreage as opposed to just difference.
Yeah, you could either pick it would be or would not, and if it was, then it was to the whole price. In both parts of the price, the cash and financing.
So I was just wondering if we needed a sentence that says, well, we're gonna have to take out.
Do you want to
2A.
take out 2A, is what you're saying, but
Well, we need a statement that says the sales price is based on blank dollars per acre.
Well, I think the comment that was raised that caused us to look at this was that sometimes the price took into account, maybe it took into account some improvements or some other things that it's not, the original price might not have been, it could have been based on a per acre price, but it had other things rolled into it. And so if we're changing, because the survey increased or decreased the acreage, we didn't want to apply that to the whole thing because some portion of it could have been attributed.
we want the parties to think about it and just come up with the land acre price that will be adjusted ahead of time before we get down the road. So maybe instead of saying the price or the acreage in 2A, to your point, Ron, just put
Well, I mean,
blank
then you could just
acres.
say, yeah, blank acres. It says-
Right. Although, this makes me think that maybe we ought to add an instruction up at the top in the property description that says,
Or you could do it at 2A, it says.
describe in acres, but
3D is the suggestion that, also the Texas Alliance of Land Brokers.
You could just leave it blank for acreage.
Yeah, that's what I was thinking is in 2A, you could say the property contains blank acres.
and maybe we should say
Then it works
approximately
because
blank
you're
acres.
referencing 2A.
Should we say approximately blank acres or make people fill in?
And somebody gonna pick up on that, say you made a representation,
That's
so
right.
that it's
That's what I'm
X
saying.
acres and it's not, so.
And what if I don't
Well,
know,
it's
and I
adjusted
just say
down below,
tax
isn't it?
parcel XYZ in Hardin County?
And it wouldn't be uncommon for it to be a half acre off.
I think,
Much
or
way
way
off.
off.
Yeah.
Yeah, well, I like the blank in
I do
3D,
too.
it avoids that misrepresentation
Right.
argument. And
And then let them continue to describe.
And they may still use the CAD description for the land, which may say 100 acres, but the last survey is 98 acres. And they can put 98 here and still
Right.
be okay with the 100 up top.
Yeah.
Sure.
I think I like that too.
So we're gonna say, what do we want to say?
Instead of 2A, where you say the price of 2A, or the acreage in 2A, you're gonna say the difference in acreage between blank and the new survey acreage.
Mhm.
The difference.
So this is part of your sentence. So it's really gonna be
Difference in acreage.
Too large?
Of
The difference
blank.
in acreage between blank.
The difference.
between blank and the new survey acreage.
Should we put acres, like
Parenthetical,
blank
Acres.
parenthetical acres?
yes, number of acres.
So that they-
Should we even tell them number of acres?
Number of acres. That's what we should be clearer.
Do many or
Construction
any
manual.
farm and ranch sales take place without a new survey? I mean,
Depends,
Yeah.
okay.
depends.
Yeah.
They're very expensive.
It's
I mean,
They're
was-
very expensive, they're very time expensive.
Yeah.
You know, my
Yeah.
main reference is redoing, they got a $70,000 survey that took them, 2.5 months to get to, and it's screwed up. And it's taken them another month to fix it, and it's gonna be another $30,000. Now, it's a,
Right.
more than 3,000 acre deal, but it's.
Yeah.
So somebody bought that 10 years from now, if they don't.
Yeah.
Survey.
Right.
But typically, if you
But in
finance,
40 years.
they want a survey.
But it
Oh, yeah. Yeah.
depends. And if somebody sold it, is it the same owners? Did they put parcels together?
Yeah.
La, la, la.
But all over like Fredericksburg and that area, people buying 100 acres cash, and they're not getting a survey, they want the land so bad, they don't care if it's 2.5 acres off.
Yeah.
So if we say, will be adjusted based on the difference between blank acres and the new survey acreage, required in paragraph 16.
Right. And I would just say, you're on F, you want to put ellipses first and then a lowercase w, if you will, because that's kind of in the middle of the sentence. Will be adjusted based on the difference between blank acres and the new survey.
So you're going back, it's starting at here.
Yeah, so I want to read the whole thing because I'm getting confused.
Okay, so then you have to start with D, we'll read, yeah. there you go. Well, aren't we still get to pick, the sales price
Yeah,
will or
that's-
will not?
So I'm only starting with the second sentence.
Okay,
Will be adjusted.
comma, the sales price will be adjusted based on the difference in acreage between blank acres and the new survey acreage. Then it goes on.
Well, but if you're gonna try, got a missing clause in between, it says, based on the acreage that work from the survey required in paragraph. It's that. That part is before when you get into the adjustment and the difference.
So if we just substitute that sentence there with what we have all up here, that should work, right? So we select the box that says will be adjusted, and then we say if the sales price is adjusted, the sales price will be adjusted based on the difference between the blank acres and the new survey acres required in paragraph 6C. Then we,
The acreage calculated in the survey required by paragraph C.
Part in the middle. That fourth in the survey.
Calculated or determined?
We took out
Says-
calculated and now say adjusted.
What?
Yeah, but
Says
here we're
originally
not looking at the
set forth in the surveys.
set forth, because this isn't after the adjustment.
The wording originally is acreage set forth in the survey required in paragraph 6C.
I think it should be set forth.
Why? We're also trying to write in better English and just more English, just step forward.
I'm just saying that's how we had it, but.
Yeah, but I think it's not calculated. I think the survey is defining how much acreage is there, so it's, I think calculated, or in that particular sentence, adjusted it. Everywhere else I'm fine with adjusted.
Based on the acreage set forth in the survey. Is what our new language says.
Yeah, that's what I think should be.
and so this sentence just
Required.
replaces the
See that?
second
I got
sentence.
Yes, if the, yes, second,
The
if
rest
the
of it
sales
should
price is
work.
adjusted.
And just to be
I
clear,
think
you are wanting to replace this part, acreage set forth in the survey, not the new survey, but in the survey required in paragraph 6C by determining the difference in acreage and the new survey acreage.
Would it be helpful to copy the whole section?
He's
so we can-
moved that part to the
Okay, I
front
just-
part of the sentence.
yeah.
I think that's what he was, I thought that too, but then I think it's,
So this would read, the next sentence, if you want to see the whole thing, then it is.
Are we changing anything?
No, this is the same.
Greg, say something, you're too quiet, way in here, Greg. Come on, Greg.
That's- Well, and why he's,
English
while
either
he's
way.
typing that out, is there a reason, anybody sees why we have survey capitalized in this section?
Yes, because it's defined somewhere else.
Is it?
yeah, I think it's defined in
Because
the
this is the
survey.
new,
and
the
title.
survey that's
But-
required in the contract.
But I don't see, I
No, I guess it's not.
don't see a defined term, or else I'm missing it.
It looks like it's also capitalized in the objections paragraph.
Objections?
Yeah, I see it capitalized elsewhere, but I don't see a survey is a blank, whatever definition.
Actually, it's
Maybe we
not
should make it.
capitalized in the first part of the
6D,
objection
yeah.
anyway.
It's not capitalized
Section
anywhere else, is
6C.
it?
Yeah, I thought it was.
6C.
In 6D under the, in objections, it's not capitalized. It's commitment, exception documents, and surveys, so maybe that was an oversight.
No, there is one. It is in some places and it is not in others.
Uh-oh.
Consistency!
Problem.
This was said just like.
60,
60, it is, so
Mine's right there with.
several times in 60, but missed in one.
All right, so we need to define it though, and the place to define it would be in 6C.
We need to define what a survey is?
No, we're gonna define the term and have it capitalized. I do think it's a good idea to have it capitalized as a defined term, so we're referring to this survey, the one that is, not a prior one, but the one that is being called for in this contract.
Now, do we have a problem with that though? Because it could be the existing survey or it could be the new survey. Do we have an issue in terms of the other references? There's 21 references to survey in the contract. We need to make sure if we do define it, that we're consistently using the defined term in the proper context and undefined where necessary.
We start defining it, well, that may not be a bad idea, we're gonna open up a lot of.
I don't know.
I'm not sure we need a definition.
I think we do. And I think it's okay to define it in the survey 6C as the survey is gonna be either the new one or the one that they've provided.
Well,
Well,
could
it's
you
getting
just,
two.
could you just add at the end of, so C survey, the survey must be made by a registered professional land surveyor acceptable to the top company by our
That's true.
vendors, parenthetical survey.
Let's say you
Do
have
that.
number one and a survey is provided and it's not acceptable, so you go get a new survey. What is being defined as a survey in that context?
I mean,
If we put it there.
I would put it at the very beginning, actually, even before that sentence, this is a survey. I would just put, and do we do, parenthetical, quote, the survey capitalized, is that how we've been doing it?
So we
No,
have-
it's just in parentheticals. If you look in B where it defines the top commitment and exceptions, we just do parenthetical.
Right, let's do that. So I'd put right after,
Well, because we use the term here required by paragraph 6C, we don't have to have a defined term.
well, but we're using it capitalized, so it
Well,
is
no, but
required.
We just take out the
We
capital.
can
Wouldn't it be
just
easier just to-
lowercase it.
We don't have to, because it's the survey required by 6C, we don't just want to do
All
it.
right, fine, but then what we do need to do is go through, if we're gonna use the lowercase, which I don't know enough for.
Yeah.
But we need to go through the whole contract and make it that way.
There's only two references that I see that need to be changed.
In D,
And later on in the contract, let's see. Yes, indeed, objections, correct. There's two references that are capitalized near the bottom of that section.
And I was, not only should we do it here, but we should make sure that we're doing it in all of the forms.
Diane
So we
says,
make sure that it
yeah, Diane
lowercase.
says 3, not 2.
All right, well, 3, 4, 6, or 7, we'll lowercase it.
Is that everybody think?
We open
Just
it up
wanted
and
to
then
be
go me do a
consistent.
little search and
That's what I
make it happen.
Okay. So is that, can we just make a note of that in the minutes and then
changed that to.
throughout all, right?
I suspect Abby's on top of it.
So,
Yeah, it's already done.
There you go.
New AI. All right, so let's read this language one last time in terms of the acreage adjustment here. Make sure we're okay, and then we can move on to the next change.
Ah. Good one.
Any additional
I like it.
comments?
Yes, that works.
You know, since we are trying to be more clear, the way we had it originally works, but this is better. The lead in, the sales price will not be adjusted. Could it be more clear to say the portion of the sales price attributable to the land will be adjusted? To make it clear, we're only
That
adjusting
is not
that.
more clear. That is not more clear. That is more words, but that is not more clear.
So the lawyers may be here.
It's a sales price.
this-
I'm with you.
Sorry, Brian, you got
I think brevity on this one probably win the day with most.
It works.
All right, we'll march forward on that.
Are they gonna know that that blank line for acres refers back to 2A, do you think?
Well,
Well, it
the
doesn't
whole
have
point
to.
is we're not making it refer to 2A. If they put it in 2A, great, but they may not put it in 2A.
Sure.
And that's the whole point, is that they're gonna.
And they may agree to make the difference
On a number.
on a different number.
Yeah,
That may
for
be
sure.
a negotiated number.
I'm hoping that the blank
Yeah.
just gets shorter once we, because that's a lot of space for how many acres?
30-6.
Well, we need that space in another area, so there you go.
I think you should exclude all acreage within the roadways.
All right, on that note,
We can move
we'll
on.
flip the page on that.
You can go sit with Brian.
Okay, so the next change we have that is different, I think on page 4, we took out prior to the execution of the contract, seller has provided buyer copies of written leases and given notice of oral leases listed below or on the attached exhibit. And we took that out because of course we have a new section that we have
Right.
leases in. And then we did add the following: surface leases will be permitted exceptions in the title policy. And with that, just to throw this one more time, timber now is going to be included in the surface lease section. So
Timber,
and forestry
yes.
will be one that will flow into there, just to,
With Oxford,
with Oxford, absolutely.
And anywhere you
We need
see
to
a
remove
missing
all
box in
comments.
the alley, just put it there.
I'm a fan.
Yay.
So the next one we have is on page 5. The changes to subsection E there, I believe, are the same as we've already gone over.
yeah.
But we do have changes to the seller's disclosure section.
Yes.
And if you recall, some of these contracts have additional seller's disclosures that are built into the contracts. We at one time had a working group on this.
Excuse me, can we go back and I apologize, but when we have in paragraph F, surface leases, the following surface leases will be permitted exceptions. Why do we not need to have that when we're describing surface leases in 4D? Why don't we just say the surface leases described in paragraph 4D will be permitted exceptions and will not be a basis for objection, and then we can eliminate a line.
Well,
Because
some,
they might not be
yeah, some might
permitted.
be required to be terminated before closing or at or before closing. And so here is what is being said can live on in the commitment and will be an exception. I think that's the distinction between those two, or why we wouldn't want to put an absolute requirement for them to be allowed as permitted exceptions.
So if you had a situation where in advance, you knew this surface lease was gonna apply and they have already
Okay, all right.
agreed to take it subject to, you could put it here so it would be a permitted exception. But others you may not, right? You may, after you review it, you may want to object and not.
Are you okay with that, Brian?
That's fine. Just trying to make it easier by eliminating blanks.
I think that's going to be a common insertion in that blank, Brian.
Okay.
So anyway, so back to.
So back to H, and this, I noticed just now that the change we made in this contract are not reflected in the 3 other contracts that we have that include seller's disclosures. So as a quick refresher, 4 of our contracts, the unimproved, the new home construction, and the farm and ranch have a seller's disclosure section. And the reason it's in there is because 588 of the property code doesn't require disclosures to be made in these types of transactions, or many of these types of transactions. If it's vacant land, if it's the house on a farm is less than 5% of the value, and for the new home contracts. So we built in historically some seller's disclosures. There's either 5 or 6 of them depending on the contract. In here, what we did is change up the language to call it out. And this working group we had before was looking at, do we move this to an addendum? How do we call this to the consumer's attention and the broker's attention so they don't just skip over it? Because I think by and large, when we polled agents, none of them knew this even existed. And so they didn't discuss whether there was flooding that had material adverse impact on the property or these other items that are listed on there. And so it wasn't a problem. And so at the time we decided not to make any changes, but it's an issue that is just being skipped over and can pose an issue. And so here what we did, I'll drop this up and I'll throw it to SJ. But what we did is make check boxes that they have to check. And so when you're going through, it makes you think about each one and if it exists. And the discussion we had on this, kind of the logistics of when you're sending an offer, and if the seller has to then go and revise it by checking the boxes. And I personally was in favor of doing this because it's an important thing that's in here that can trip people up. And they really need to know the disclosures they're making. So that's why with the changes here, it has some history and some discussion in the past. But SJ, I'll throw it to you with your comment on this.
Yeah, and I would just say, really, there's two sets of agents. No knock on anybody, but there's agents who don't do farm and ranch often, and then there's agents who do, and the ones that do are probably pretty familiar. But as always, and I'm just saying it here for the open meetings, these are public documents for the public to use, and so any member of the public who is trying to go it alone without a broker, definitely want them looking at this, because they're not gonna have, they should have a lawyer and a broker, but they're not gonna have any guidance. The only thing that is different here that concerns me a tiny bit, you know, the seller's disclosure notice is 100% the seller's disclosure notice, and the broker should never touch it other than making sure that it's sent. Here, the broker is probably filling in the blanks on the zip forms, but it is the seller's contract, so I don't know what to say other than maybe in education, you know, you need to, brokers and whoever's driving the contract need to make sure that your client is truly paying attention, which the fill in the blank is gonna cause that discussion.
And to be fair, if it was followed properly before, it made a statement of, except as otherwise noted in this contract.
Right on.
And so the agents then would have been required to insert the language somewhere. And there was no blanks and no lines after, so typically be special provisions that ever was used. And so there was some obligation already built in that may have just been skipped over by those that weren't aware of it. And by doing the check boxes, it really calls it out. And in the practice of people skipping over and not filling it in, that's in line with the old practice. So this just helps bring it to their attention, I believe.
I would add, I think we'll see, if this is accepted and put out there, if it's promulgated, I think we'll see, listing agreements and practices change so that listing agents are asking the questions up front and document. I mean,
Yep.
it won't happen overnight, but I do think that's where that will go. We've seen it happen in the past.
Very good point.
Two questions. So we're laying this out saying, let's go ahead and see how this works, push this out with check boxes, right?
Yes.
So are we doing the same in the unapproved as well? Or leaving that?
I would suggest we do it to all four that have this structure, being the farm and ranch, unimproved, and the new home contracts.
Well,
I don't know about new home.
oak wilt, you know, I do think the oak wilt, I think the unimproved and the ranch, farm and ranch get used somewhat interchangeably. And they should, but, I mean, there's nothing wrong with saying you don't have oak wilt in your neighborhood and your new home, but
I wasn't thinking about the oak wilt change, I was thinking the checkbox.
Yes, the checkbox.
Checkboxes themselves. And there's a difference now, some have 5, some have 6 before the change we're making
Right.
in terms of the disclosures. So there already is some difference between the contracts and what the disclosures are.
but if we go back to the unimproved, I do think that the same disclosures on the farm and ranch ought to be on the unimproved. So
I agree.
I think everybody's in favor of that.
So we want,
I'm not really finished with new home, sorry.
so we want 7 and 8 to be consistent, both in substance and in style,
Yes.
throughout all 4 forms which it appears, right?
Yes,
2.
specifically.
Well,
The new home.
I don't know that we put these in the new home.
well, they're already in the new home,
Oh,
except
okay.
for the additions that were
The check.
requested.
Okay.
Come on, Brian, keep up, Brian.
Hey, COVID muddled COVID brain here?
Hey, I've had it 3 times.
Okay.
I got a question. I don't know if you should or should not check the box if you're aware of something.
Yeah, I was, go ahead.
I have no knowledge of the following. I have no knowledge of any flooding. Does that mean I should check the box that I have no knowledge?
I think
Or I
we need
should not.
to lead in that says unless checked below, seller has no knowledge. So,
Unless checked below or otherwise disclosed in this contract. How
no,
about that?
because you're disclosing it there. It says unless disclosed, unless checked below, seller has no knowledge of the following.
Except as otherwise
We're
disclosed, yeah. So,
We do want them to disclose it.
If we're
If
trying
they
to start a
know.
conversation.
I know, they
Well,
are.
We're just trying to be
Making them
descriptive to
check
make
the
sure they fill it
boxes.
out properly.
Yeah.
Aggressively.
Well, okay, so what if they say, we're being
Right
black and white, they have no knowledge.
What if you just say seller has knowledge of the following?
I like that.
How about yes or no?
Then you check it.
How about the yes or no box, kind of like on a seller's disclosure?
Yeah.
How about yes, no, or unaware?
Bo, I need you to say something out loud, not just making faces.
Shut it
The
like.
faces say more than you can ever say.
You're
What about
trying
the
to,
three
you're trying to
boxes,
nail them with a
Ron?
definite,
Yes, no, or, and actually, is our form, we only have yes or no. Yes, no, or.
well, I kind of think no is I mean, why do you have yes, no, or unaware when the no is unaware?
Yeah, I think
Or
yes
no is, I ran a test and all this.
No, yeah, but my point is it covers unaware. Because this says has no knowledge of.
Okay, our
No,
form,
to me, no is absolutely there is not.
No, it's
And
I'm
unaware is-
unaware.
these,
It's all to the
our
best of my
I think they're two
knowledge.
different
generally,
things,
when
but I
it's a
don't think it's
question
worth
about
arguing.
things, it's yes, no, or unknown in our disclosure.
The last thing I want to do is start sounding like.
Or, and then it also says, if you are aware of any malfunctions or defects, right? Yes, if you are aware, right? No, if you are not aware. So we could lift that.
I'm unaware of.
Well, the easy change, if you want to just leave one box, is just say unless checked below.
Seller has
It's
no
not there.
knowledge.
That's the easy solution.
How
So
about,
otherwise you
I
go
think the
with two
easiest
boxes.
way is to be yes or no. I mean, it may be less typing, but it's not as clear to a layman. I don't,
Well, you're just having to check it if it's in the box.
you and I know that, but if I have to pick yes or no, and then I can't say, well, I didn't understand.
Well, if it goes to litigation, and as a seller, I say, gosh, I didn't even notice those boxes.
But I think if you have a
You
yes
still
and a
get
no
your- yeah,
box,
that's what I'm
you're really
saying.
gonna notice it more.
Yeah, you're gonna, it's gonna
You gotta make a
force,
choice.
it's forcing a representation.
So if you look at that language on our seller's disclosure, section 3, it says, are
I
you,
know all sorts of
seller,
litigation.
aware of any known defects / malfunctions in the following? Right, yes, if you're aware, right, no, if you're not aware. That's not bad language.
So I think you could structure it like you got it 2 and 3, for all, if you want to go that direction, you could have each box have seller is not aware.
Yes. Seller's disclosure.
What were you looking at?
Yes, no, unaware,
Two,
and that's
In the-
legislated.
the addition.
Well,
the
Is the
order-
Oh, yeah,
legislative
yeah, the
version
ones
in
we added at the bottom.
May.
Yeah, are
I
clearer
don't
than the
use
ones.
Yes, if you're aware, no, if you're not aware.
Did y'all hear Abby? So the number 2 and 3 that we added do say is or is not.
Yeah, if you wanted to keep the same structure in 2.
Oh, I see what you're saying.
Yeah,
It's good
That's the way.
Well, that's good.
How about that? What you already did?
Thank you, Abby.
There you go.
Well, thank you, working group.
Yeah.
What's the
Too
stating
much.
What were you saying?
So on, under 2 and 3 that they added, there's already a seller is or is not aware, and doing the same for each one.
Okay, and so for the lead-in, it's gonna read,
So you might not
or we
have.
take out the lead-in altogether.
I think you take out the lead in,
Sorry.
and then
Well, but.
maybe we'll have 1
Yeah.
through.
Hold on, but Glenn still has a point here. What do we do if they say yes? Then where does the thing get disclosed?
Yeah, I was gonna suggest after we finish this, that, and then if they check yes, maybe there's a line at the end of the paragraph that says, for any box that's checked yes, attach a description.
Please explain.
And what it says in the seller's disclosure, if the answer to any of the above is yes, explain.
So we'll just
Brennan,
leave that
attach additional sheets if necessary, and it provides 2 lines.
What about leaving the lead in as it starts, except as otherwise disclosed in his contract?
Well, because we're gonna put it at the bottom, is what they're saying.
No, just
Right at the
Yeah,
bottom,
just
just
right
say,
there.
explain it right
Let's
here,
do- Why don't we do this
or
right at
it's
the
too
top?
big,
If the
attach.
answer to any of the items below is yes.
What we're doing is or is not.
Yes.
Where-
Oh.
Yeah.
Sorry.
Oh, yeah.
If seller is aware.
Why don't we just put that at the bottom?
Any of these.
Yeah.
This is confusing before starting answering questions. So
Yes.
put that at the bottom, so if they're aware of anything above.
All right, so let's finish here. Any of the items, seller's aware of any of the items. What do we want to say?
Marked
Disclose.
above. Describe here and give them a blank, or attach additional sheets as necessary, whatever it said.
What did you read, John? Was it explain?
If the answer to any of the above is yes, comma, explain,
Yes,
attach additional sheets if
Yes.
necessary.
right.
Yeah.
It
That's
has
what
a
Sellers just-
partial line and 1 full line for the.
It was actually in parentheses, explain, period, and then in parentheses, attach additional sheets if necessary.
Explain.
You want to be consistent.
You have a, and that should be is the 3rd word of that.
Put a period after explain, if you want to be consistent, I don't care, but put a period after explain. Explain, period, space,
Attach additional sheets.
paren,
Oh,
attach, capital attach.
and here it doesn't have a period, it just goes straight to the paren.
I'm
and
on
then a
the
colon
seller
afterwards.
disclosure in number 4, so maybe we're.
Oh, I'm in
inconsistent.
6, seller's
We're
disclosure number
inconsistent
6.
in our form, how about that? How about that? You're right.
got here?
Yeah, so I'm seeing what she's seeing, so it's
Yeah,
2 different
either way,
ways in the
pick
seller's
one.
disclosure.
Pick the one you like better.
It's
probably the one
The
John
seller's
had,
disclosure
which
was
is
last,
better.
like, it's just not our fault.
One sentence, one sentence, so,
Yeah, I like with the colon and a period at the end since it's.
yeah, so, sorry, take out your period after explaining that I made you put in there. And then.
Is that the Oxford colon?
It is. Make your A little, there you go. There you go. Well, that's right, we're inconsistent in our seller's disclosure numbers.
Is it just attach additional
Just stick
sheets?
those everywhere.
It says attach additional sheets if necessary.
And then, so here, we're gonna have,
Are you riveted back there?
Oh, no, it's good.
this is gonna read the same, seller is not aware.
Thank you.
No, I'm off at theirs because. As an example, my sister took every contract.
Do we want to take a 5-minute break? Looks like we,
They all left.
yeah, I think it's probably a good time for a
For
short break on
I
that.
turn it off,
Okay.
I'll let you know. Yeah.
I like that change a lot.
Robin's up, you have something, you're burning.
Ron is typed and actually looks, I think, very nice
Ready?
there. It's a very good
How'd you
suggestion.
make a square? Yeah. There you go.
Is everybody okay with this structure? As he's put it up there.
I like that structure.
And on the other contracts, only the vacant land are we saying to add the last 2, right? Or
Yes.
So
number
7 and 8,
7 and 8, we are not suggesting to be added to the new home contract.
But duplicate that
why not?
for
Why would we put those?
because it's oak wilt.
Well, 7 is a flood.
Okay,
Or
7
7, we
would be
can-
fine. Yeah, 7.
7's fine.
Yeah, 7. They're gonna have to do it anyway.
So why would we not disclose Oakville in Austin here, for example?
for a new home.
I said, if everybody wants to do Oakville, do Oakville.
I think Brian had a comment.
Robin,
Is
you're
Brian-
smiling too high. You like that?
We had that discussion with our task force about specific to Oakville, and how many people were like, I don't care because I don't deal with it. And how, like, yeah, it's a really big deal. So you know it or you don't. That's fair.
That's-
Okay,
I think that's
well then
fair.
leave it.
I
And
think it's in the residential seller disclosure notice anyway, that at least TAR could form.
It's not in ours.
And there was one disclosure in the 6 that were existing in the farm and ranch that were not in the new home. Let's see which one that was, to see if there's a reason not to go ahead and add that. Let's see.
And so we are getting a little tiny bit out of our box, you know, of our prior standard has been requiring only sellers disclosures that the legislature has required but the things that are embedded in the contract, farm and ranch, has been there a long time. I think as long as we're consistent, but I also think we ought to note that the seller disclosure notice itself that we promulgate will remain statutory only.
Yes, absolutely. We will never change 588 of the property code requirements in terms of the seller's disclosure notice itself. These are for the situations only when the seller's disclosure notice is not required, and
Yes.
we do it in the contract because the vast majority of time these contracts are used, it is not required.
Right, and we've also determined that these are material issues that should be disclosed anyway. These have resulted in litigation and so forth if they're not disclosed, whether an SDN is required or not, because they are material issues.
And so number 6 up there right now is not in the new home contract, and that is in regards to threatened or endangered species.
I would advocate to leave it in.
Actually, oddly enough, it's in the new home.
Not in the new home.
No, it's it's not in the incomplete, but it is in the complete.
It should be the other way, right?
I
So
think,
throw it into
I don't
all
know,
of
it
them.
was in one and not the other, so I think we just be
Oh, and
consistent.
the incomplete, we
I
didn't
would-
talk about the incomplete.
I would leave
either.
those
That's not-
here and the way we have it, because I think this form, although rarely used, can be used in a ranchette type of subdivision shape. So I think it applies.
Yeah,
So-
it's not the incomplete.
Well, so should we say, instead of what we said just a minute ago, is that 3 of them, it really should be the 4, so it should be farm and ranch.
Yeah,
That's right, we said all 4.
We said
All
all
4,
4.
okay. I missed that, until we just said it.
Okay.
So they're gonna all have 8 things now?
Right.
Everybody has 8 things, okay.
So 5 and 6 would be an either or situation, if that one has a word.
Oh, we do need to take out the,
And I need to put these periods for pregnancy.
Yeah, the or actually,
It was in this.
well, you know why, okay, that was a grammatical thing, it had a bunch of semicolons, and then it ended with or. But now these are individual statements he's doing. So
Good catch.
actually, you could take out your colon on at the top, so it's just.
I think that's just the style for every lead-in paragraph.
Okay.
So it's not much.
Yeah, all that stuff. So,
very nice. Okay, that's a good change. Okay, so moving on to the next.
oh, John, did you want to go back?
Oh, yes. I think we go through here, then we come back to that disclosure. I believe that's all the changes that are your mates. Back to Farm and Ranch. And the change on page 6 is the same. Same with page 7. Same with page 8. Okay, so that's all the additional changes we had there. Did the working group have any other suggestions in their new materials that we want to discuss at this point?
The only thing we talked about in June was the agenda.
The oil and gas.
Okay,
So,
I would say keep moving.
keep it. Okay.
right,
So, Robin brought up a good point here that I was unaware of. There is a FERPTA-like disclosure required in the sale of ag property. And Robin, if you want to give a brief description of this federal statute.
Yeah. So this is, it's a federal requirement called the, let me make sure I'm saying it right, Agriculture Foreign Investment Disclosure Act of 1978. So it's been around for a while. It requires anyone, any foreign person or entity who purchases or acquires an interest of 10% or more in agricultural land to file a report with the U.S. Department of Agriculture. Failure to do so could result in penalties up to 25% of the value of the property. We do not have a notice related to that in our current farm and ranch contract. So it's something that was brought up as a way to protect buyers from having that liability, potential liability, and just have a disclosure or a notice paragraph similar to what we have for FERPTA for if the seller is a foreign person. It's a similar thing where we just notify them that if the buyer is a foreign person, they have this form they need to fill out with the U.S. Department of Agriculture. And so I don't know if that was, it's been around for a long time. It's not been enforced as much. And I don't know if it's something that had previously been addressed in other
So the
contracts
buyer,
and removed or.
the buyer owes the notice to the report to the federal government, or the seller?
Buyer.
So the buyer, so why would the seller notice something to the, why would the seller tell the buyer, you're supposed to go do your federal obligation?
Well, similar
the
to
buyer
FERPTA.
has to give the notice to the government.
Right.
But are we worried
Yeah, but
about?
FERPTA has
If
to
the
do
seller's
it
selling
between
it,
the
why
buyer
would
and
they
seller.
notice, like,
Right.
hey, I want to give you notice
This
of
is
what
not-
you're supposed to go do with the federal government. I'm
Because
supposed
the
to.
government
This belongs in the
requires it to
contract.
happen, and if it doesn't happen, there's a penalty.
No, the government does not require the seller to do it. I'm selling my
No, the
land.
requirement, the government requires.
He's
it
wondering
to
why it's
happen.
in the agreement of the parties.
Yeah, why is that my job to tell you when I sell 300 acres, oh, you're foreign? I didn't know that. I'm supposed to now look at your entity, your
The
LLC.
FERPTA is
find out.
between the parties, because the buyer has the obligation to alert the seller is a foreign person. I think that's what it is. Weird.
Yeah, I mean, I got a
Purchase
tree
between the
dying, I gotta
parties.
tell you about the oak wilt.
Work is between the parties, what he's talking about, I
Right.
don't think is
Not
between
that
the
I've seen,
parties
it
to
just
the
says
contract.
agricultural land.
Well, let's, for purposes of today, maybe, let's put that on to investigate further. It hasn't, it's been around for a long time and hasn't caused issues up to this point. But I think it's a very valid point to look into to see if we need another notice section on that. So I would propose looking at that in between this meeting and next, and because it's not an urgent
I'll add
issue.
it to my list.
Foreign person is more or less defined the same as the FERPTA is.
I haven't,
Maybe, so.
it's foreign investors is
Just
is what it
pertain
says.
foreign
I haven't looked,
ownership.
yeah, I haven't looked
If they're
specifically
in the
at
Irish
the
stuff, they don't know
code.
what disclosures they should have.
Well, I mean, one of the
Foreign
things, for example, I mean, taking Tony's side on that, we don't tell them that they should go file a homestead exemption. Right, that's something they have to do after the fact. They don't have to, they just miss the exemption, but that's dollar out of their pocket. So there are those kinds of notices, but on the other hand, it's just a short notice that says, hey, be aware that you should do this.
Make sure you also give your K-1s to your people. Make sure you go get your commercial permit in Blanco County if you're gonna put more than 3 short-term rentals.
Sounds like a good new addendum.
We make sure you, buyer, know everything that you need to do.
Get the lawyer boilerplate, 20 pages long.
So this is going on to the thing, but one of.
Do all this stuff.
One of Robin's comments as on break was, there are other states that are paying attention to this and starting to put this requirement into their contracts. And so the USDA may be paying more attention to it now. And so Texas may get slammed because Kentucky already has and they do, already has a program about it, blah, blah, blah.
Well, the people that are gonna get slammed are buyers that don't follow the law.
Right.
Well, can we get some examples of what they do in other states
Well,
for our next meeting?
I have one right here, I'll send it to you.
yeah. Well, can you send it to,
I will.
send it to Vanessa so that we're not violating any open meetings? So she
Okay.
can send it out, and we'll definitely send it to the working group on this.
I think that's good. Task that also with the farm and ranch, that's the contract that it would go into. And then if it's a big enough concern, and it sounds like it's definitely worth looking into the time to do it. But then we can address that at future meetings.
Thank you, Robin,
Thank you.
all your extra work.
I think that's it for the farm and ranch contract. So the next one we have is the condo contract, which had a working group consisting originally of just me and the thoughts in my own head. And then we added a lot of good knowledge and added Mary and Brian to the working group. And Brian did a great job of kind of helping us, lead us through it. So Brian, if you want to pick up the changes in the condo contract, if you're okay with that, to walk us through.
Okay, it's in supplemental agenda item 7.
Does anybody need a copy of the supplement? We have one left.
And it's the last page of that. And we only had one change, and that is to address the issue in paragraph 2A1 that nowadays sometimes you are seeing property being split up and subdivided by creating a condominium. Especially seeing it, a lot of it in the Austin area, where somebody can't subdivide a lot into 2 separate lots, and they may want to do a duplex, and instead of subdividing, they form a condominium, and I refer to it as a horizontal condominium because they're splitting it into 2 pieces. And using this form sometimes just doesn't work, and people screw up because the condominium may be described differently by the parties, and calling it a unit isn't necessarily appropriate. And instead of trying to figure out every wild little permutation of how to describe the condominium unit, we decided that what we would do is just as the same that we have in the other contract forms, have the option of them attaching an exhibit. So, or as described in attached exhibit. And then we put a parenthetical warning, since these are very, very complicated, that they should consult with a lawyer if they're going off the reservation and not using our promulgated form in describing the condominium unit. That's a situation where they need to have a lawyer. And so that's the only change that we suggest for this condo contract, is giving the option of attaching an exhibit that describes the condominium differently.
Lee has a comment.
Yeah, if we're going to adopt this, I think that we should use the word attorney as opposed to lawyer, just because everywhere else we use the word attorney.
Consistency.
Put that as a standard.
Mary had a lot of experience with this too, and we were discussing this in terms of confusion, not only with parties, but with lenders as well, and requiring certain forms and how to describe it. And
Well, lenders require this condominium contract when it's really a condominium regime, which, like he says it that way, that has surveys. And this contract says you don't need a survey. So we're having a challenge with that because the legal description says it's a condo. But it's really a single family home, 0 lot line. And there's a whole bunch gonna come in, I think 3,700 homes are coming into Brigham, and they're all condominium regimes. So that's my concern, because we don't have a unit, we have a unit, but we don't have a building.
You don't own the land.
We don't have a building, we have a unit,
3,700.
That's what she said.
3,700.
Wow.
Well, these are not uncommon. You usually see them as townhome looking
Right.
facilities, but they're condominiums.
But the lenders are are causing the ruckus.
We have some that are fourplexes, and they'll turn a fourplex into a condo.
Right.
In College Station.
Well, and as we talked about last time, there are now condos consisting of 2 in the city of Austin because they're not letting people do a separate townhouse, they're making it a two condo regime.
The biggest thing is the survey, because does that just mean all these condo regimes don't need to have surveys? That would be a cluster and a half, but, you know, telling all the agents, oh, they don't need surveys, because the condo contract says we don't need
Well,
surveys, and I know title says we don't need surveys.
creating a condo is like subdividing land. So you essentially have to file the declaration. And then the declaration is defined or sits on a defined piece of land, just like the deed. So you need the property description, but you don't necessarily have to have a survey. I don't know why a person who's creating a condominium wouldn't have a survey, but
They probably have to have
all
a
you have to
survey
do
to
is
get
make
it
the
done.
declaration of that a condo now exists on this land. And then any units in there, you have to declare within the declaration. But I don't have, going back to this issue here, I don't have a problem saying the described attached exhibit. I just wonder if we're opening up a door here about every time we find something that's complicated, should we say consult an attorney in the parenthetical? We already say that globally. I don't think that attaching an exhibit that comes from deed, if this was previously conveyed, is going to be problematic. I'm just going to attach the exhibit that's attached to the deed. I don't know if that's necessary. It seems to me to open up the door with a whole bunch of other issues.
Would that be something that's addressed in the forthcoming unauthorized practice of law notice or addendum that the working group?
We're not focusing in on the forms themselves. We're really just focusing in on the rule itself. So this would be, I think, the purview of this committee.
I would agree and second everything Ron said, and then I'm gonna say my same word again, consistency, consistency, consistency.
My only concern with this is it asks for a building, and that's not what these condo regimes are doing. I mean, a unit they come into.
He's not saying to not change the, he's just saying not to have the attorney.
Lawyer work.
I don't have a strong feeling about that myself, about leaving that in. And I like the language added about in the attached exhibit, because it expands it. But I'm not strong on keeping in the notice.
Now, let me ask a statute of frauds question here. Do we need to say, or as described on the attached exhibit blank? And so you label the blank, or do we say attached exhibit on, or as described in the attached exhibit? Reference to special
We do that
provisions or
elsewhere.
something like
In
that.
and attached.
So you're,
Well, they would have to add it in paragraph 22.
okay,
Under other.
okay.
Or is attached in a,
So you want to say,
described and attached in an exhibit and just,
or is the attached
described in
exhibit
22.
exhibit identified in paragraph 22? Does that work?
yeah, put both.
I don't think we say anything in the 1 to 4. We just say or as shown on attached exhibit.
I think that's
Yeah, you're right.
even what we had tried to copy when we were looking at this language.
All right, I'll stand corrected and go with consistency then. How about that?
I just wish we could get lenders to say one way or another, because it's a mess. We have half of them do 1 to 4 family, and half of them do
And-
this condo one.
The one
Well,
change,
they don't know what a condominium is.
right now we have,
Seriously.
or it's described in attached exhibit. On the 1 to 4, it's or it's described on attached exhibit.
So I'm gonna say, as described.
For consistency for the 1 to 4.
On.
Can we put it?
Are you okay with that, Brian?
Like,
Yeah.
On exhibit.
On. In
This is on
description. I
attached
don't know.
exhibit.
Because-
Well, ask John, one at a time, so everybody.
Can we put in some kind of rule or above or whatever? If the legal description says condo, use this form, because we're so mixed up. I mean, you've got agents doing both forms, and then brokers figuring it out because lenders say, oh no, move it. And then we have to, rewrite a new contract.
I'm
just
gonna
trying
tell
to-
you what the lender says. If I'm getting a loan, I'm gonna have to go with what they say.
Oh, I get that, but that's after the fact.
Well, and we discussed and debated on how to make that determination, right? And it's difficult, you have to go look at the underlying documents, and who do we want doing that? Do we really want the agents making the determination on which, what the underlying documents mean, whether it's a condo or if you're going
And it
to
doesn't,
or.
even if they do, the lender's still gonna override it.
Right.
So,
And that may come after the fact, right, after it's executed.
That's what's.
And right now, our notice says that at the top, which we suggested before moving it below the title, is notice not for use when seller owns fee simple title to land beneath the unit. So that's our disclosure right now, which I feel is not a great disclosure, but I'm not sure of any better way to state it. Put it very succinctly. And I don't think in practice any broker or agent is going to look at the underlying documents, nor do I think they should. So, not for them to make that call. And then it's an education thing. If there's a question, then raise it.
It's just not, like she said, it's not consistent. That's what we're going back to, the consistency of how do we put in these offers? Because you've got a lot of agents that
My consistency
one way versus
comment
another.
is about our documents being consistent.
But I'm just saying, I think we need, I don't know if it's a ruling or something, just to understand. Maybe it's just education, getting it out to all the instructors. I don't know, but I think it's a big.
Well, there's an instruction at the top, which we've just retyped. So this is not where the seller owns fee simple title to land beneath the unit.
This might be a good thing for if there hasn't been anything lately on it for Chuck to put out an education bulletin or post on Facebook, and then they tie it into some of the materials. I don't think it's in the current legal update class, but maybe for future years.
Yeah, this is,
Some are
it is a conundrum.
making
I don't
notes.
know how to fix it.
Hey, Ron, I lost the screen. Here. Ron, I lost the sharing of the screen.
And so while he's getting that back, is everybody okay with the change for consistency's sake and removing the consultant attorney language?
Yes. Within the body, yes.
Yes. Okay, so moving on.
And I believe, and I didn't see what he finally came up with, but it should be on attached exhibit.
Yeah,
Correct.
you did that.
Maybe, I don't think you can say across the board. Everyone could be different. That's the problem. I know, this is constant problem.
So we're on the condo contract, just to go over the changes we made last time, to make sure we're okay. There's a few different ones at the beginning. So if we go under 2B, we made a change to the termination right, and this is a termination right that arises when the association documents have been provided. The statute gives the buyer the right to terminate within 6 days by providing a specific type of notice, and that's certified mail or hand delivering it. What we did with our changes is to make it broader and in line with our other termination rights by giving 7 days notice under the notice provision in our contract, because most agents are defaulted to that anyways, and we want to avoid them getting tripped up by not sending certified mail or not hand delivering it. So what we did was say that still exists, but you have this broader one too that you can do it in line with the other termination rights. And we actually rethought about that before we looked at our last changes and came up with very similar language that we just went back to what we did last time during our working group meeting. Any questions or comments that anybody received on that section? There being none, we'll move on. The next one was really just changing terminology and doing the 7-day notice as well for the resale certificate instead of cancellation using termination. It retains the right to terminate as well under their statutory property code rights. On page 2, I believe all these changes are the same as we've already gone over. Same on page 4. Same on page 5. And 6. And 7. I think that's all the changes we have to the condo form. Okay, the next one in our materials is the seller finance addendum.
Can I ask back up just a minute?
Sure.
I think in the materials, the 2 temporary residential leases were like right at the front, and I think there's an urgency to get those.
So those have been proposed, those were proposed at the May meetings. We did not receive any comments, so it would be up to the group, this is under agenda item 4, it would be up to the group whether they want to recommend adoption to the commission at their August meeting.
So we can hold off. I'm assuming we want no changes to those. What's been proposed.
Do you want to go ahead and vote on those? At what page?
We don't need to vote.
This is the
Okay.
lease, two leases, it's now including well, not only the 2 changes, but also those 4.
Yeah, I had forgotten that these are already before the commission.
Right.
And this one as well, these are before, so I was thinking they need to go in the packet.
You're saying we haven't asked the meeting?
No, they were proposed in May, and we did not receive any comments, so unless you have changes to them, it would be up to the group to make a motion we want to recommend to the commission for adoption at the August meeting. They're already.
Which is a different function of what we're doing with these things. Okay.
Yes.
So yes, it needs to go to them, 2 different. Can we do that? Are those the only things that are ready to be met type of
Yes.
process? So we probably should move on that right now.
We can go ahead and tackle that one since we're here. And what page in the materials?
So that's on page 5.
Yeah.
Starts on page 5.
Yeah. 5, 6, 7, 8, and 9 is the actual disclosure.
So
Somebody want to make a motion?
I would move that the 2 contracts for sure are
The 2.
proposed as they are.
Well, I think we're doing specifically
The
the
leases.
leases.
The seller,
That's what I
seller lease and buyer lease.
lease, a lease is a contract, okay.
And then including the landlord's floodplain notice.
Yes, but those are different motions. One, I propose we ask the commission to adopt the changes to the existing documents, which are the 2 leases, and propose that the commission adopt the notice. The only thing I have a question about the notice, which thank you to staff for doing this, it says approved, but we don't have on here anywhere for voluntary use. Does that show up somewhere else? Because they can use this or something like it.
So we have incorporated that in the rule.
Okay.
So the rule will indicate whether things have been adopted for mandatory or voluntary use. One of Amber and I and Vanessa's wish list is at some point to be consistent with the disclaimers that we have on the bottom and some of the language that we have on top, but that's probably for another day. So
Okay.
the rule will say whether it's indicated
And
or
then
voluntary use, and then we'll talk about it at the meeting as well.
Probably on the website too.
And on the
how it always
website,
says.
Yes.
Okay,
So if we have no changes,
right.
we don't have to take any action because the thing before the commission just adopted.
We have to ask them to adopt it.
I think you just make the recommendation.
Okay.
I recommend we adopt it. I move that we recommend to adopt it.
Second.
All in favor?
Aye.
All against?
Thanks, Ron. Good job.
Sorry about that.
Reading the
I never
contract.
even thought about using this for the temporary leases.
What?
The floodplain, you know, for the 90-day leasehold, lease tax, not if I don't get 90 days.
It's just because the
It just
legislature
happened.
didn't think about
It
it.
just
yeah.
happened.
Oh, I know, but I mean, there's one that Texas Realtors made, but I know it hasn't been used that way.
What? What are you talking about?
The floodplain notice.
It hasn't existed. This is a brand new law and they're on it just like we are.
I understand that, but I'm saying in the last 90 days, all the 90-day leases or the 60-day leases, the lease backs we had. I can say that the agents didn't put them on.
No, they didn't, because we're trying to help them. This law just was passed very quickly and shoved into effect without
The
much
penalty-
fanfare.
the penalty-
Have been used.
I mean, it's been used with leases. I pushed it with all my agents on leases,
Not
If-
but I
if I-
never even
Applies
made the
to-
phone, the,
If I've read it, if
Connection
I've
to
read
say
the
if it's a
law,
temporary
but if
lease.
I've read the rule carefully enough, it has very little teeth in terms of any downside. Basically, you can move out if they didn't tell you. I mean, it's not a real, there's no real penalties for it, which is
I
really good.
wouldn't agree with that, but we're
Yeah.
not topic.
Anyway.
No, I'm
Okay,
just
so
saying-
that's, yes,
Is that
we
where
can
we
move
were
on
going?
to the next one. Thank you for keeping us on track here. So this was also part of our working group, that we had a very limited change as well. And Brian, I'll let you go through that one again.
Okay, just as an overview, the seller financing addendum is one of those forms, if it's ever used, is the most likely for abuse, because when people start describing the payment terms for the promissory note, they think they're JP Morgan or something, and they come up with all sorts of crazy ways in which they're going to agree, and they stray from the reservation of the three options that we had. And we discussed whether it would be a good idea to give people more options, and we say, no, that's just going to create more trouble, and it's going to be more confusing. So we didn't want to change 1, 2, or 3, but we did think that this is a form that it would be appropriate to have a warning at the top. And oh, by the way, we're talking about, go to supplement agenda item 7, and our suggested changes are there, if you look at that. And so we suggested a warning at the top that agreements for seller financing can be complicated and subject to laws regulating loans. Consult a financial professional or attorney before completing this form.
I'd say before using this form.
Before using this form, that's fine.
I'm okay with that.
Well, that's good, warning, that's a good warning. We still, and actually, interestingly enough, the existing version doesn't have our standard attorney warning on it either.
Oh, really? I didn't even
Yeah.
notice that, yeah.
Right now, you know how we always have it right before the signatures?
Mhm.
That's interesting.
And we wanted to put that right up top, not at the
Yeah,
end.
that's good. So it'll be in a box, highlighted.
General consensus on that. The next change was just the effective date, capitalizing it to be consistent with the contract being a defined term.
Consistency.
And B, the changes address where the buyer fails to give their credit documentation. And this just makes it clear when the seller has the right to terminate. The language before was a little unclear, and it could create a situation where the buyer still hasn't given all the credit documentation, but somehow loses their right to terminate the contract. So we made it, they can terminate, seller can terminate any time before all the required credit documentation is furnished. And then
Kind of the race like with earnest money.
Exactly.
Yes,
We know what for the termination.
And then once they did get the credit documentation, the seller's right to terminate is 7 days after expiration of the time for delivery or its actual delivery, whichever is later.
That's good.
Our clarity changes.
Right on.
Then promissory note, instead of 1.5% per month, we put 18% per annum because we think that's a little more clear.
Is 18% the current highest allowed rate by law?
No,
Could be even higher.
So so how did we come up with the 18%?
Generally it is.
18%.
Yeah.
Is there a caveat? Sure, but generally it's 18%.
Okay. And it's easy to calculate, 12 and 18 months are 1%, 1.5%.
And it's qualified there too, or at the highest lawful rate, whichever is less, so.
Right,
If
which
it's-
is what made me question where 18 came from, so I'm good now, thank y'all.
And then last on the next page, the tax and insurance escrow, we added a sentence with a little more teeth on the terms of the escrow. That the seller would give the buyer an annual accounting. They'll use escrow deposits to pay taxes and insurance premiums in a timely manner, if and to the extent funds are available. They'll hold the escrow in a separate segregated account. And then we address the situation where there may be a third-party servicer, and that will or will not be done. And it will be done at seller's expense if they use a third party.
Okay, so if they choose.
If they choose.
I thought there was some discussion we had on C2 about the confusion that sometimes that applies with inserting the number of days or whatever after the word beginning. So we have a monthly installments of blank, including interest plus interest, beginning blank after the date of a note, continuing monthly thereafter.
Yeah, we did talk about that. I think that was something that I mentioned, people being confused by.
And we walked through several different ways to potentially change up this payment section. And from making it more simple to putting headings on it to changing it, we looked at the bar forms, we looked at a lot of different things. And then discussing it, we circled right back to where we were on, it's confusing, admittedly so, but we couldn't think of a better way with these options that are there to do it. So we don't have a specific recommendation on a way to change that to make it better.
Agreements for seller financing can be complicated.
John,
Yes.
clarifying on the proposed revisions should also include the one that's already on the materials, which right after the.
Check one box on
Okay,
it.
check one box on it.
Yes.
Okay.
So, will this be something we want to send up to the commission in this packet, or will this be something we want to chew on some more?
I would suggest that we're comfortable with the language as the working group, having worked through it, and it's relatively minor changes. I would suggest that we send this up with the rest of the packet. Let's see, I guess.
And with increasing, if interest rates are increasing, there's more of a chance of a need of this form.
Yeah, I think we're all kind of on the same page. Let's go ahead and send it up.
Yeah.
What's the name of the working group, seller financing, and the working group?
It was a condo / seller financing / loan assumption.
Why don't we just say described in the materials submitted by the working group?
There you go.
Yeah. John or whomever on that group, did y'all actually go and look to see if there is any statutory requirement for annual reports or escrows or even payments? Because I believe, without looking, that a lot of seller financing people, and I'm definitely merging this in my head with contract for deed people,
Okay.
which automatically now turns into a seller financing. You have the option to do that. That's one place where the seller financer gets in trouble a lot, is by not providing the annual mortgage statement.
And
And you know, you have a lot of these acts that depend upon how many deals you do in a year. And there are a lot of people that create a little cottage industry where they do a whole bunch of these seller financing deals in the same year, hoping that the buyer will default and they'll get the property back and they can sell it again. And that's why we didn't want to get into all those details, but we wanted to put that warning at the top that it may be subject to laws regulating loans. And just
Well,
leave it at that. but you're right.
But if you're gonna be helpful in one way,
Oh, I did not.
I mean, so we're adding one helpful thing, right? We're adding this, escrow thing, which we don't have to add, but we are adding. And if we are gonna add it, maybe we should also add at the bottom of that, seller may have additional accounting requirements, accounting or reporting requirements.
Scott Kessner's on our call here and has his hand up. Scott, do you have a comment on this?
Yeah, just real quick, can y'all hear me?
Yes.
Yes.
That top part, I agree, it can be complicated, but does that not give an affirmative that you must consult an attorney before completing the form? I know it can be complicated, but a lot of times it's not. And the way that reads, it says consult a financial professional or attorney before completing this form. And to me, that's an affirmative that the agent must. And on the escrow, probably 90% of ours, the third party servicing is at the buyer's expense. So that might be a checkbox there.
So Scott, do you want us to make it less affirmative and just say?
I mean, yeah, the way I read it, if they're, financing it for 5 years or whatever, I have to have an attorney before doing it. And maybe I'm reading it wrong, but it says consult a financial professional or attorney before completing this form. And I think we need disclosure. That just seems pretty affirmative to me.
Yeah, I think it should say it is recommended. that you
Well,
consult
why don't we just use our language that we have in all the
Yeah.
other contracts?
Yeah,
It's not
agree.
there. Which
Agree.
also is affirmative, Scott. It says consult an attorney before signing. TREC rules prohibit real estate license holders from giving legal advice. Read this contract carefully. So we are being affirmative everywhere else, but we should be
I
consistent.
like the consistency of that, adding the financial professional side of it for this particular one, like we do for the hydrostatic testing, saying a licensed plumber.
Yeah.
And,
Yeah.
just fits in. That is a good point.
How about and or a financial?
So we,
And we did,
Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Yeah.
we did discuss the second point of a checkbox for whether the buyer or seller would pay. And this is a good group discussion here. And we knew, actually, this would be a talking point. Most of the time, and Brian actually brought up, and Brian, I'll probably butcher your reasoning here, but there's another obligation that's similar that's always placed on the seller that we use as an example. Do you remember what that was?
No.
And so he had a brilliant thought during our working group meeting that we have since forgotten. But
it was good.
It was good. That changed our mind to take out the checkbox.
What's wrong with the checkbox?
Well, I don't think there's anything necessarily wrong with it. And if Scott says that's the market that the buyer usually pays, I think what my concern was, it's sort of an open-ended obligation. The buyer's obligating him to pay an expense, and he doesn't know what that servicer is going to charge.
Well, hopefully he'll get off his butt and find out before he signs the contract.
if he consults an attorney or a financial professional, he might know.
Yeah.
No, I think
I mean, that was my concern, is the seller's in control of what that cost is going to be, and the buyer's making an open-ended promise that he'll pay it. That doesn't sound fair to me.
Don't agree to it.
Well, if that's the case, that makes sense.
Well, maybe
And
we
Mary
add a
had some
sentence
experience
that
on
says this will be disclosed, the charge will be, or maybe we have it like the, transfer fees, to be up to blah, blah, blah a month, and any additional we pay, I don't know, let's get too complicated.
Most of the ones I see.
Let's do a checkbox.
Hey, Scott, do you know what the usual fee is? Is it a percentage? Is it a dollar amount per month?
I mean, it's usually a $150 setup, and we're talking $7 to $8 a month. I mean, it's very minimal, and we just always put it, 90% of the time, the buyer pays for it.
What if we do the checkbox? We were thinking about that as a working group and see how it works out. And if there's issues coming up that we hear about being overcharged or something, or somebody not knowing the charge is going in, we revisit and see if we need to make it more complicated.
But since we're getting a heads up from the chair, the checkbox is probably gonna be
That's
needed to get through. Correct, like we should do that.
And I'm okay myself with that as part of the working group. I think, Mary, you were discussing that.
Right, I think it's important.
I want to go back to the issue that I brought up before the chair arrived to join us. This adding on about the escrow accounting, annual escrow accounting. We are adding one requirement in a contract randomly, and we are not adding in any others, which may or may not exist. And I don't like the way that feels. We need to be consistent and either put in all the statutory requirements, and if we are being patronizing and coming up with new requirements, then we ought to be patronizing and come up with all the good requirements. The escrow is awesome to have, you know, and I think it's a good idea, but also your monthly statement. If you were dealing with an outside mortgage company, you would get a monthly statement so that you would know that, one, they got your payment, you know, or that they got your payment late and now you owe, so you don't get too upside down. And again, if it came through, I know if it came through something that was a contract for deed, then it is a requirement of at least annually, but I think monthly. So I'm nervous about wading into this.
This would be a seller financing addendum, so we won't have a contract for deed scenario, right? It's attached to 1 to 4.
Okay.
And so we don't get it weighted there. And our thought on the working group is the buyer not having a rider to go say, I need that statement, and having at least some disclosure of the amounts they're paying in on an annual basis to have that notice.
Yeah, but you're not getting your mortgage.
Yeah,
she's
talking about the
Which is
mortgage
almost
statement,
more
or the
important.
escrow statement.
May I suggest one thing? We have a form that is wholly inadequate that is currently promulgated by the Texas Real Estate Commission and able to be used. I think it would be good to get, I mean, I don't know that we've got the ability to put together what you're looking for, but maybe we do over time. But I mean, I'm kind of anxious to get this form out there.
Well, but why, okay, are you thinking this paragraph added, it makes it now
Better.
it makes it adequate? It does not make it adequate.
Okay.
Well, I think he's saying it's a step forward.
Yeah.
It is, but it's
It's not a choice between, right now, we have a form that I think is really inadequate and really bad. And I think we have a certain need to get moving forward on something.
But why did you stop? Okay, my question is, why did you stop with only escrow? 2, did y'all do any looking into the legal obligations? And, you know, and 3, if this step is going forward, it is my very strong recommendation, and I will vote against it otherwise, that we put in here that the seller may, at least, may have other reporting obligations. But they're.
No, I don't mind that.
For beginning,
Yeah,
patron.
So I think
mother.
To address those points one more time is we didn't want to wade into saying what the obligations were and hiding any necessary obligations to somebody that does 4 less loans or 5 less loans a year, right, are not subject to a lot of these regulations. And we wanted to provide at least some ability to get the status of the escrows.
3 is the magic number.
In 3, so we didn't want to wade into getting too complicated and too in-depth into those regulations, which is why we went back to the notice of time. These can be complicated, talk to somebody about it. So we want to take a step forward there. As far as the notice goes, that it may be subject to other laws, I like that.
I think that's a good
Putting it.
Well,
okay, so that would be.
It's more than that. I think we need to say the seller may have additional accounting or reporting obligations concerning the mortgage. Okay. And yes, I mean, it's due to law, but I mean, I don't think we can go and find it. We need to be consistent.
I don't think anybody's opposing what you're saying. I think we are agreeing that's good language. Let's see if we can hammer some out real quick to.
Okay, so let me, ask.
Well, what if we added a paragraph 4 at the end? Seller will comply with any other legal obligations regulating the loan.
Well, I think it's E. I don't think it's a number 4. I think it's a letter E.
Okay, yes, agreed.
and it's just a,
Well, let me
But
ask.
we're making up an obligation here.
Well, let me suggest, since we're admonishing somebody like we are consultant attorney, consultant finance professional, why don't we take that, put that statement in there that the seller may have some additional reporting requirements. So we're advising the seller as well as the buyers, consultant attorneys, who things, attorneys, if it's consulting attorneys, who are advising them. But if it's not consulting attorney, we still have that information in there.
So we're gonna have it in both places,
Right,
at
so,
the top.
well, we're deleting,
So we say
we're
consultant
deleting
attorney.
the admonition at the top, and we're merging that one into the admonition at the
Well,
bottom.
I don't think we're deleting, I think we're changing the one at the top to match.
No, I heard that we were
language.
changing, we were taking out, based on Scott's recommendation, that he read this as mandate the brokers to require an attorney to be there. So we were gonna remove that. And then at the bottom, add our normal consultant attorney language. We're gonna modify it.
I thought we were gonna move that language up to the top and modify it to add
I
the,
thought we were gonna put it at the bottom.
I like it at the
I'll be
top.
all clear on that, because I didn't catch up removing the bottom, but I'm okay, especially if we add this additional language here, which makes it longer, moving it to the bottom to capture that. I think the thought before is we wanted it right up front to be a blinking light, but with this change, I'm okay with personally moving that to the bottom and then adding language that SJ suggested.
well, here's what I would say. I think if it's at the top, then they read it at the top.
In all of our.
And then we could also,
Well, the hydrostatic testing has it at the top. That's right.
All right, so let's work out the language that we want and then decide if we want to put it at the top or the bottom.
but you want to additionally have an admonition, a
So
small
we're-
admonition embedded in this paragraph.
We're gonna take our consultant attorney language here before signing.
Or financial professional.
So it's a paragraph of its own in the other
You wanna say
documents other
consultant
than
attorney
the
or and.
and.
It's paragraph 23 in the contract, so why would it be paragraph B?
I don't know, Scott, what do you think? Still there?
Is he still with us?
I'm fine with that. Yeah, I mean, I think it needs to be consistent with the others. Top or bottom, I mean, we're at the bottom on every other one, so. Maybe and or financial advisor.
We put it at the top of the hydrostatic testing because we actually wanted,
Okay,
we put it at the top of the hydrostatic testing because we actually wanted it to stand out. Not saying we should do that here, but that's why
Which
we,
is an
why we
example
did it.
of adding a different person to consult as
Correct.
well, right?
Correct.
So that distinguishes a
I
little
would,
bit.
that's why I think
And it
the
was
top is
particularly
good, but I do
complicated.
like repeating it in the paragraph where we're telling them that what they have to do.
agree.
Here,
I like that. I heard an agree from the chair.
And then did we also want to say something like seller may have legal obligations in addition to this addendum?
Yes.
In addition to
It's
those.
to say it may
contained-
have additional accounting or reporting obligations concerning the mortgage, consultant attorney, and / or financial, blah, blah, blah.
okay, so seller may have,
Additional accounting or reporting obligations
Counting.
concerning the, I mean, are we calling it a mortgage? Maybe we just call it a seller, I don't know,
all right.
concerning the seller financing.
Okay, so the attorney then isn't one.
Don't confuse it with the word
It's this
mortgage.
consultant license holder.
You say additional twice, may have other accounting or reporting obligations in addition to.
Okay.
It's not some really
I'm
So
lost.
consultant
So the seller may have additional accounting or reporting obligations.
In addition, it's a little additional twice, yeah.
Take out that addition, and then after the obligations
Well,
concerning
we're
the
just
seller
adding
financing.
Well, hold on. So it's in addition to this addendum, that doesn't make sense.
No, take that out.
In addition to,
Take it, the second in addition to is
Just take
not,
it out.
shouldn't even be there. After obligations concerning
Yeah, period.
seller financing. The seller financing. Big S.
It is.
that works.
And then right in there, consult. Right before track, yep, consult. An attorney.
Don't we already,
And/or.
don't we already say
I know.
consult up above?
We have
I know, but Scott agreed with me, it ought to be, the admonition ought to be in here twice.
No, it's in this paragraph we're talking about right now.
It just says they can't give legal advice, it doesn't say consult.
I want
Right
every
up top.
sentence to start with consultant.
This is what's going
Oh.
Would you like to put our number in there as well?
There you go.
That is the best idea we've had this whole meeting. I want my phone number up front
Okay,
too.
that's confusing to me, I don't think that's the place for
Talk
it.
to Tony is my slogan, and then put my.
I think that actually says it pretty
Oh,
well.
at the bottom of the form, I'm with you, okay, fine, yes.
Okay,
All right,
so
I
let's,
understand.
everybody read this language here. Let's see if we have any final
This goes
comments. I think this
after
turned
what's
out
on the
nicely.
supplement.
You have to call an attorney and a financial professional?
Yes.
Wow.
or-
Both?
And or,
You had it or.
yeah, I thought it was and
Typo
or.
words, I mean.
What just happened?
Uh-oh. Come on, Obi-Wan.
And I thought we said it.
Do we need to clarify that we're working off of the supplemental recommendation? Or I guess that's what it is, that's the committee.
Uh-oh.
Kind of like and or financial professional, but.
I like that
I like
as well.
and/or too. I'm a big believer in and/ors. But they're like Oxford commas to me. I put and/ors everywhere.
Oh.
And I use by, between, and amongst.
And or, use and or, I'm gonna send your case. Basically, a
And/or.
lot of the lawyers will say,
Amongst sounds
"You don't know
Disjunctive,
how to
conjunctive.
speak."
Amongst.
Better call Saul.
Is right.
Look, give me all your emails by, between, and amongst you and anyone else as part of this deal.
Because
All
you're a litigator.
separate, segregated
No.
You
accounts.
didn't say
That's a-
You didn't say the ones.
Any and all. You can't just say all. It
Right.
has to be any.
Is a separate segregated account redundant? Or is there extra
Separate and
meaning?
segregated?
A
Yeah.
separate, a separate account works.
I think if you say a separate account, you're meaning,
Separate
I don't put anything else in it, but I mean, I think that's what it
Can
means.
we
I
put
think-
a pin in that and
Okay.
finish this, because I have some questions after too,
Okay.
I think we should finish this.
Can we say and or on the attorney? No, he doesn't.
It's either and or.
We haven't done that in other places.
We have not.
512 Law Dog.
Okay.
Phone
Well, I
number.
appreciate the answer.
Consistency.
So everybody's good with and instead of or then?
Yes.
It could be one of
So they're disjunctive or conjunctive. Is it you must talk to both, or you can talk to either?
I think we admonish them to talk to both.
Then you have to say and.
That's what
You
we
can't say or. Because I did talk to a lawyer, but I didn't talk to or, you couldn't say and.
Okay, go talk to them all, and if you don't, you're. It's not an issue.
Okay, so, okay.
I think it's good.
We're gonna add a checkbox to this, so which party pays for the escrow service.
You're making a lot of noise over
So-
there.
Correct.
Yes, I think that's correct. And I, but
Fixing
but back,
everybody's plate.
okay, so just before we leave this, what you're suggesting, I just want to be clear, because I really kind of, the way you all did it on yours, we basically replaced your agreements for seller financing can be complicated and subject to laws regulating loans, which I really thought kind of covered the seller may have other accounting.
Yep.
But I don't mind having the seller may have other accounting, but so I guess my question is, what you've got up on the screen now is replacing what you all suggested at the top, is that correct?
Correct. We wanna add that.
So is everybody good with that?
I think what we're doing is not as, like,
Yeah.
strong.
Cause I
It's
really
not as
like the
heavy-handed,
agreements for seller
but-
financing can be
Yeah.
complicated and subject to laws regulating loans.
If we just added that, it might be redundant, but we could leave the stuff that's in there.
Well, add it down there instead of in the
Nothing
one.
wrong with being redundant.
Yeah.
I like staring at a little bit.
Well, this form is
This is a public-
misused
especially
so
because it's a
much
public,
and
it
not
can't
filled out
be-
properly.
This is
It's-
critical.
It's cute that we think they're gonna read it.
Oh my God, that's what I was thinking. That's good.
If we help just one.
Yeah.
I understand. Okay.
Well, you know, a consumer using the form without a license holder probably is more likely to read it, right?
Maybe it'll scare the hell out of them, I don't know.
Thank you.
Let me ask a question about the last sentence under, talking about the escrow account will or will not be serviced. That's being left in?
Correct.
Okay, what if the party later on decides they want someone to service that? So
That could be a renegotiation. I'd say.
Well, but I mean, you're after the contract at that point in time. Can a seller later on, hey, I want to use an accounting firm to
I
handle
believe
it?
the seller always can. I don't think the buyer can later
This
force the
would
seller to
prohibit
use it.
their future ability to change over. Because it says right now, it says will or will not be serviced by. So I say, well, okay, it won't be serviced by. Then I later
Oh, then
on,
later on change.
as the seller say, oh, this is too much for me. I need
I
somebody
think
else.
you always have it at your
Negotiate.
expense at that point.
Then it would be the seller's.
Yeah, but does that prohibit them to even do it?
I don't think so.
I put that in-
Commitment
also
contract
always be
is
represented.
assumed in the
You can put that in the note of deed trust
deed.
fund.
Yeah,
anyway.
that's true.
I mean, actually, that's bringing something up, okay. Is this supposed to survive the contract? Because the contract is subsumed by the deed,
Right,
and then the seller's
This is the
disclosure.
note of deed of trust. The note of deed of trust will govern
Yeah,
any, if there's a difference
and there'll be a
between the
note,
note of deed of trust and this, the note of deed of trust will control.
right, and this is dead with the contract at the time, so,
So the seller later on could make that election to have someone.
To be in its note of
They
deed of
couldn't
trust.
have the buyer
They
pay for
can't
it.
look
No, I
at the
understand.
contract and say
I'm
you
just saying
can't.
the ability to do
You
that.
just can't rely on the contract to say you can't, they can try, but if they hire somebody good,
This is instruction for the note of deed of trust draft.
Right.
Except for voiding the note.
Yeah, and that
Why they-
that leads me back
why
to
they
what you were
won't be
saying, and I
objected
had a
to being
comment
serviced.
too about, I like, and maybe maybe those of us who draft documents for title companies who have solar finance closings just start including these things in our deed of trust, but, I mean, I'm just gonna give you my small town example of person who's seller financing. They are not sophisticated, and most of the time they check escrow not required, so, you know, maybe this is a 5% deal. But most people that I see come through our title company that are silent seller financing are, if they did do an escrow, they were probably, and they do one loan their whole lifetime,
Yeah.
okay? So they're not gonna fall under you do more than 3 a year or whatever. Probably not gonna use a separate account, probably not gonna send an accounting. And maybe this is good that we're gonna make them. But anyway, I had a little bit of a concern when I read it, because I thought, gosh, this is gonna be burdensome for some people, but like I said, most of the time they check escrow not required anyway. So.
And our thought there, it has the same thought for our Huntsville office, right? It happens all the time there. And is this obligation going to be too much for the simple transaction in which they're not thinking about it? But our concern over the few deals that have gone bad where they use the escrow money to go buy a car or to go do something else, of putting that obligation on them, if they're doing this business of seller financing, that it is a relatively small burden to place on them that protects the consumer at the end. But that's the same that I have.
If it's too much of a burden, then check box A, escrow not required.
Right, and that's typically what happens with ours anyway.
Yeah.
where the buyer pays for it.
What, did we address whatever you were gonna say?
No, I was just asking about separate segregated accounts.
Yeah, I think we could just say a separate account. I agree. That's redundant.
Like that.
Yeah.
Do we have that in the minutes?
With a checkbox?
No, for the removing separate or segregated?
Segregated.
Can I ask something? Sorry, I didn't,
One question.
okay. Is there an obligation somewhere other than in this paragraph for seller to actually buy the insurance policy or buyer to buy the insurance policy that seller has been paying? Are you following on the train? I just think that ought to be beefed up. If this is the place that it says, if this, I think it is.
Furnish seller evidence or pay the insurance.
Show me where.
The very the first box, escrow.
Right, no, but I'm saying in the seller financing addendum, is there anywhere else, or in the, there's not in the contract, but in this section about insurance, I think it should say, if we're using the B. Well, even B or A, it doesn't,
Well, it's in A, right?
The regular one, it's in the note.
A is clear, they buy it and they
They're
show
gonna-
proof.
And they're gonna prove it, but in B, I don't know that it says clear. I think we should add a line that says buyer shall.
Arrange the insurance coverage.
Yeah, shall purchase insurance,
Well, he didn't
but,
purchase it
but
because he didn't pay for
seller
it.
shall, well, then how is it purchased the first time? That's the thing too. Buyer shall arrange insurance. The initial year will be paid at closing.
Yeah.
How about that? And then seller shall pay the annual premium and adjust it. That's another thing. How about adjusting? You know, when things go up and down, do we talk about that?
I think that's in there.
Well, and I guess my question would be, how specific are we gonna be on
Yeah.
all of that
Estimating.
when the deed, because the deed of trust would presumably.
Well, right, but you said we gotta give you instructions for your drafting. Right?
Yeah, but I feel like that's fairly.
It says with each installed buyer shall deposit an escrow.
Does it say there's gonna be a deed of trust? in
Yes.
here?
It does.
Okay.
Yeah, so, I mean, one of the ways that we can solve this is just say that unless the parties agree otherwise, the deed of trust form promulgated by the state bar.
There's been pushback in the past about pushing another, I like that just generally myself, but I know we've had as a committee, a large pushback on.
Well, what it does is it eliminates all these questions about not covering everything in here.
Well, the title company may not like it either.
No, I'm saying they say unless the parties agree otherwise.
I think we ought to put it in. How complicated is it to put it in here? It's 2 sentences.
No, there's gonna be a lot of other things in there.
I don't know, right now, we're almost at the end and I've just come up with.
Do we even talk about it? You want
So
that?
there's, so there is a, and I'm,
Self-financing is complicated.
We got you.
Yeah, right?
Didn't we start there?
This can get complicated, and we're trying to do it in a way that keeps the form simple without overdoing it.
And I don't think it's complicated, just buyer shall arrange to purchase insurance. And then we have to talk about the first
Well, what's gonna happen potentially?
premium
I mean,
paid at closing.
normally in a commercial seller financing deal, we're negotiating the deed of trust as part of the contract. So we have, it's gonna be substantially similar to X, and we have an exhibit. And we'll negotiate that deed of trust right up front, but we're not doing that.
And I think the forms, Texas Realtors forms, correct me if I'm wrong, say the state bar forms will be used unless otherwise noted.
Right.
Yes. Something along those
Otherwise,
lines.
agree, right. So my worry is that we can dream all day long, but we're gonna leave holes out, but there's gonna be things that are gonna be in the deeds of trust that are not here.
Right.
And so,
I agree with that, but again, not complicated to add this, another anti referring to the state bar forms, it's a lot like the Texas Realtors forms, they are not available to the public.
Yeah, but it's different because.
They're not even available to a lawyer who doesn't
She's trying to
subscribe.
Well, because the bar is,
Are you talking
a
about
value
the
state
state
agency, it is a board.
State bar.
Well, I know, but we can't see it. We cannot, you cannot see it. If you do not subscribe to the current forms manual, you cannot access that form.
Well, no buyer or seller is gonna draw
You
up their
can
own
get a
deed of
bootleg
trust.
copy, but you cannot, it is not available to the public for sure. And this is the other people we're talking to, is the public.
But the public isn't gonna draw up their own deed of trust.
They are too.
They try.
They are too.
They're not gonna see,
It's
the-
gonna go
they're
to
not gonna
the
see the form that whoever's gonna be the drafter of the, if the seller has his own attorney, then that attorney's drafting it. So the buyer's not gonna see that form.
Yeah.
So-
I'm gonna raise the consistency
Yeah,
flag again.
Well, it's so practically, at least the small town title companies, it's done by the attorneys that are not either side's attorney. And the title companies having them prepared. And so, and I think that's how this is mostly being used. And then more complicated transactions when you have sophisticated parties are having their lawyers draft it up and attach it as exhibits or, whatever it might be. And I heard the 5% rule floated over here. I think we might be getting into that 5% of adding this stuff. And what we had suggested to be added was in line with what, Mary had a lot of experience in the servicing and whether that will be done or not and getting that. Some of the bigger ticket items. I don't know if that's ever been an issue in terms of the terms of the deed of trust that have ultimately been put forward to the parties. And a couple times I've had it personally, the parties have worked it out. It's been a clause or two they wanted to change.
Okay.
But I think her putting about insurance, I mean, that's just the same way as like I talked about servicing, because that's really so the buyer knows the money's being properly put in every account, rather with the seller just collecting money and forgetting to pay their mortgage and all that fun stuff. Now, that's a wrap, and I'm not gonna go there. But all I'm saying is I think it would be fine to put a statement, buyer has or has not gotten insurance. I mean, I don't.
You want to take the statement, let's type it out and we'll see what it looks like, and that way we can.
And the other reason,
Get
this
that.
is upfront, this is instruction.
Yeah, can I make one suggestion as to how we may want to do this? First of all, there may be situations where we don't need to have insurance, because this form could also be used on the unimproved property contract, and the seller doesn't need there to be insurance in the seller financing. So I would suggest we add a paragraph 4 underneath prior liens and say buyer will not obtain casualty insurance, naming seller as a mortgagee loss payee. And then in paragraph 2A, that last sentence would say, if required, buyer shall annually furnish seller evidence.
Yep,
I like that.
I like that.
way to go, Brian.
Wow.
That's it.
I got a problem. I come up with all these great ideas and I think I don't have COVID, but then I'm agreeing with SJ on everything. So
But I think, in addition to that brilliant thing that Brian just said, we do still need to say, in the B situation, if required.
Yeah.
How it's gonna happen, because the people need to know up front when they're doing the contract, who is paying for this initial premium? Is that a closing cost? Yeah, so it needs to be collected and paid at closing, or you're not gonna have insurance. And then going forward,
and I'm just gonna point out that if you're gonna put an option to say, yes, we are or are not gonna require insurance, then you're gonna have to go through and completely reword B. Because you've got in B escrow required, that's the whole thing, is you're assuming that there is gonna be insurance premiums
Well,
required.
it could have escrow for just taxes.
No, but what I'm
That's not
saying
what
is
we
the
said.
wording in the paragraph is not, it's presuming that it is
Yes.
required. So you're complicating that whole paragraph.
You can add any before casualty.
You can, sure can. I'm just saying, you need to look at that paragraph because that wording is gonna be changed as
Does this
well.
need to go back to the working group?
A lot of this is covered in paragraph 12A2. expenses payable by purchaser.
Say that again, sir?
A lot of it's covered in paragraph 12A2, expenses payable by
The
buyer.
contract?
It talks about insurance premiums and hazard insurance.
Okay. So 12A2, which is, all right, so it says expenses payable by buyer, buyer's expenses, appraisal fees, loan application fees, origination charges, credit reports, preparation of loan documents, interest on the note from the date of disbursement to 1 month prior to the first monthly payment, recording fees, copies of easements and restrictions, loan title policy with endorsements required by a lender, loan-related inspection fees, photos, amortization schedules, 1/2 of escrow fee.
All
1/2 of the
prepaid
escrow, what is that in this situation? All prepaid items, including required premiums for flood and hazard insurance. That is so great. Okay. Reserve deposits where insurance, ad valorem taxes, special government assessments.
See, that's.
Okay. But we still have to say.
Required premiums are going to be, you have a different lender here, and the lender's not requiring any insurance in this form. Now, in his note deed trust, he's going to require that, right?
We need to in this form, require it.
What I think is gonna happen is we're gonna go down this rabbit hole every time we review this form, that we're missing major items that are normally negotiated and placed into the note deed trust. So I get back to the point of picking the form and just living with it, or just pick and choose which ones you want to include, and like you said, the parties will work it out.
What if we, just throw us out there to keep things moving, have that portion of it go back to the working group? On looking at it broader than not just insurance premiums, but other stuff that is in the deed of trust, that is not in here, and then look at that as a whole separate issue. And I do like the changes that we made here, since it will be a long time before we can have forms back before the commission, of at least pushing this one forward.
This is
Well, the other thing we can do is we can have a meeting here in a couple of months and then propose it to the commission in November. It's just that it probably will end up being adopted in February as opposed to November.
And we could have rates sufficient to make seller financing attractive late this year.
I'm sorry, but we're adding it, we're adding the escrow. You're making them do an escrow. We like that, right? We're making them do an escrow. And we're telling him what's gonna be in the escrow. So let's take 10 minutes and write the damn sentences out to add the insurance in
What
there.
we're telling you is we all think it's gonna take longer than 10 minutes.
I know.
You're not wanting to hear
It's
that.
taken 30
Yeah, it's already
Haven't
taken
written
over
anything.
30. I know, that's the point.
It hasn't been just this in 30 minutes. It's been this whole
It's
proposed agenda.
been pretty close. It's been pretty close. We've been bouncing this one.
We've been bouncing the whole
I think
thing.
we need to get
But-
something out there.
How about a straw poll on where we're at here to see if we want to move forward? So with in the proposed poll is moving forward with the changes all the way through what we discussed with taking out segregated. Throwing back to the working group, the other deed of trust terms that are out there, including, what we're talking about with the tax or the insurance, versus keep going down to the insurance. I see if we tackle insurance, I don't think what you said, it's a waterfall. What's next? And there's bigger issues that maybe a section that we add that I think deserves more time than what we have today.
The only challenge is what we've added in on the red is to pay taxes and insurance, right? Seller will provide buyer with annual accounting. We put that in the red. Do we wanna just say insurance is being collected? I mean, I don't know. I mean,
Let's
it
focus
says it
on the
right
straw
there.
poll.
All right, hang on, let's get back to straw. Are you asking us, do we want to table this and put some more time in it, or do we want to submit what we got?
Submit what we have and put everything back to the working group that we're not addressing today versus addressing it now. Or I guess the third option of just tabling the whole form.
Okay,
Um,
I wanna amend that motion and offer a different one. Take 10 minutes, finish the insurance, then submit it, and then go down your waterfall.
The insurance language, how about craft something that you like and would recommend? We'll put this aside and come back to that language, maybe on a break over lunch, and then we can have that recommendation so we can move forward on the other ones. And have something on the table to discuss in terms of what you think should be added. 'Cause I think we have circled around this for a while without any consensus on what to
So
do.
lunch here?
What's that?
He has some up there about casualty
And
insurance.
then we take where that, then we can have some language to work from that may make it quicker, that you like, that we can, because I think we're having a hard time ourselves coming out with that language. So it'd be helpful to have something to work
Oh, we're
from.
just fighting, talking about it.
That's it.
Fine, I'll come up with something.
So,
So-
okay, so,
I'm for submitting to the committee what we have and putting other matters to the working group for later.
Agree. Don't sacrifice the good to chase the perfect.
and Esther, I think if we come up with that language, we can look at that and spend, 5-10 minutes looking at that, see if we want to add it, but then confine it to that so we can move forward with the rest of it.
Sure how many cliches there are.
We got 5.
Oh, I'm sorry. So
That's what we have to the
Thank you.
commission for consideration, is that what we're doing?
Correct.
Yes.
Okay.
Yes.
Let me rephrase.
Okay.
Submit what we have to the commission, and
Did you
then
say
other,
looking at it again after lunch?
Yes.
With the caveat of, you'll come up with the language and we'll spend, max of the.
So we're not voting on it right now.
We're voting to.
We're voting to move forward with this so we can get to the next step.
Yeah, but Ron, can you finish that sentence there? Casualty insurance buyer shall not
So what I need you to do, Brian, if you need your language again.
obtain casualty insurance, naming seller as a mortgagee loss payee.
Well, not to be a jerk here, but if we're going for what we've actually worked out, then why are we working on that? Why are we working on this part and not the rest of
That
it?
he gave us to his
We
previous.
weren't finished with it. We should take a lunch break. Yeah, there were 2 different things. There were actually.
We'll get-
3
Come back with clear minds.
Yes, I think we're all getting hungry here.
Hangry.
Yeah.
Where's the Snickers?
I had a Milky Way. That was good enough for me.
Did you eat it?
Well, this is good, important
Now,
changes, so.
adding that, it does make it inconsistent if we go for it.
Yep,
We
let's,
just add that, yes.
so lunch is here and ready?
Hey everyone, lunch is here and ready. Texas Realtors, and especially I appreciate
Thanks to Texas.
everything that y'all do. This is amazing and incredible. Sandwiches, it's really hot outside, so I didn't want to have anything too heavy. Sandwiches, tea, lots of cookies, so eat a lot and take some home and save some for later this afternoon, because we'll probably.
Because we'll need them.
Thank you.
Thank you, all right, officially on lunch break.
Is DoorDash on the way?
Yeah, no, yeah.
Oh.
So as promised, we'll, we have a kind of the straw poll that we're gonna move forward with the form, at least with some changes, but giving at least a little bit more time, 5 to 10 minutes, and cap it off with some additional language that SJ has come up with
Enron.
for this Enron, for the seller's financing form. So I guess, SJ, if you want to walk through, or Ron, if you want to walk through your changes.
Sure. So the first thing we're doing is we're naming this the S.J. Swanson.
To be following the Chuck, Jacobus, whatever other.
Appraisal addendum.
Just to remind you what we did up here, we're just taking out the proposed admonition at the top of the form to the following. So it'll be at the top of the form, right? I wanted to double check that.
Instead of
Wait,
the
that'll
bottom.
be at the top or the bottom?
Tom,
Okay, I'm good.
first Scott.
Does it matter to you?
I think we had it top, moved it to the bottom. I'm fine with moving it back to the
Scott?
top.
If Scott's still there, he can chime in, but he was asked twice, and we talked about the top. He agreed, yes, it was replacing the top.
And we do have it at the top of the other addendum.
The hydrostatic test.
Hydrostatic, so it's fine.
Okay.
I'm finding your place. We're consistently on the bottom, but it can be complicated, so yeah, I'm good either way.
Okay, so no one really cares, so S.J. is
Top.
at the top. Okay.
That's what we should do.
All right. And then there's going to be a checkbox as to which party in paragraph B to B, which is who pays for the escrow service, if there's going to be one there. Okay. And then we're deleting the word segregated in that same paragraph as well. That was added. Okay. And then we're adding this language as a new D4 that says casualty insurance. The deed of trust will provide that buyer shall or shall not obtain casualty insurance naming seller as a mortgagee payee effective on the date of closing.
I think what we have in the form is mortgagee loss payee.
Lost payee, okay, thank you for that. Okay, so with that change then, of course, then, what we noticed is in paragraphs A and D, we have that same sentence that talks about naming seller as mortgagee loss payee, both in A and B. So, at the last end of paragraph 2A, we're suggesting striking naming seller as mortgagee loss payee, just to be consistent there. That same sentence you'll find out in paragraph 2B, right before the red letters there. So we're striking that sentence because that's now in paragraph B4. Then the only other thing we're doing is adding where you see, anytime you see casualty insurance premiums, adding the words any required casualty insurance premiums. Anytime you see those in either paragraph 2A or 2B, and that's what I'll list up. So that Abby can track the exact changes.
And then just to add, if you didn't pick up the subtlety of it, but the deed of trust, saying in there that the deed of trust is gonna set it out, that's giving the details back to the whoever lawyer is that's preparing that deed of trust. So we're giving them a heads up.
Okay.
Then the deed of trust drafter can put in the details.
Okay.
Okay,
And, go ahead.
One stylistic question, do you want to make what we've added here as new D4 actually D3? This is purely a style question.
And what do we do with?
Because insurance, we were kind of talking about insurance, so D4, if we make that D3, it's the next paragraph. D4 is prior leads.
Yeah.
That's just a style question.
I think that's a good idea.
Okay.
Logical.
Okay.
Well, I'd make a motion that we accept all this as proposed by the committee and with these changes that we've made here today to go on, be presented to the commission.
A second.
You like the language? And everybody here to vote? All in favor?
Can I make
Oh.
one suggestion in honor of stylistic changes? Do you want the insurance requirement to go before the escrow part? No, it's not a big deal. I just, if you're going in order of,
I like that.
so making it 2 and then making escrow 3 and then prior liens 4. So you know whether you're in required insurance and then when you know you're required and then you know whether you're escrow.
I like that.
That makes good sense.
Mhm.
Good change.
Good style.
Logical. But yes, you have a motion and a second.
Mhm.
Sorry, I just
And-
distracted that.
We'll amend the
A
motion.
That was
to-
typographical.
motion amended. Diane, a second. Okay, I'm adding to the style book, follow the title in the order of things, right? Is that essentially what you're saying?
So Amy, I like your style.
I like your style.
So we have a motion and we have a second. Second.
Yes.
Okay,
Yes.
second. All in favor, say aye.
Aye.
All in favor, or against, say no.
Excellent.
Good
job,
change.
SJ and Ron, thank you.
And we did that under the 5 minutes, I think. That was impressive.
Somebody clock me? Did anybody clock me? No, I'm counting.
We
We
didn't go
we
off,
actually
so I
ran
didn't
out
do
of
it.
time. but-
It can be done.
All right. Well, and that's a good note just for the committee in general. When we come to situations like this where we're trying to come up with new language and pausing and taking a break to come up with proposed language instead of having too many cooks in the kitchen. That ended up being very good language at the end, so.
Or we just put you got 10 minutes.
With lunch.
Okay. So the next form, I think I got a little out of order here. I believe it's the HOA addendum.
That's what I got.
Okay.
Which one?
HOA.
The HOA
Yeah.
addendum.
Addendum for property subject to mandatory membership.
There we go.
Page 77 of your materials,
With early changes in paragraph C.
Mary.
C and, that's correct.
And we again attempt to stay ahead of HOAs that call things different names.
So this has been somewhat of a hot button issue. Anybody receive any comments?
Excellent, timely needed.
And we'll have to change it for.
Well, I didn't have any negative comments.
Yes, as a matter of fact.
I did notice, just as a side note, and I'm planning to attend it, there's a CLE 13th, the state bar, talking about the new legislative changes to HOA requirements, which I do have to admit I've not fully digested myself. So I'm gonna try to see that and I'll report back if there's anything that I'm not.
And there's no additional comments to that. We'll move forward with those changes as part of our broader motion.
So this is going forward too? Is that the plan?
Yes.
Yes.
Okay.
So study 7, we have the amendment
Yes.
next. In the amendment, we said added a notice of paragraph 7 of the contract governs the completion, delivery of documents and documentation and transfer of warranties of repairs and treatments.
That's probably good.
Chairman,
Thanks.
one thing that's not on this form is the admonition about attorney. I mean, yes, it's on the contract, but if we're putting on every document, you know, and this came later, this comes later,
We will move it 2 pages, I think. That's the
is that the problem?
And I think to this being an amendment,
It's an amendment to an agreement where you've already been.
Yeah, I know, but it's,
Well, you don't have any room for 9, is what you have. For 9, there's really no room for anything.
there's room to stick that admonition box in there. I know that's executed.
I just-
On amendment or on the HOA thing?
On the amendment, there's room.
I don't think it's necessary since it's on the contract.
Well, here's my thoughts. Often I'm called,
She's right.
yeah, often I'm called when it's time for an amendment because there's some kind of, situation going on. In, you know, appraisal screwed up or the inspection, there's a new issue or some other kind of drama. And that's when the lawyer gets, or should be brought in. I really think, and plus with our consistency, I think it ought to be pretty much on every thing.
Let me ask this question in terms of practical use by the brokers. Are the blanks in 2 and 9 big enough to do what you normally do?
It is very helpful to have them the size they are. Quite often I can get everything in there. Okay. And that really where it gets lengthy is when we're naming specific repairs.
I mean, look at it, at 23 on the contract. I mean, it's one sentence that is a line in 3 quarters.
Do you need it large enough that you don't have to use a magnifying glass?
It's in the regular type. It's in the regular type of the language. It's just.
so
If we can keep it one, I would really like to keep it 1 page.
77.
I think we can shove it in there.
I'm not opposed to adding it.
So
But I am
is our goal
opposed
to
to
have
doing
that
2
on
pages.
every single form, every single addenda?
would agree with that.
Because I'm looking at the next ones coming up and there's not room for them and it's
Well,
not there.
I
It's
think
not
if we
on
start
the-
putting it on everything, it loses its power.
No.
But I also don't know that it has a whole lot of power anyway, so whatever.
You talking about the admonishment?
Yeah.
Yeah, I mean, they're gonna do what they wanna do anyways. The best sentence I hear all the time is, I'm not a lawyer, but.
Well, I guess let's take a poll. Adding, and I would say the polls between 2 things, adding it and keeping it 1 page or not adding it at all. And so who's in favor of adding it as long as it stays to 1 page?
Yes.
Yeah.
Yep, so that's majority.
And I agree with you that it does very little. However, it is very nice to have it when things go awry.
Yeah. It was
You
right
gotta-
here.
and you're telling
It was
somebody-
right there.
You were told
Yeah.
you should do this, and you made a choice, an affirmative choice not to do it.
Right.
There's the.
So you can call them a dummy.
Right on.
Okay.
At least this one. And I do agree
I just hope you're never having to say.
that with Diane, we don't have a lot of things that we did just pass. By the way, we did just pass the HOA, and there is no way to add it without running it past one page. I guess I'd be willing to look at
But that's a part of the contract.
it. is.
And the
true,
contract has that warning.
But if we're gonna be consistent, we should be consistent. But for the moment, I think it's just important to shove it onto this before it goes
Okay.
to track.
The next one, we have some third-party financing addendum.
Before we
Yeah.
jump on that, I am remembering something Amber, I believe, told me, which is that paragraph 7F on the amendment that is not the paragraph in every single contract for.
Oh, okay.
So
Say that again?
So the reference in the addition here in the amendment is referencing paragraph 7F.
Okay.
But
So-
I think that's in the 1 to 4 and not across the board in every single contract.
Yeah.
But I cannot remember which ones.
new homes, so under the.
Can we go back for a second?
Sure.
Ron, you're on the unauthorized practice. Are y'all contemplating the amendment, number 2 at all? 'Cause from my perspective, that's where, first of all, it's hard. It sounds easy to draft a repair amendment, but it's not easy.
It is not.
And that's where I think agents practice law the most, is drafting repair amendments. And it's where I see them messing it up the most.
We've not talked about this specific form, so we can bring it up at the next meeting. I think that's a good point. I know that the current draft of the rule, Washington, the drafting part of the rule right now follows what's been done, is that you say that essentially the brokers can fill in the blanks. So this invites them to fill in a lot, is what you're saying.
Well, it's not uncommon to see them do an exhibit, an addendum to the amendment.
Yeah,
I
you just
mean,
attach.
Exhibit A and go down the list of things.
So
And it's probably the worst done of anything that we do.
now we did, it's one of the reasons why we added that parenthetical, so that really all that we would do here is supposed to be a list, right? Because paragraph 7F governs what everything else, when you're supposed to do it, what you're supposed to use. So I don't know if that helps the situation.
I don't know if it does either, to be honest. I don't know that I have a great solution. I'm just, perhaps just issue spotting.
You could add another addition that, only list repairs, the language.
So, give us an example of the mistakes that you see.
Trying to think of one, that's a good question.
Because the mistakes I see, I think it's a mistake because it's already addressed in the contract, and this addition should help that. But you could be, you're likely seeing different things than I am.
Well, you, a lot of times they'll try to write in verification processes or verification steps, like will be completed by X date and it will be done to this level of satisfaction or stuff like that, or they'll try to write in a process to verify that it's been done. And if it hasn't been done, then X happens.
Getting complicated, yeah.
Well,
But all that's addressed in 7F and 1 to 4, so maybe this will cover that.
It might.
It could help.
Yeah.
We drafted this just to solve problems. No.
Usually it's something like seller will check the air conditioner.
Yeah.
They don't say what they'll do once they find a problem.
Yeah.
Worse than that is I'll have somebody state what the deficiency was found in the inspection and doesn't say what to do about it.
Right.
Or you don't have to do anything. It's more like just let you know.
Yeah.
Or fire requests. Well, I said no.
I'm not sure there's a better way to address that here, though.
We can't fix that.
I'm not sure there is either.
Do we fix the reference by just saying paragraph 7
That's
instead of
exactly
7F?
what I was about to say.
And it's
Yeah.
broad.
It must be a great idea.
That's it.
Excellent. And another circle closed.
right, so just saying 7 and adding the attorney thing. Then it should be good, right?
We're
Good enough.
concerns on that?
Forward
Okay.
mode.
I think adding the attorney will fix all those.
It will, for sure. It'll make me happy when I get to take that position.
Oh, I gotta hope I'm never there.
Me too. Okay, here
Third party
comes the fun
financing
part.
next. Okay, so he has that. So the third party financing, which
Yeah.
follows the language that we changed in the contracts. And was this part of the working group as well?
The other
So you
working
want-
group. It was a long time ago.
He was
That
part
was
of
part of
that.
that cash, the cash problem. Brian's committee.
I've heard a lot of positive feedback on this change. That people like the disclosure. Well, one of cash, but then listing this out as other on here. So I didn't hear any negative
Is
feedback.
is that first blank supposed to be a commercial name or what the party is?
Or their mother. Or their
Okay, like
father.
that, okay, okay. That's
Maybe we
good.
should put in parentheticals name,
Mhm.
because people are dumb. Sorry, did I say that? I mean, people don't realize.
Or lender. I
Lender
mean,
name,
or,
either
yeah.
lender.
Yeah, that's what I'm
Lender
saying.
Lender would encompass.
Lender name.
Okay. Hopefully it's not a long name.
Take it back. Don't report me.
We haven't recorded you yet, so I think.
We're all being
Yeah.
recorded. And live stream. Sorry.
Any other suggested changes to the language in G? The next change we had was adding a lead-in in paragraph 3, required by buyer's lender. It's not, every lender won't necessarily require the loan to be secured by deed of trust.
Just as a quick note, and I literally just saw this, but I saw a couple of other references to buyer's lender in other paragraphs where the L was not capitalized. So you may want to double check those.
Oh my gosh.
Eddie's on.
Getting out my head.
Is buyer's lender a defined term?
So do we make it?
I don't know if it needs to be capitalized.
It doesn't appear to be in all.
It doesn't
Well,
appear to be.
Buyer should be capitalized.
Buyer should be capitalized.
Yeah, buyer should be, but
Not-
lender,
Not lender.
yeah.
That's right.
So uncapitalized it where it is
Yeah.
capitalized?
For the lender.
Sounds like.
Lender should be
Where-
lowercase.
Yes.
Do we have everything like that?
And there should be a comma after buyers. Sorry.
There shouldn't be a comma,
I'm-
but there should be, unless that is a defined term. If it's not a defined term, then there should be a possessive.
Well, it is possessive, it is possessive.
Is it? Okay. Never mind. Good.
But lender's capitalized.
Yeah, we're just lowercase lender.
I'm not seeing where that's capitalized.
Number
Section 3.
Number three.
In that page, it's just in the change.
Oh, the change that was
Yes.
on the sheet, gotcha.
Yeah, so there you
I
go.
was thinking in the old form.
Keep looking.
Okay.
Yeah, wake up.
Any other comments on that?
Yeah.
All right. So I think we're
Is that
through
one
that.
E?
It's 3.
3, I believe.
3.
The lead-in
Section
sentence we
3.
added to 3.
On the back.
Committee decided to add name of lender after from in the first line of paragraph 1E.
That's G.
Oh, G.
G. Okay, yeah.
But now we're on 3, the next setting in language.
And we said lowercase.
Okay. I think that wraps up the initial changes that we did. Did I miss any forms? Oh, we'll go and do those separate. We do the motion now to,
No, actually,
Yeah, they're different.
they're different.
the addenda regarding Residential.
Residential.
Yes, yes.
We have
Starting
to-
on page
So these,
84.
the last several forms are just carryovers from prior meetings where we just made changes and.
So we're on page 81 of the materials.
Yes.
We might as well flip them on, right?
Yes.
So I'm confused, these are not going to the commission this time?
Well, they would, just like the other forms, they just haven't been proposed yet, so if you do want to propose them.
So we can go through those now to put down before the
Yes,
commission.
okay, we want to load down truck.
So page 81 starts with the addendum regarding residential leases.
Existing ones, not ones like our settlers.
Correct, and there was a minor change there about providing notice of, I believe it was the oral leases.
Yeah.
And then we took out check one box only, theoretically you can have multiple leases. The next one, fixture leases, is essentially the same thing, it's page 82 of the materials.
Would an oral lease typically be something that just went on as a month to month, maybe?
It could be anything.
I mean, just that anything that's not covered by the written lease, but you have a written lease and then it
No, the whole thing's oral.
expires, or it doesn't expire.
That would probably be the holdover period, I think, unless the lease by its terms terminated. I think it'd have to be a lease by lease issue, whether it was active under there or whether it went to month.
Yeah, so if it's written month to month, is that considered an oral?
No.
Or does that go back to written?
Still under the written lease, it's a
Yeah, it is.
holdover.
Yeah.
Okay.
Oral lease is defined as a bad idea.
Let's write that in, let's define that term.
Maybe we need a heading, oral leases.
And then the last form there is on page 83, which is the notice of prospective buyer. And we added the PID notice to that form.
But before we move on, can we look at the fixture lease real quick?
We're back on page 82 of the material.
Yeah, I'd like for the brokers to comment on the first paragraph. If we're going to revise this, I wish we'd clean up the language because, I mean, I read it every time and have to stop. It says, does not own specifically solar panels, propane tanks, water softeners. Then it says, buyer shall assume and seller shall assign to buyer the fixture leases at closing except the. Could we make it, will assign the following fixture leases? Because if they're not assuming it, you do an exception there. Does that make sense?
Yes.
The brokers in there, do your agents call you all the time and having to walk through the way that's worded?
It's confusing, I agree with you. I think stating what it is that is going to be conveyed should be the way it's written. I agree.
Instead of exceptional list.
Yes.
Right. Because we had one and we put it, we put it accept and he didn't quite get it and we were 2 days before closing before he realized it. So if we're gonna change it, I'd like to maybe clean that up.
Seems like the brokers have a good consensus on
Yeah.
that, cleaning it up, and I think that makes it simple. So, very good suggestion.
Do we need a longer blank in case it's multiples?
Yeah.
We have room on the form to add.
I'm not
That
trying
goes
to.
to another line.
You can only have 2 lines. As long as it's
Yeah.
I have not had the privilege of using it.
Biggest problem about this form and in 1 to 4, we don't know what's leased. When people go write the contracts, no one knows what's.
Well, the seller will be countering the offer with this probably.
Yeah, with the information.
Yeah. Of course, I think on the Texas Realtors disclosure, does it not deal with leased items?
Yep.
I think so. I'm not talking about the statutory, but yeah.
Yeah, just a lot of the information, I think, is getting collected at the listing.
Yeah.
And then hopefully,
That's the theory.
yeah, if they're not in the list, I don't know how they do it, but unless we just put it in there, so you know.
But if you don't know, I can propose a contract on your deal and you can come back with that.
Yeah.
And that's one big thing we talked about when initially developing these forms was the logistics behind it, knowing the buyer wouldn't have all the information and it would just have to come back to the store until then.
Well, I send it in like it's a lease, and they'll either say, you don't need that because it's all owned. I don't know.
This is a broker issue, we'll do whatever, however y'all want, but it's written this way to make it easier and more user-friendly. But what I hear y'all saying is it's the opposite, is it's not easier, and it's not user, because if we change it to
Depends on
that,
the
you
user.
have to write it, you actually have to go in and list all of them again,
Yeah.
you know, so you have to do it twice.
But you're probably not dealing with more than a couple of leases. I'm not trying to.
Again, I don't care.
Yeah.
I'm just telling you, it was intended to be easier on y'all, and what y'all are saying is let's say you have to write it twice.
Make it harder.
Again, if y'all wanna do that, fine.
Well, you're checking what is leased, and then you're just listing what you will assume.
Yeah, so do you want to put a checkbox there or just a blank line so we can tell?
I think either one, we have room. I mean, we had one last week where they were, and this is, probably never heard of this, they were leasing smart toilets. As a fixture.
I would want that.
I'm gonna have to Google that one later.
Yeah, and believe me, we had fun with the contract.
I was like, where are we going?
I don't know what a smart toilet is, but I don't want it.
I think it has to do with water
I guess.
And that would be one I would never even consider.
Smart
I would never
toilet?
want it back.
I think it should be an example in our
No.
list.
I think that's a great idea. Example.
Such as.
Well, you know, when you.
I'm so paranoid about Big
So
Brother, I don't know where to go.
Every time. Every toilet in the house, I would close it.
Do y'all want
Nest
check
thermostat.
boxes listed again, or do you just want a big long line?
I think the check boxes would be easier, but it doesn't matter. That word accept is what everybody has to just back up and just take a double check.
Help us help you.
So you'd have another section of check boxes?
Yeah.
Yeah.
He's got it typed, he's going
I'm
with it
really
right
fine
now.
however
And then we have another.
the chairman wants to do it.
Yeah, me too.
You know?
I mean, the other brokers there, do y'all experience the same thing the way it's worded now?
Yes. It's confusing, but
And maybe just leave the blank, but just that word accept is what throws everything.
I think this will clarify.
I like
Make it
that.
much simpler.
Idea of the checkboxes to make it
Okay.
easier to
Okay,
check off instead of having agents write it in every
Yeah,
time.
yeah, that makes good sense.
okay, I'm sold.
These are probably only going to have one lease, right?
Yep.
Oh,
Like that.
Looks good to me.
your check boxes are so square, very nice.
To find that shortcut from you later.
It's as simple as it can be.
Okay.
See, but that's my favorite.
So I
So I don't care.
think with that addition, very good one, that wraps up our initial walkthrough of the forms. There's relatively few comments.
We got one more.
I think we did that one and came back.
Yeah.
On this one, just for future thought, I mean, I don't have a problem with this, obviously. I'm wondering if this might be a form where we take out all of the title notices in the contract form and put them on an addendum, and it's just attached to every single form. You just have all the information about the notices on a notice.
That's a good idea.
So anyway,
It's like
food
our
for thought.
general buyer
We'll move on. I don't want to talk about it now.
What do you want to put that on
No,
the agenda for next
But
time?
if they don't attach it, that'd be the issue, right?
But you
Right.
you have to require it to be attached.
Yeah, that's right, but it gives you all your notices.
Yeah, you just get it out of the form.
Then it's And my thought there is you're.
It is an opportunity for failure.
Yes.
Nobody
That's-
reads those notices hardly.
Right.
Anyway.
As you can
I've
tell,
thought
Charlie
about,
does not
I've
have.
thought about something similar, taking all of
And
the,
my fellow, I'm
all of the
sorry.
legal, notices out, put it in a separate report, and calling it legal notices, making the contract more
Right.
user-friendly.
Concept.
We won't.
I like the idea.
Notices, yeah.
So the comments are what we have next. There's some on here that touch the forms that we might want to consider. So I suggest we march through these pretty quickly and then see if there's anything
Are
we
we,
want to
are we
add.
not going to talk about the assumption and then until later?
Oh, that's in the,
Is
we
that
can
kind
pull
of-
that one up now. That wasn't actually in.
Is that a-
It's in the
Form itself.
supplement.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Let's go ahead and talk about that. That's a good one. We have relatively few changes to that as well.
Since we're in a form mood.
Which one you talked about on the supplement? In the assumption?
Loan assumption. It's page one.
Page 3 of the supplement.
I'm getting page one.
Well, that's what it says, and then you count.
Oh, yeah, sorry.
So,
Never mind. It's page 1 of the
There
form,
we
that's
go.
what I'm looking at.
And there's also some comments on this one too. I mean, not just, I mean, in the added supplement.
Okay. Brian, you want to take this one as well as part of our working group?
Okay. A loan assumption addendum, you want to pull that up? In paragraph A, we made the same change of the effective date, and then we also put in a provision that the credit documentation that the buyer provides to the seller would also be given, could also be given to the lender who's going to have to approve the assumption. That just makes sense. Paragraph B, the same changes that we approved on the seller financing addendum for the situations of when the buyer doesn't give the credit documentation. Paragraphs.
I just had one silly question. Why is the seller caring about getting that information?
So they don't dig around with a.
Like a pre-qualification?
no good- Yeah,
Okay.
with somebody that's not
Okay.
good,
Just curious.
Not a good fit.
not a good credit risk.
Yeah.
And the
Sorry.
seller may not be released from liability.
Oh, yeah, I get that, but that can be done without me getting the credit worthiness information.
I'm sorry. I did not.
Okay, all right, let's go to C here.
Okay, C, we started off with an affirmative statement that buyer will assume in writing the loan at closing.
Yeah.
And at the end of C, the buyer, of course, should be able to see copies of the note and the loan statement so that they can establish what the terms of payment are and what the status of the loan is. We did discuss getting a copy of all the loan documents, but in this day and age, that might be 3 inches thick. Really, the key document is to get a copy of the note that sets out the payment terms and the most current loan statement.
You know, it probably should be in public record, but they go hand in hand. I mean, there's way more obligations in the deed of trust than in the note. Generally, I think.
Get it part of their exception documents if they.
They'll generally get that, they can get that from the title company usually.
Well, they could, but do
Yeah,
they?
If it's an assumption, that should be a Schedule B item. So they should, but I don't mind just giving them the deed of trust.
I put it in there. I think they go hand in
I don't have
hand.
heartburn over that either.
So notes of deed of trusts,
Notes and deeds of trust to be assumed.
yeah, deed of trust.
Deed paren S of trust.
Oh,
Copies of the loan and deed of trust.
and while Ron's typing that, the other change we made in that paragraph was to the amount that's required for either side to get a termination right based upon the difference in the balance of the loan. So right now, as drafted before the change, it said if the amount is different by more than $500, the parties had a termination right.
That was back when loans were typically way under 100,000.
And we discussed, we need this form to be applicable to all transactions, whether it's a $5,000 lot or a $10 million house.
Right.
And the only way to do that to encompass everything is to leave a blank.
Yeah.
As much as we hate leaving blanks, we think that's the only way to really address that.
Yep.
So we're gonna say in here, within so many days after, within 5 days after effective date, seller will deliver to buyer copies of the notes to be assumed and
Deeds of trust.
the deeds of trust.
And why did we say 5 days? And why isn't this the blank that the parties can negotiate? Just asking.
Because.
Yeah.
We discussed 7 days, we discussed 5 days, and I don't know if we actually discussed a blank or not.
I think we discussed a blank and we said, oh, we'll be attacked if we give them one more blank that's not necessary. It seems to me 5 days is plenty of time for a seller to get a copy to the buyer.
Well, I'm talking.
Oh, yeah, we can put blank.
And the earnest money coming on a Friday or a Saturday, and there's a holiday. I don't know. I don't want to have to give you anything until I got your earnest money for sure.
Well,
I don't know.
failure to deliver the earnest money wouldn't necessarily get you out of your obligation to provide the note and deed of trust. They're independent clauses. They give you the termination right, but you don't necessarily, you both could be in breach if you didn't provide.
I know, that's my point. Why should we put the seller in breach? Why should we set him up to be in breach when the buyer may be in breach?
Well,
Or not even,
the seller could terminate it.
he could, and I'm just saying, but if it's,
So you want to give them 7 days?
You want a blank or do you want a longer period?
I want it blank or longer. 7 days would be okay, because the earnest money is 3 days, but what if earnest money is hitting on Friday? You know, and they get there at 5:15, you know what I'm saying? I think it's tight.
I'd rather do 7 than leave it blank.
Yeah.
Let's do 7.
The blank won't get filled in.
Okay.
I'm good with 7. Brian, are you okay with 7?
For some of the
Yeah.
others.
Rod, you okay?
Yeah.
Because,
Okay, we'll move that to 7.
okay, did you see I made a nice consumer thing and made up for my inappropriate comment earlier? So I'm catching up.
I don't know if it made up.
So far.
It is, but I'm trying.
Okay, so the next section, did we get that in the notes?
In paragraph, yeah, and then we have a new paragraph H, which is similar to what we have in the third-party financing addendum, authorization to release information. I think it's the exact, it's almost exactly the same language.
Can I ask a question here? Isn't the deed of trust gonna be assumed too?
Yeah, we
Sorry?
have that deed of trust filed, right?
Yeah, so I think where we say in H, deliverers of the notes and the deeds.
Well, I don't think you would have a deed of trust separate from the notes
Do we?
in that case. 'cause
If you're assuming a note,
I think
the shorter language catches it.
It is. Where
What?
do you see that?
The shorter language
HB.
changes it.
HB.
Yeah, well, you wouldn't assume a deed of trust without assuming the note. If you just say the lender of the note being assumed, that's sufficient for purposes of paragraph H.
Well, you say that, but I'm questioning you.
I think it's just identifying the lender.
Okay,
Shouldn't that be H1 and 2, not A and B?
Oh,
Yes.
yes, it should.
And escrow agent
Way to
and
go.
D needs to be in power lines.
H2.
You heard that, Eric.
I got the whole end of the table working on it.
Just bunch of
And a
eyes.
period at the end.
Yeah, it's wrong in here.
Yep.
Gosh, you're being so
I know, I know.
What a period at the end.
Jumping on the bandwagon.
Oxford period.
Everything is going to be Oxford from now on.
Sorry, John, you were saying.
Bo pointed out the escrow agent, needs to be capitalized and,
For sure.
also.
So does title company.
Yeah, it's defined too.
Oh, is it?
So,
And is the
divided
other
in
title
relation to
company
the-
the one that has corrections? Well, capitalization.
Capital.
That was not.
So much capital is
Just like broker.
I love overlooking these things.
Why, just, is it really necessary to have the words provided in relation to the closing of this sale? Can it just say closing disclosures and settlement statements to the parties' respective brokers?
Yeah, that's just extra.
I think that's the wording that we have in the other form.
Yeah, I think that's where it came from.
So,
But I mean,
Yeah,
to
we
the
can
closing
make
of
it
the sale,
short.
it means it's
I know,
provided
but
relation, but.
Right.
what other form is it? Let's go fix it.
Third party financing,
Let's go fix it.
I'm cool with that.
Can we
I
fix
love
it?
taking words out.
Yeah, I think that's.
Can we go
what they were
back?
done.
John, and fix that?
I would like a whole subcommittee on
So are we
taking
changing
words
this
out.
now, or is it a seller and buyer?
Copy of the
I would
closing
serve on
disclosure.
that.
I would be on that one
statement To the closing of this
And we'll
sale.
need them.
You don't really need to provide it in
You
relation.
don't even need, just to the parties. Because it says furnish a copy of the closing disclosures and settlement statements to the parties, respective brokers and agents. Right there. Just got you 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9,
No,
10
they take
words
it, they
out.
go away.
10.
That'll get us another line too.
Yeah. For
Oh,
a
man.
That form actually doesn't have a
Yeah,
line.
it doesn't.
And in the third party, and it'll give us another line. Put it in there.
Can we? Oh,
It's like trying to get
can
the
we go
government to
back
cut
to the,
spending.
where was this in the third
Once
party
they start
financing? It doesn't
Five
say
B.
where at it, Andy.
5B.
B? B?
5B.
5B. Right, right. And do the same thing?
I like that.
That'll give us another line there too. That is for sure. And in that vein, should we, on the third party financing addendum, yes, it's part of the contract, but should we shove an admonishment in there since we have to?
Maybe that's what she was getting.
Yes. It wasn't on purpose, but we are here. We're
Better
right.
take your opportunity.
What do you think? What do you think, Andy? Should we do it?
I don't know. I-
And to make the same change in the third-party financing addendum.
Yeah, I think if you add it on all of them if you're gonna add it.
As long as it stays on one
Did you hear
page,
she
or
said
the 2
on
pages.
H, should it be H1
Yeah,
and
I got
H2
that.
rather than?
H2.
Yeah, I didn't see that.
Yeah, it's in the, yeah.
Only for consistency. This is a litigator, it doesn't matter to me. But all I'm saying is if you want it for consistency, fine, but do I feel like we need that for litigation? Not really.
The amendment is its own animal.
Yeah.
I'm willing to forego it right now and pick it back up in the massive Oxford, comma,
You
and
reserve
other
the right to.
consistency
Right.
wave of corrections that'll come at some.
Right. I think I would agree with that. I think.
Five B.
H2.
In the third party.
5B. two.
It's one
I got
huge
yours.
plate of
Thank you,
cookies.
thank you.
Hey, we need to pass the
Y'all can stare.
There you go.
Blow up.
Oh.
It's not, that is Nutrisystem.
Hey, there's plates on
Help us get through these next ones.
You through with that?
I know. Thank you.
Only changes with.
Okay, but now we gotta still go back. We gotta go back and do
There's
due
one
on
more
sale
change.
notice.
There's one more change.
So on the, back on the loan assumption addendum,
Right.
and this is one common issue that we see across the board when it comes to loan assumptions that wasn't addressed, and Brian actually took the lead in drafting a notice here to get the rights, or notice of parties about the due on sale clauses and deeds of trust. And for everybody's, benefit, that's the clause that says if the property is transferred or conveyed, or, and it normally has a litany of different things, that the lender can call the note and have it be accelerated and immediately due and payable. And I think in dealing with consumers, at least on the legal front, this is a very, very common thing, especially when people buy a property and immediately want to flip it to an LLC for liability protection or in some other way. So having this here with loan assumption, because it squarely falls within the potential risks that are involved in these things, of having some notice to the parties up front. And I would venture that a lot of agents I deal with don't understand that those are in the clauses either, or the deeds of trust as well. So not only beneficial to the consumer, but also helping the agents convey that to the consumer. And so Brian came out with this language that's in the proposed form.
I think that's good. We didn't ever define note anywhere in here that would be.
Don't believe so.
I think this language is great.
So are we adding the consult your attorney language to this or no?
No, I think we decided not to, but maybe I like the due on sale notice. I think that's a very good idea.
I do too, and I want to just bring something up, even though it may not be exactly right. So what I've seen people also try to do, I've said stupidly, I mean, without education, is they try to do a seller's financing to sell a house they own where they still have a note on it.
a wrap.
And and they don't even know it's a wrap half the time.
No.
Okay, now if we're going through a title company, which our contract would require, the title company's not gonna let that happen. True, but how likely is it that somebody's gonna pick up the seller's financing addendum on its own and try to use it for their own janky, sell it to my daughter, my house thing, and should we put this kind of a warning anywhere else? It's not a fully formed thought.
The due on sale notice elsewhere?
Yeah, like in the seller's.
I don't think it
You know what I'm
belongs in the seller's financing addendum because the contract requires the title to be delivered, not
Right, that's what-
encumbered by it. So I
But
I
what if
don't
somebody
think
picked
it-
up the seller's financing addendum and tried to use it?
Well, if
That's a
somebody-
whole other
Yeah,
for 5%.
they would have to draft around the clauses in there.
I think you're talking about a member of the public
I
trying
know.
to play some games, and I think it's gonna be difficult to try and,
Or percent
We can't fix
rule,
yeah.
all those things.
Okay.
Well, good job on that, Brian.
Maybe we should phrase it as could be a complicated transaction, you need to consult with a realtor.
Now we're talking, now we're talking.
License holder.
No.
Oh, no, real quick.
Yeah, there you go. Yeah, absolutely.
At 817.
Along Tony's lines, it'll have trouble.
That's it.
Or maybe leave.
Okay,
Well, with check mark, pick the one you want.
so I think that's the last one we skipped over, so we can jump right into the comments here. And first one that came in through Greg, with somebody or the idea of having with copy to the agents in the notice section. That right now, a lot of the time, the agents or the parties are writing in the agent's information in the notice paragraph. And the commercial contracts have a phrase that says the parties will send copies of any notices to the broker representing the party to whom the notices are sent. And that's another way of addressing it. And so either adding it with copy to, or that tag phrase that's in the Texas Realtors commercial contract, I thought was a good way where we didn't have to put more blanks. That'd be, we had the broker information at the end, maybe that's a way to address it, but I don't know if you have more on that.
No, I think we discussed that a little bit at this last meeting. I know Ron, I copied that language from something he had used with copy to, just, and it could even be to like, one notice goes to me and one goes to my spouse with one copy to that type of thing, so.
I like it in the blank too. I like it.
It kind of in the formatting as it is now.
Copy to.
Anybody have any other feelings, and if that's helpful or
I think it could
necessary?
help getting agents not listening and putting their name in instead of the buyer and the seller, because it'll be clear, your name goes here, buyers and sellers goes above, and if it's near the commercial one, then that, and you see, can't say that I know how that is phrased, but if that works, then either, but I think adding that line is good.
And so the commercial one doesn't have the actual blanks in the notice section.
Yeah,
It
it's a
just,
separate place.
Right.
Yeah.
Which is why I like this
Blanks.
other thing better.
Yes,
you call it
I
out.
agree.
So the only thing, it may cause some type adjusting, but as I was looking at the first one in the packet, which is the thing, the unimproved, or at least I'm looking at the unimproved. There's too many email/fax lines in here anyway, so when this gets cleaned up, we can fix that. Because it says to buyer at blank, then another blank, and then a phone number blank, and then email fax blank, and then email fax blank.
I've never thought we needed the phone number, to be quite honest with you, because it says all notices have to be in writing.
Yeah.
So I don't know exactly why there's a phone number.
But it's handy.
I think it's just handy. I think the title companies use it.
Yeah, title company.
Yeah.
It's just a place to put info. So you're right, the notices take.
But it's a notice section. I'm not.
It
Let me
is.
throw this out. Is this something we want to work with a little bit and bring it back at the next meeting, or to try to get it in now?
Can I make a comment? You know, I understand the concern of wanting to be sure everybody knows what's going on, and it's a good idea. On the other hand, keep in mind that you may be shooting yourself in the foot. I thought I gave a good notice, but I didn't send a copy to everybody. And you're creating another hoop to jump through for purposes of giving a legally sufficient notice.
Okay, just put with courtesy copy to, okay, and then that's not a notice.
I don't like the idea. Because if they put my name and send it to me and don't send it to other people, we are liable to get it to the right person. That's when it was all hard copy, when we had to deliver them, way back when.
I thought that would be covered by saying the copy. You're only receiving a copy of the notice.
Well, but there is a point.
It's still
where-
considered, it's delivered, and if it only goes to me and it doesn't go to anybody else,
He's
and I don't,
Well, yeah, I'm not sure it'd be effective delivery if it's only to the agent when it says with copy to, because the lead in on paragraph 21 states that all notices are, from one part to the other, must be given in writing, are effective when mailed to, and if it's not mailed to, who's supposed to go to. Now, as agents, we have the obligation and duty to forward anything we receive on anyway, so I think that obligation's there, and we would get in equal amount of trouble if it was something that's only sent to us as if it's sent to both of us and we didn't make sure our client got it. But I'm on the fence on this one. I can see both sides.
I mean,
of the argument.
I've had seller's disclosures go to the agent and not, or it's, and not get to the, or inspections to the agent and not to the, and we get in trouble.
I agree with you.
Notice to an agent is notice to the principal.
Not always, and not in the notices, but whoever, like maybe it was you, Brian, if we do add it, notice with copy, I do think that makes an obligation for both notices, and if somebody doesn't give the notice properly, then that's some kind of wiggle out of it.
Yeah.
So we should put, like with courtesy copy, or something, or agents could just do the job.
Anything I receive, anything I receive, I communicate to my principal.
Yeah, but the whole point of putting this in here is you didn't get notice, right? It's only going to the seller, it's only going to the buyer, so that agent didn't get a notice, and you want notice. That's the point.
And the suggestion was given in the comments to make it with copy to the agents. Because too many times either agents are putting their information here or not receiving.
We can't help if they don't want to fill out a form that says to buyer and they don't know they're not the buyer.
They don't want to give that information out to anybody else on the transaction, because they're gonna poach their company.
Yeah.
I mean,
I don't think we need with copies too.
Well, I think that it is still an issue, that it's born of things that happen so long ago. I mean, like you said, they don't know they're the buyer, and you said it's because they don't want to, risk losing the client. And I think that was the case 20 years ago. I don't think that's the reason anymore. I think the reason they're doing it now is just because that's what they've been told and they don't know any better. I mean, I don't think they know why they're doing it, other than that's what they were told to do. I don't think there's like a real thought process that goes into it. But I think if the line said, copy to the agent, it clarifies a lot of things, and not an attorney, please, on the record, not an attorney, I don't understand how that gives us any additional liability. We've got that liability anyway.
Right.
So we just do our jobs.
Yeah. You're right on that.
Well, I think another, that's happened in the past is our clients might get that notice and then we don't know about it. They, do they know what that meant when they received a notice of termination or whatever it might be? So do they get in touch with us right away or within the time period that the notice might require? So it's just letting everybody know at once.
And this is very common in the commercial context. Almost every commercial contract has some form of that in there. So I think it's more, I think the legal issues, we get over the hurdles, is really, in my view, what the brokers think they need it. It'd be beneficial to the brokers in general.
If you do with copies too, do you have to specify an exact email address or whatever that the agent or broker can receive, as opposed to where you write supervising, all the extra 5 emails, like do you have to put another blank in there for who's gonna get it?
Yes, you put a blank in there. That's the whole point.
Or
Add a
this
blank
is
and
the other
it puts it
language
in there.
that's in there, the parties will send
With the
copies of
notice,
any notices to the
address.
broker representing the party to
And
any
I
notices. That's in the current.
My question is, will this alleviate the agent from putting their name up in the top? And that's what he's saying, that he
Well,
doesn't
nothing
like.
is 100%,
Right.
right? It's not, and the answer's no.
They still choose.
But it's gonna help. And keep in mind, the new legal courses are now they're teaching agents that when you send a notice, you don't just send it to the other agent, it has to go to the consumer as well. So now we can have agents bypassing the other agent if it doesn't say copy to, because they're being taught in the legal course to use that paragraph.
I just talked to 2 young agents at Realty Austin and 1 young agent at Realty San Antonio, and they didn't know what the broker lawyer committee was. And they just became agents, they just took the courses.
I have questions about that myself, right now.
Can we call the question?
What's that?
Chair, can we call the question?
Yeah, and so I guess the first initial one is, do we want to consider adding with copy to into this contract, and then we can go on forward.
I don't think it's a harm.
I think it's more of a broker preference as opposed to an attorney preference, because it doesn't matter which way we draft the form, right? So I'd like to hear.
And the
Yes,
only
I like
email address listed in broker information is of the associate. So there's not gonna be a confusion about the
You
supervisor.
fill it in.
Oh, no, my point is there's not gonna be
Put their
confusion
name.
about it going to the supervisor or
No, because you
something.
fill it in right there.
Oh, you fill
it in the notice provision.
Talk about
One
adding.
person, one note.
What paragraph number is it?
Lee, you want the with a copy, right?
Yeah, I was trying,
I think
looking it up so I
it'd
can
be good to do
form.
it.
I'm with
So
John,
in
I
paragraph
prefer the brokers.
21, I would like it to say with copy to and a blank.
Yeah.
So they can put
Mom?
their mom, their attorney, their real estate license holder, whoever.
But and say in parentheses broker, or agent, or
And I don't wanna
whatever.
limit it to only being the broker.
Because it could be their
But to your
attorneys or.
point,
No, the attorney has her own way.
to your point about what's being taught is that now the one side, one brokerage is going to send it to the buyer, the seller, and the other agent. And now we're saying copy to who? If we don't tell them that it's
Well, here's the
them,
thing, if, what they're being taught is to use 21, and if it doesn't have the other agent in there, they may not be sending the notices to the other agent.
were you not thinking copy to, under here, copy to buyer's agent, copy to seller's agent? In 21?
We can phrase it that, I was thinking of a blank, but if you wanna, that makes
Well,
sense
with a
too,
blank,
to buyer
you can
at,
forget it.
with copy to buyers.
I think we don't say what the intention is, we won't get it all the time, and that's probably what
You
we.
need the name and the line that says email/fax for the person that's
Well, but
getting
but
it.
if it's an agent, the email/fax is already in the contract.
Maybe, but if you put it right there, I put it right there.
Okay.
I put it right
That
there.
is
That's
the
fine.
best way, and
Okay.
heaven knows we have enough space if we moved consult section 23 to the top of the next page, because it's getting kind of tight. What's on page
But Ron
8.
has a question
Jerry,
to
you
all
like
you
it?
brokers, do you like
You
it?
like a
Yes,
Or you don't want
I
to?
don't know, I'm either way,
You like
yes.
I talked myself into it, let's do it.
I think it's a fantastic idea.
There we go.
All right.
Okay.
Who wrote this damn letter?
Is that across the board in
So you're
every
adding
contract?
to,
Yeah, Scott, did you have any thoughts on that?
No, I think with the new legal legal 1, I'm telling our agents, send it to whoever's in paragraph 21, and if it's not the agent or broker, copy them. So I don't think, I didn't like the idea of copying, but I think y'all talked me into it. I mean, you should do it as a best practice, but that way the agent is staying in the loop.
now,
Well, I think I'm really with Scott, though. Making it more difficult to give an effective notice is not desirable.
Well,
we've
bring
always,
back- how about
we've
courtesy copy? Okay, courtesy copy, and I'm the litigator here with Bo. That clarifies to me that that is not mandatory, that it is courtesy. So stick the word courtesy copy to blah, blah, blah. Not all
That,
license
that
holders
resolves
are
Brian's point too about arguing about whether if it's delivered.
proper or not,
Yeah.
right. You
I'm
skip
okay with
them, that's rude. You're not courteous,
now,
but you're not in default.
in this blank that we're
Delivered
having,
effective.
are we wanting to specify that this is an email? Or that this needs to be an address, or what?
Well, it
is
says
I think
email
the email
slash
slash
fax,
fax to mirror what we.
just like
Yeah.
what it is.
I'm just trying to come.
If you want it to be legible, email us.
That's what the Pony Express makes it.
So Greg is suggesting actually adding with the copy to, between 2 email faxes, so you just have 1 for the parties as opposed to 2 for the parties. And then this second one would be a courtesy.
Right, that's
Yeah, that's what I think.
I think that's an
So you're
error,
not
to have the
adding
two was some kind of a leftover error.
No, that was an addition from not too long ago.
Really?
The second.
Because sometimes you need to
So
blanks.
wife and husband?
Yeah, and also, if you want to put lawyer.
Whatever.
Yeah, yeah.
No, but the lawyer has their own.
Oh, that's right, that's right.
It doesn't say in the lawyer section that it provide them notice down there, just gives their.
Well, you know what it should.
Between a lawyer and an attorney.
Oh, geez.
Well, the lawyer can be included with courtesy copy to now, but they want notices to them.
Well, then if it goes to the lawyer, then it's not, okay, why don't we say, all notices from one party to the other must be in writing and are effective when, where's the rest of this? This got cut off. Look at that, by the way.
Yeah,
New home
yeah,
is retarded, needs to get fixed.
Bo mentioned that, so.
Oh, my.
I
Okay,
messaged
so
yours.
when it's delivered to buyer or seller
Hash marks.
and their attorney and.
Oh, Lord.
No.
I really don't think we need to say anything about notices to the lawyers, and because they can be included there in the lines if
there's a line
necessary.
for lawyers already.
There is a line for lawyers, but
There's a
it's not
section.
included in the notice. And surely,
Well, if you want on that notice line, you can put your lawyer down instead of whoever.
well, then it doesn't fix the problem of getting it to the agent.
They both can be included on
You have a lawyer.
Why don't you just say?
there. There you go.
I don't want to.
Can I ask a question? Do we have a problem with the way paragraph 21 is right now?
Yes.
Yeah.
The brokers
I
do.
think so.
We have agents putting just their name in there.
Okay, that's all right. There's nothing wrong with that.
No, absolutely not.
How
It
about
can be.
change?
How about we don't say with notices, we say, and not you, in parenthetical for buyer. Like, buyer is a party. How about, or maybe they won't know that. Buyer is not the agent. How about we put that in parenthetical? Buyer is not the agent.
There is nothing legally wrong with putting the agent's name in there. They're
Yeah.
not, that's allowed.
It's
It may, you may or may not
It's a
choose to be,
obligation.
you may not think it's advisable, I'm not.
Right.
You're right.
Put
You're right.
liability to the agent.
You're right.
I think, but I think with the copy too, it's much better.
The deal is.
Their agents are
I-
putting
you
themselves in
haven't talked me
liability.
out
They're
of
putting their
We
name.
realize that. So, well, I mean, if that's a good point, they can put themselves, leave it there.
What we
Now
have
you're
on-
making it seem confusing, like, well, I thought I was supposed to be there.
So what we have on the table right now is adding with a courtesy copy to, with the lines for the email/faxes.
No, no. Either don't have anything or just say a copy. The word courtesy, we're just creating more fees for Bo
Well, I think,
as to what courtesy means.
well, the thought with courtesy is making it clear that it's not part of the notice requirement. So if you fail to do it, it doesn't invalidate the notice that was sent.
Well, if you say copy
That-
is copy of the notice, I mean,
Well, then if you don't send the copy, is it a required copy or is it not?
Yeah.
The courtesy
I
is
think the
kind of a
word is
legal term of
important.
art.
It was your idea, Brian, but I think it was a good one.
Oh, no, that was SJ's. I'm just thinking of you, Bo.
Thank you, brother. I appreciate you.
Okay, so everybody
My kids have to eat too.
generally okay with this? Now, we can tweak it in the future if necessary, but I think that
Yes,
addresses the
that
change.
works.
Okay. So moving on, another one from Greg.
There we go.
Suggestion for clarity disclosure would be to add a field for the team name license number. Can you expand on that one?
Well, it's in everybody's area, but now you have all of these parties that are named. And I think for disclosure, hasn't the Real Estate Commission wanted to know who all is the licensed entities? Aren't many of the team names also the licensed entity?
So just to clarify, a team name won't have its own separate license, it would just be a license number. If you're talking about page 9 of the
Right.
contract, yeah, it would just be the brokers.
So when somebody markets under the Glen team,
Mm-hmm.
or there's not a license number, we don't do that, but I mean, is that,
Yeah, it's not separate from the broker, so it's almost like a DBA for the broker, it's another way to think of it.
When you search Trex
So-
website, it has all the DBAs.
So there'll be no license.
okay, well, I thought that
It's
they
a
were
DBA
having.
for the licensee, right, not the brokerage.
Well,
It's under the brokerage.
in terms of the license number, so.
Right, no, I'm with you.
Yeah, there's not a separate license number
Oh,
for a
okay,
team
gotcha,
name.
okay.
Just an analogy, but yeah,
There is the filing of the team name.
there is the filing of a team name.
But it
not
doesn't get a separate
license
number.
from the broker.
Okay, gotcha.
So,
Save the space.
Withdrawn.
all right, so moving on to another one from Greg. It's An attorney wanted, an attorney-client, wanted some language clarified in the improvement section of the contract. And specifically, the attorney wanted kitchen equipment and cleaning equipment to be clarified.
There was confusion on that person's part of both of those items. It was an older home, a 50s house, and there was a drop-in stove, which was put in there. Is that built in, or is that personal property? I would have been of the opinion that it was basically personal property. It says in there, you know, kitchen equipment, they kind of, what does that mean? There's a coffee pot on top of the.
It used to specifically say.
It does, and so there it has, the qualification before that list in bold letters is
Well, maybe we didn't
permanently
do that.
installed and built-in items. And so.
Okay, so permanently-
Remember, we have non-built-in items under C accessories. And a stove is not a built-in, but it is an accessory. Stove is an accessory, refrigerator is not.
So the stove, if it's a drop-in stove, is considered an accessory,
Yeah.
Correct.
and that would not have been covered?
Well, it would be, we'd be conveying that.
It is a part of the property.
Property is both the improvements and the accessories.
Gotcha. Where this got really confusing is they were doing the marketing of the house at the same time they were having a estate sale. And they put a price tag on the refrigerator, or I mean on the stove.
Well, to Greg's point, balances are not permanently installed built-in items. Why aren't they down on curtain rods, blinds, window shades, and carpets in accessories?
Good point.
Balances are built in.
They are.
Not in my house, they're not.
Well, a real balance is attached to the wall.
It's attached to the wall, so it was.
It's attached to the wall.
You gotta have screws in to put the walls up. I mean, I think that as a lift screw over the years, maybe if
I think we're talking
balances.
about like the curtain rods, not the blankets, but the rods.
Well, balances are, to my understanding, is, if it matches the drapes, it's the balance that is hiding the rods, and they're just screwed into the sheetrock as is,
So that would
the
be permanently
rods.
installed, but a lot of
Yes.
times rods are not permanently installed, they're just hung up there.
Tensions.
Okay. Yeah,
So that's
tension
why
would
that's
be,
there.
yeah, that's right.
Tension
There you go.
It's okay.
Yeah.
Gotcha. Greg, I get confused when I say rods too.
Okay, there's a lot of these things, the more you look at it, you know, one word, how it's spelled or sounds, and it gets confusing, so.
Well, I got
I
one
think
that I'm
we're-
happy.
Okay, so now we have Brad, from Pecker.
From
has a
Pecker.
comment. What's that?
Nothing.
Questions the 20-day language for the delivery of the title commitments in deals that are for less than 20 days. And we've been round and around this language, I think, a few times in the last meetings on whether this should be changed or not. And I'm not sure there's really anything we can do to address the concerns. The last thing we want to do is put a blank in there and to try to dictate how a third party gets documents to the parties. And it's really the seller's obligation to make sure the title company delivers it. So I don't think there's any change we can make here.
Agreed.
Well, I mean, what we could say is 20 days or 3 days before closing, whichever is.
Well, if you
The right way
close
to say
sooner, you
that.
kind of assume you got it.
Yeah, but we don't want
Close
it.
without it.
I think it addresses with the extension.
Yeah, that does in the extension, but it doesn't in the basic. And he's saying, okay, we signed a contract and we set our closing for 15 days from now. So this just doesn't match at all.
Yeah, so what he has to do is actually go in, because he's got such a short closing, he's got several problems with several things.
He does.
So that, they need to go through the whole contract and change the dates accordingly.
Well, but we don't want the brokers to do that.
I know, but they have to get the assistance of law.
Okay.
Change.
I'll make a closing date more than 20 days.
So is that what we're saying? This is a 5% rule and too bad?
I think so.
I think so.
Hey, this is the first time it's been brought up in this context, and I'm aware of the recall.
I've not had any difficulties with closings quicker, which we've done in cash
Yeah.
and getting everything done.
Well, we'll put that one on the list if we revisit that in the future. The next one from David Dugas, Mr. Dugas, wants the non-realty item addendum checkbox in paragraph 22.
Been through this before.
So we've been through this.
The challenge with that is the lenders.
Yeah, lenders, they don't want it.
They don't want it attached to the contract.
Yeah, we've had the conversation a few times and decided not to do that, so.
So that's been addressed many times before, and there's a reason why we leave it out. The next one from Christy McNaughton, backup contracts. She wants the ability to split the option and earnest money payments into two. And this is a situation where they want to hold back some money until they become in first place. And to have additional option and earnest money be due whenever they become the first place contract. And I think we talked about
Yeah,
this.
but
Don't we have it for additional limits?
We do for earnest money, we don't for options, but pay to play. I don't.
Yeah.
And it's
You know,
normally,
I've warned people that when you're in that situation, I've seen people want to do that, and I say that's really dangerous because you become the primary, and maybe you're off on vacation, and you forget that you have to pay additional option fee, and so all of a sudden the buyer has lost a very valuable right because it's just not on their mind. 10 days later that, oh, there's additional option fee to pay. I think complicating option fee is absolutely dangerous.
And in a backup position, maybe the option is not as valuable, so maybe you don't place as much option. You know, I mean, there's a lot of ways to deal with it.
I just haven't put a small option fee.
That's what I was saying,
Like
you know.
$5, $10, I just
Yeah.
put a small option fee.
Because it's not worth as much.
Exactly.
You have the option.
I know, but it's still, you're in a backup position, risk, so, you know.
I think the
I
general
mean, I know what
consensus
you
is
want,
to
that we
leave.
shouldn't have to why are we cashing the option check when we don't know we're gonna be?
Because you
And
had
it
the
will harm
option
the
from the
90
minute you
still have
execute
it.
that agreement.
You still have it.
Gotta be cash.
It will harm the 95% of transactions where this could potentially complicate it. And
Yeah.
instead of keeping
Yeah,
it simple, if you
yeah.
want that, speak to an attorney if it's a important
Yeah.
enough deal.
She also wants a checkbox for will or will not amend the effective date. I don't.
Yeah, I think the whole thing's a bad idea.
Yeah.
All right.
And the next one just wants a legal opinion.
Yeah, the next one's interesting because this has been brought up in multiple ways in my practice. It involves the seller's temporary lease and the obligations for repairs and maintenance. And we've had this discussion on the committee before about the insurance that's available to the seller who's now a tenant. And can they actually insure the property in a way that mitigates the risk of items that may go out or be damaged during their lease. And the current seller's temporary lease puts all the obligation essentially on the seller to make all repairs of any damage to the property. And so her example, there's a $300 pull cost. I don't think her example highlights necessarily the bigger issue, but
Yeah.
the $300 pull cost that came up was something that wasn't a wear and tear or something that wasn't disclosed, I think, and wasn't known about. And she didn't think the seller should be responsible for it because the buyer now owns it, and that should be normally something the buyer takes care of, or the owner of the property. And she points back to the property code, and I think that what she's saying, that should fall under the property code requirements for the lender or the landlord to take care of. And I don't think that's true. I think the property code is generally the health and safety of the tenants. I don't think it, to my knowledge, requires pool repairs, but it does raise the issue of the bigger risk for repairs to things that the tenant cannot insure, the seller now tenant cannot insure. And we need to revisit what this will be for a future meeting, I think, but revisit the obligations we put on the seller to make repairs.
Yeah, I'd like to revisit the forms and take that issue exactly a little more closely.
Are we confident we know what is insurable and what's not insurable? Should we have somebody who can opine on that? I mean, I'm not. If we do have somebody who can truly opine on it, fine. But should we ask somebody to?
I think that'd be a good idea.
Because
So we're not shooting in the dark.
Yeah, there's gonna be a variation in types of coverage too.
And a residential service contract is not insurance.
And it's not available. But what you definitely can't insure are intentional acts. So if the tenant is out there being negligence is one thing, but if they intentionally do something, that's not, that's just illegal. You can't do.
Does someone have a close insurance contact that they could get some information? Fairly easy to bring to the next meeting. And we can discuss this one further. I think it's a good concern overall that we may be able to address this someday.
Yeah, I mean, this is the classic, who's responsible when the air conditioner goes out during the lease?
Yep.
For your regular lease? I think it's the homeowner, but.
This is
Yeah,
saying like.
so-
Homeownership.
You've done a great job with it here. I just think when we address this next time, or even carry this a little further, we gotta be careful not to, if someone says, by legal, she does my client, we don't want the broker lawyer committee to become your fact scenario, your TAR hotline, or your lawyer, and we're just gonna put it in this in public meeting later, get an answer, and then go act on it. We gotta be very general about our addressing of the topic.
Very good point.
So I just asked Robin and Diane, and they actually gave me a copy illegally, by the way. For reference only. Anyway, we ought to look at the regular lease. The other thing that we need to look at, which I'll definitely pull on that one, the chapter 92 of property code deals with residential tenancies and what is the law you know, that would be the backup, like even if you had an oral lease contract, which you know we can have now, what do they have to do and what they don't? And what do the sellers have to repair? I mean, are we getting into that, or are we just talking about insurance?
Well, it's a little bit of both. It ties into both. And I went to 92.052 of the property code.
Yeah.
Generally requires the landlord to fix issues that materially affect the health and safety of the tenant.
Yeah, and that is like, I will tell you, like on Texas real estate lawyers, I'm telling you, you know, probably the number one thing is my air conditioner is not working, or there's roaches, and that is affecting the health and safety. Well, actually legally, probably it's not, and it depends on how long, you know, and there is not a black and white, but do we want to go down that road and say,
Well, I'd like to
I'm with
discuss all
Ron.
these issues.
Yeah.
I'm with Ron, let's table it, put it on a working
Yeah.
committee group and let him flush it out.
We'll get some more information on the insurance side to see what holes there might be that we need to address. And that ties into.
Yeah, like on the we have other holes on the temporary lease they have, like, why are people doing everything for free?
That's not something we can handle
It's not
here.
free.
No.
If they can choose.
But even if we
not
could
to.
clarify, because is it really truly, if you don't get any consideration, is it really?
If there's a blank, don't fill it in zero.
Yeah, okay, yeah, we'll continue this one on the next week, so. We only have a few more comments to go here, so we have one from Dina, who points out the difference in days to terminate between the HOA dock delivery and the condo dock delivery, which actually we fixed in our latest revision, so good thought, Dina, and it has been addressed. The use of Marty next, Marty Chrisman wants the use of the appraisal addendum and USA, can we use the USA, it's not right. Can we use the appraisal addendum with USDA loans? And to be quite honest, I don't know if we can. The issue comes down to the amendatory clause, which it appears is required in USDA loans. And right now, we have a specific prohibition on using the appraisal addendum for FHA and VA. And so do we need to add now USDA loans to that, since they're specifically called out in our other forms?
At the top of the appraisal, then, don't we say for conventional?
It says, I think it says not for.
Or it's
Or
not.
either negative.
Okay, and yeah, we need to add USDA.
So I would be in favor of that change.
Because I think
That's what
USDA goes under conventional, doesn't it?
Do we need to actually
As
get
of
that
right now?
question answered?
It's separately listed on the third party
Yeah,
things.
it has its own section.
It is a conventional loan, but it's separately listed. And if it
It
has
is
an
a
mandatory clause, then we can't use the appraisal addendum.
Yeah, it's not FHA agreed or
And I try to,
VA guaranteed.
I try to confirm that it needed or required the amendatory clause, and from what I found, it did, but I'm not.
I don't think we'll do
100%.
them anymore anyway.
It's sort of a government backed loan, so I wouldn't be surprised.
Do we want to go ahead and include that change?
It can be.
Do we know?
Everything I read, but I wasn't at the official source, said that yes, it is included, but I can't tell you 100%.
I
We're
think
not
it can
sending,
be
we're
used
not
under
sending that
USDA if
form
they want
out,
to.
we're not sending that form out to the commission at this
But
point.
it's not a government.
So I think we can mark it as asking you to check on that
Yeah.
and draft.
Yeah.
Come on.
That's good.
Does that also apply to these programs like first-time home buyer programs, these bond-oriented programs? Do they require an inventory?
I don't think so.
It might be something to check into, because that might be coming into the marketplace here one of these days.
The next one we have from Samantha. Samantha seems to be confused on the how paragraph 2B of third-party financing addendum works with the appraisal addendum. And I always like to joke the appraisal addendum is the worst thing we drafted except for everything we didn't. But I'm not sure there's a good way to address her concern, and it's really an education issue at the end to me, because to me, the correlation is pretty clear, right? The only thing that's being amended by the appraisal addendum is the appraisal part of the paragraph 2B. And so I'm not sure if anybody has any other concerns out of what she raised, but I think ultimately her concerns fall under education.
Education.
I agree.
The next one from Brenda. Let's see. What was Brenda asking about here? So she was looking at the condo contract and wants clarification of who pays what fees under paragraph 12A3. And does it include the resale certificate? And she goes through some language about any and all doesn't mean really any and all. But the other language in the contract, I think, clarify, it's pretty clear, more of an education issue. The only thing I thought about adding is the phrase, unless otherwise provided in the contract, as a lead-in.
Well, remember, a resale certificate is not a charge resulting from the transfer of the property.
Right.
True.
It also nowhere says you're gonna be reimbursed for something.
I think ultimately, does everybody generally feel it's an education issue?
Yeah, it is a charge, but it doesn't result from the transfer.
I want to also make a clarification on the record that there is no Trek legal hotline. So she probably meant Texas Realtors. Trek does not maintain the legal hotline.
And if she
So
reads
we
someone's
Trek,
sign,
we
they will
get
sign.
the information.
No.
So moving on to Jeff's comment here. Jeff wants us to promulgate a buyer's rep form. And is very disappointed we do not have one.
You're
It's been
correct,
around
sir.
in the past, and it's
Remain
not,
disappointed.
yes. It's not something we're interested in. And that's the last comment in our main materials, and we had a couple in the supplemental. Find my supplement one more time.
Go back to
Miriam,
the same,
The
Miriam.
first was
You
the
want-
confusion.
I have it here, I think.
it's on the very back.
There we go.
She has a complaint.
Who?
Miriam Panini has a complaint.
All right, see, Miriam has a complaint about how the Trek 1-4 is structured regarding the option fee and earnest money deposits.
Does anybody really have that confusion?
This is happening.
I've had it happen twice through our title company.
Yeah, I mean, I don't know that it's something we need to change, but I am very surprised to see that they're switching the blanks up. Yeah, it's happening.
I'm not sure there's anything we can do to fix that.
No, not at all. They can start paying attention when it.
Well, if it closes, it
Eventually
really
it'll
doesn't
cost-
matter. But
It's
if it
gonna
doesn't-
cost them enough.
Yeah,
Well, it
is.
does matter because they're doing $100 earnest money and
Well,
a $5,000
well, no, my point
auction
is if
fee.
they close, they're both credited to close until your purchase price. If you don't close, you forfeit that $5,000, all of a sudden you're freaking.
And I have had two
Yeah.
offers come to me with auction being like 7,000, 8,000 and earnest being 200.
Yeah.
And I'm nice and call them and say, would you please fix this?
Yeah.
But they do read it wrong.
Miriam, who made the mistake?
Yeah.
So
Okay,
education,
education at the end, I think, on.
Can we increase the hours?
what happens to all of our comments that say this should be education? Is somebody listening?
Education standard coordinator, and we post it.
You do post it, okay,
We didn't bring the form up.
thank you, so something happens.
Yeah, and sometimes we pick up things here and we put out communication for others.
Okay.
The only thing that,
Take that form up, or do you want not to?
She's like Alexa, always listen.
You want to wait for that one meeting?
Well, is there any reason not?
Is the oil and gas addendum, does that need to go up to the commission in this batch?
Well, we
We
haven't
haven't
talked
talked
about
about
it
it
yet, but
Cut
it
us
is not, it's not proposed yet or anything, so if you want to include it in this group.
yeah, we were just gonna circle back
Is it an
later.
important change?
We
So
were
it's not that critical
silenced.
change right now?
Well, I think we were gonna give it in our report, so do you want us to do that now, or?
Did we finish
And-
Robin Harris?
Well, then we have one more comment here, and then,
It'll be quick.
yeah, and then this, how long do you don't take long?
We didn't address.
We can do that.
Yeah.
Well, we
And
already
so-
talked about it.
Well, Robin has two additional points we haven't talked about. One was the notice on page 10 of the farm and ranch that there's a statement there that says do not sign it. There's a separate written agreement for payment of broker's fee. And that people fail to see that statement, so should we make it bold and more prominent?
It's very small, the last line on the bottom.
Were we running out of space? Is that why?
Yeah, because we put an attorney notice in there.
Yeah, 'cause
The fourth attorney notice.
And looking at it, it is small, and I haven't necessarily seen issues with it, but I'm not opposed to making it.
And this is
Stand
another
out.
issue that came up in our task force meeting, that was specifically asked about, not even something that I had pointed out to make comments about. One thing to do would be to make room, would be there's a space on the left and right column for the sellers and buyers, brokers. There's a space for the check boxes for who the buyer. If
You can move that up.
move that up each one, then it gives you another line or two to make that text bigger or move it up, make it more prominent somehow.
Is
for the parties to
see
see.
how this broker's fees are negotiable? Is that bold enough? Or do you want it bigger than that?
Does that even require?
What I would think bigger, to have to make it stand out a little bit more.
What if you move that to before the signatures included as part of the bold language above? And that way it's at least there bold above.
So
what they're
Like,
saying.
and have it
For partners
first,
to
do
see.
not sign, and then broker's fees are negotiable. You still want it bigger than that, though. The people want it.
Bigger,
People-
I mean, the people want it bigger, but whatever the committee chooses to do.
I'm not sure we make text bigger elsewhere, right, to call it out, and other than capitalizing
We have
some
it.
items.
But we could make it all caps, put it up with broker's fees are not negotiable, put it first, do not sign, and have it in bold and all caps. How about that?
I'm okay
We have
with
done
that
all
change.
caps, like consult an attorney before signing.
Does anybody have a strong feeling on that? I mean, it's.
No.
Let's make him
do that.
happy over there.
What are we on here?
Well, I think what they're wanting to avoid, part of it is conflicting to the agreement.
Exactly, yeah.
No, for sure.
So, what is it that we're doing?
So take the very last thing, the do not sign if there's a separate written agreement, it's the very last line on the whole page. Move it up to the first sentence of the paragraph before the signature spot, and make it all capital and bold. So the word do not sign if there is a separate written agreement for payment of brokers.
I've been listening.
So it's right down here, time I'm moving down.
Brokers is
Up here.
plural possessive fees. Move it in front of the notice, the bolded notice that starts broker's fees are negotiable.
That'll be the first sentence in that sentence.
It will now be the first sentence there. And also you want to put, when you say move it, also put it in all caps.
Okay. Yeah.
About the signatures.
Okay.
So that sentence would be all caps and the other one would stay where they are.
Yes.
In all caps and bold, right?
That sentence, all caps involved. The other sentence is just bold.
And Bo had a follow-up question on this.
On the same email, but not on that.
Okay.
Robin, did y'all learn anything about this copyright and surveys?
No, not yet. We have it anecdotal right now. It's hard to look at district court cases specific to this. But what raised our eyebrows was it was anecdotal from a couple brokers here in Texas and separately from the national. So we're looking at it as just another way.
I've seen it anecdotally, but I didn't.
There was, this issue was brought before the committee, I'm guessing 20 years ago. When the survey paragraphs were there, well, actually, when we added the use of the prior survey. So there was an attorney's opinion, Mark Hanna did it for the surveyors way back when. I'll see if I can dig it up. I don't know if we still have it or not. But basically, the conclusion was that the first one is okay because the seller owns that survey, it's a work for hire. But in the subsequent version of that, or the subsequent seller would be violating the copyright.
What do you mean the first thing's okay? It's okay for the seller to pass it on to their,
Right, so one time, so the buyer or the seller buys the survey and gives it to the first buyer. So that buyer then can pass it.
What about the language when it's added? And I've had our underwriters flip-flop on this, whether we can accept surveys that have the limiting and copyright language on there. And it varies in how it's described, but a lot of them say for use in this transaction only, or for the sole use in this transaction, in addition to limiting language to the seller or whoever.
I don't recall all the details in the opinion, but I'll see if I can dig it up.
is there anything, I mean, this is interesting to me, but is there anything we can do?
No, not really. It's a matter of, it's an issue with
Copyright law.
seller, right?
Yeah.
And it's an underwriting question, really is what it is.
And we've had one underwriter go one way back and then back the other way on that exact issue. Not sure what's driving that reasoning behind it. But it is, that created some havoc for a little while for those that want to use an underwriter and have the old surveys, but it made an interesting period.
Going to those questions, the reason we brought it up is to reduce seller's risk if they're passing it along. Then it's that person that would get wrapped
You
in.
mean we could put a notice out, is that what you mean?
It's copyrighted.
Remove the sentence that allows. it.
Remove the sentence that allows it, got it.
Yeah, and then I don't know, I know insurance code allows T47, whichever form it is, but I don't know that it's statutorily required that the seller have to provide the survey, or if it's required that it get a contract, so. But we're gonna keep looking into it, and if there are other opinions, then.
I'll see if I can dig it out.
For those as well.
It's been a long time. You guys have the old folder.
So that wraps up our comments in the supplement, and then we turn back for a short, leave that back. Okay.
Yeah, so I think this was just our farm and grants working group, and we were specifically, our last meeting was just basically limited to the oil and gas reservation addendum that is everybody's favorite one of all. And I think the only thing that we suggested, we're gonna put in front of you as a suggested change, and this, I'm the one that commented the most about this, so that's fine, just I'll put it in this one. When I'm seeing these forms filled out in my area, the checkbox on the waiver of surface rights, paragraph C, under the way it's worded now, you check the box, you do or you do not reserve implied rights of ingress and egress. And almost every time the agents are checking does not. And so they're waiving surface rights, but they think, to me, it's backwards, because when you have minerals and you're conveying, and this is talking about whether you're gonna reserve the minerals or not. And so to me, if you're reserving the minerals, automatically, you're not waiving the surface rights, right? You have to waive that. But the way this is worded, to me, is opposite of what it should be, because you should be reserving and then deciding if you're gonna waive it, as opposed to reserving the minerals and then reserving your rights that you don't have to reserve because you've already had them. Does that make sense? So I just suggested, I wondered if it would make more sense to say, instead of reserving rights of ingress and egress, we're actually, check the box, we're gonna either waive them or not. Because when we do the mineral reservation on the deed is gonna say, reserve minerals, and if they checked does not on here, then I have to add, I'm waiving my surface rights. So I just thought it would be clearer. It made more sense to me legally. I don't really remember why it was worded this way to begin with, but, so that was the basis for the possible change. Toss that out.
I think it's clearer.
Yeah, and I won't have my feelings hurt if y'all don't want to do it, but I just think everybody's checking the box wrong.
I liked it.
So that would
I like
go
it
out
too.
for public comment, right?
Correct.
Yeah.
So we want
Yeah,
to
we
sit
talked
down
about
with that.
Yeah,
Send that form up, okay.
Wait,
that was part of our work.
There was a little
There's
bit more, yeah, that was
There's two
kind of
more.
biggie, but then we just had, we wanted to put, added current contact information in paragraph D.
Oh, yeah.
And then I think we made the the notices pulled out. I don't remember, did we just pull out that second, y'all can tell me, pulled out that
Yeah.
last one in a separate paragraph?
This, yeah, this guy.
To remind everybody again about calling our lawyer. Although, we did say encourage to consult an attorney with expertise in this area.
This is a special.
It's a special area.
I do have a question on the adding the current contact information. What if we don't know? I'm concerned about putting an obligation to go find contact
It just
information.
says as known to some. So if it's already known, then they have to give it to us. But the problem is, if they just
No.
give out of the property records, let's say, the lease that was filed 27 years ago, and it's been assigned to 7 other operators, you know your operator that's out there on your farm, you know that guy is now XYZ, it's not ABC anymore. So don't just give the ABC lease and leave your buyer all. If you've got it, give the current info, that's an additional, if you don't have it, fine.
Would it be the last known contact information? I mean, I just have a little heartburn on saying current, because it, to me, creates, it's very difficult sometimes to attract these people down.
Well, it says known to seller, current known to seller.
Of any existing mineral lessee known to seller. So to me, that the known to seller modifies the
Okay, well,
existing mineral
look
lessee.
at how it's written right now, John, and you don't like it any better. Just give the contact. Which actually
I'm
implies
being
current.
nuanced on this, I just,
I know.
I don't have that, I'm not that strong on it, so we can move on with that, except with that addition.
So do we like it the current? Does everybody else besides John?
I like
So
her.
this isn't for just use with the farm and ranch, this is for use.
Whatever.
Yeah.
But it's mostly the farm and ranch, so that's why.
I can say like, I've got subdivision properties with mineral leases that I don't even know if they're still in effect. I mean, just me personally, much less how to contact them, because I haven't got a royalty check in 4 years.
We've got one that I'm gonna have to hire a landman to tell me who has my lease,
Yeah,
because I don't know.
yeah.
Hey, could I ask a question? This paragraph D, why do we have it in the addendum for reservation? What if the seller's not reserving anything? This information should go to the buyer. Shouldn't it go in the natural resource leases section of the contract?
Well, it might need to go there also, but read, so I think that's a good thing, we should go look at that. But D is saying if you do not reserve it, you still need to tell us who they are.
And you do not reserve all. If you're using the mineral
All.
addendum,
You need to tell us who they
you're
are.
reserving something, right? And so then
Right.
it's that situation only arises when it's a partial reservation.
Right. So, but in the other,
I'd take it out of this addendum and I'd put it in the section for natural resource leases.
no.
Yes.
What if we make this, what if we make this small change today and look at potentially changing up that in the future? Because I think this is a slight tweak, and the new proposed change is pretty broad, so adding it to the other form that
Yes.
I don't think we can fully bake here.
That form and that,
that quickly.
we haven't already dealt with that form yet either.
Correct.
Yeah, I would agree with that, John.
Everybody okay with that?
With me.
And is that the end of? So we have left on the table to make a motion to approve the drafts of these forms to go into the commission, or how do we need to word this?
I can have a word for you right there.
You do? Okay, so who wants to make the motion that is on?
Good job.
I make motion number 13.
All right, I'll-
Is everybody?
The committee decided to recommend to the commission to publish for comment and adopt for promulgation as modified by these minutes the following forms. Unimproved property contract, 1 to 4 family residential contract, new home contract, completed construction, new home contract, incomplete construction, condominium contract, farm and ranch contract, seller financing addendum, addendum for properties subject to mandatory membership in a property owners association, amendment, Third-party financing addendum, addendum regarding residential leases, addendum regarding fixture leases, addendum for reservation of oil, gas, and other minerals, and notice to prospective buyer.
Are we missing loan assumption addendum?
I don't know, but
Is seller
I don't want to
also
reread it, but
financing?
after owners association, we have amendment, we have 2 Oxford commas in there, and I don't know what amendment is that?
Just the general amendment contract.
Is loan assumption in there?
I don't see loan
Loan
assumption.
assumption isn't.
Loan assumption.
Loan assumption. Good
catch.
catch, smarty pants, hater of Oxford commas.
Did we get the temporary residential leases?
That was in a different motion because they'd already been up.
Okay.
They're ahead of the game. We did that early while you were having COVID.
Okay, so do we have that motion so made by?
Yeah.
I am making it.
I accept the amendment.
All in favor, say aye.
Aye.
All right, motion passes. Let's see, so.
Hey, did we ever approve the minutes?
That's the.
No.
You were
We're
having
circling-
COVID while
We're
we.
circling back on cleanup now.
Done.
And so hopefully everybody had a chance to review the minutes before the meeting from our last meeting. Anybody have any changes to those? SJ?
The registered R needs to go behind realtors, behind Robin Harris's name as the others present. I didn't have any others.
Doesn't this happen?
Yes.
Well, technically, I recall, I think, under the membership marks manual, when you're publishing something, it doesn't actually have to have the registered trademark.
It doesn't have to, but the better practice is it does.
NAR says you use it if you can, and you put it in all caps, so. I don't know if you can or not.
Maybe things have changed.
I do not have heartburn of
defended
adding that to the
I
minutes.
defended that in DC,
Oh,
all
you
back
prefer.
in 2003. I did. I asked him,
Oh, okay.
we should do the right thing.
With that change, do I have a motion to approve the minutes?
Yes, please.
Then second?
Second.
And all in favor, say aye.
Aye.
Yes, I no.
No.
Don't do that.
It's
It doesn't have to, it doesn't have to be.
Don't
It's
do
just
that.
going.
I call for a roll call.
All right, let's see what else we have to go through here. We have public comment on non-agenda items.
We already did all of it.
No, did we?
Do we have any?
Anybody
We
have
have some public here.
Oh,
And some on, do we have any
Yes, there are some people on.
comments on here? No?
Charles, you got any comments?
I do have a comment. Just Robin and I are working on it. Apologize, we didn't get all this done beforehand, but I've been trying to get all the stakeholders together for the water paragraph. I finally got them all together. TWCA, Water Conservation Association, they're 2 committees. We've now formed a committee. We're gonna start meeting on that. There'll be a TCUQ person on the committee, a Water Development Board committee. Many attorneys are involved in water law working on it. We've got Texas Alliance Land Brokers comments. Let's see, we've got Texas Alliance Groundwater District comments and the district managers. So that's what we're working on. We just won't make it for this meeting. Hopefully we'll have something by October. And I'm sorry, all those folks, I thought it was fair to try to get the stakeholders together. And that's what we're really on.
That's a lot of people to pull together.
Yeah, and I wanted to make sure they had their opportunity because these are the folks that really, the groundwater district managers manage the groundwater. So that's where we are.
All right. Let's see, any other comments? Okay. Anybody online have any comments? Okay, so then we'll move on to discussion of recent court cases. Somebody have any recent court cases they'd like to discuss? There's one I'm waiting for an opinion on out of Montgomery County. A judge, well, it's a district court case right now, but there's an order, a pretty extensive order from my understanding coming out, invalidating a tract contract. So I got a call from an attorney that was an insurance counsel in the case. And so he called to let me know about it and said he was sending me more information. I waited to see the order on that. That's out of Montgomery County. It was here about 3 weeks ago.
Oh, yeah, I want to see that one.
Yeah, so I got clarification.
Trial?
Is after trial, yes,
They're just waiting on the order.
from my understanding. So I'll circulate to once I get it, I'll circulate.
So
Did we do the, number 6? No.
What's that?
Unauthorized practice of law.
Did you have, Tony,
We'll
did you
defer to
have
that
something?
one until our.
Yeah,
So we'll, Ron said we can defer that one to the end of the next meeting. Get more time.
Was it that case, Tony?
no, I was gonna say, in court case, are we talking about anything that affects the verbiage we put in the promulgated forms? Is that what we're concerned about?
Generally, yes.
Okay.
And it's almost anything, can we touch on that? You know, depending on the
I mean,
liability
yeah.
parties and major, especially major court of appeals decisions and of course.
Yeah, I mean, I've tried a few cases that obviously are based on our contracts and what they did or didn't do, but it's where some kind of ruling comes out about the language we have in our contract, I guess.
Correct.
Okay.
Or something that can impact our discussion on it, so
Correct.
proactive address.
Like a big example, fairly recently, at least in the last 3 or 4 years, was there was a court ruling about liquidated damages, unliquidated damages, and that we had to change our contract because it said, this isn't based on anything, you can't just have this, the earnest money can't just be liquidated damages.
Okay.
Because it's completely unrelated to anything, it's just a number that the party made up. Even though the parties made it up, so it's related, the court said it
Yeah.
wasn't, so.
So we wait for appeals though, like, the
That
court I
was
was in, they didn't like,
It's gone.
okay, they didn't like the specific performance paragraph, but it didn't go up on appeal.
So we start watching it, we know about them.
Right, if it's something major like this one sounds like it could be something.
Yeah, to validate our, yeah.
Is it a particular form or?
I don't have
Oh, okay.
it was more of a somewhat panic call after the attorney lost and he said, there's going to be something you need to address. Yeah.
John, has there been any update on the, I'm pronouncing the name wrong, Flago versus Harris?
Oh, Afflo v. Harris?
The seller's
That's
disclosure?
Brian's connected directly to that case, right?
Well, Robin certainly is too.
Yeah.
Any new?
Oh, was it Robin Harris versus Harris?
He's probably Mr.
Uh,
Devin Harris, the old Dallas Maverick.
Yeah, I think that Brian has a much better grasp on the facts of this case. I tried to explain it last time, and stumbled through it. Nothing new as of the last decision. Case is still open, but I don't think that it involves us as much. But if Brian has a summary, if y'all want to hear it, he's much better than me.
Yeah, I'll be honest with you. It's been so long since I've looked at that case. I don't know that I would do it justice. It has been going back and forth so many times.
Brian, didn't they send it back to the district court?
It's back at the district court and they're.
That's the last I heard.
Yeah.
Since our last meeting, I don't think there's been any substantive change.
No.
And so our next meeting, we have scheduled for October 14th, and that would be our last meeting before the legislative session. So we're gonna have a pretty long break after then, and we'll meet after the session on June 9th.
Hey, John.
Yes.
There's a possibility based on our very exciting quadrennial rule review at the dates that we have to close, publish in the register, and if these go forward, these changes go forward at the next register, the amount of time for public comment, I'm saying that very quickly. Is there potential availability for this group to meet on the 21st? We may go the route of reproposal, but we wanted to take the temperature on a possible October 21st meeting versus the 14th. And it's fine to say, you know, if everyone's dead in the water on that, that's okay. We just are exploring our options.
It's good with me, because I was gonna have to miss that meeting.
It's a 1 week later.
Yeah,
meeting
well, you
on
could also do it that
21st.
Monday after. I just know this is typically a Friday meeting. So we've got that, could be the 17th or the 21st.
This far ahead doesn't bother me.
17th? Is that
That's a Monday.
Monday now.
Yes, we sometimes meet on Mondays. No
The-
law.
Can we set a meeting for October 21st and cancel it if it's not necessary?
It's gonna be
Well,
necessary.
it would be your meeting. We would move the one on the 14th to the 21st. And right now, I'm not gonna officially change anything. I just wanted to see what that looks like for everyone. Because if everyone's like, no, I've got X, Y, and Z, then we'll have to figure out a different route.
Show of hands, was okay?
The 21st is, I'm a leadership training for Texas Realtors, it's a big convention.
The 14th is better, but I can't, I'm not gonna say I can't be here the 21st, I just haven't.
I can do the 17th.
I can do the 14th, is much better for you too.
I can do the 14th.
Okay, does that, the 17th give anybody heartburn? It's a Monday.
Yes.
No.
Yes.
Yeah, no, don't do it.
Okay.
But-
Okay,
I'm fine.
TBD. This is something that's come up really in the early minutes of this meeting, so we'll figure it out. We may just be able to re-propose and figure it all out on our own, but let's keep it for the 14th and we'll let you know.
Okay.
Thank you.
All right, I think that was the last item on our agenda.
I know for us practice the law.
Right.
We deferred that to the next.
Defer to the next meeting.
No.
Well, and then today's minutes, if you want to try to restart that practice of approving
Yeah.
today's minutes. That's our last
I
agenda.
think we should, if Ron has time.
Actually, I have got to run.
Okay.
I had a electrical problem arise at the house, and my entire family's out of town, so my electric guy's gonna be there at 3, so I need to run.
Okay, we're gonna do
Yeah,
it.
for sure.
Yeah.
Well, I appreciate everybody working on this and getting the forms in front of the commission. That was a big thing that they wanted us to do, and we got it done. So thank you for the time on that.
Okay.
We'll see each other again in October.
Are we adjourned?
Adjourn, or motion to adjourn.
Well done, guys.
Thank you too.
See you, Brad. Just a walking motion. Walking form motion to.